Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, and welcome to the SQ1 pre-split show. I'm Will Viper in Whittingham. I'm joined by a lovely host of people coming to talk to me about the SQ1 Champions League, some knowledgeable people, and the Sarge. Speaking of the Sarge, it's Charlie the Sarge Sargeson. Sarge, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks, buddy. I always look forward to you introducing me. It's always a pleasure.
It's always going to be a little bit toxic. We also got Dara Darksil McCone. That was a... You should talk now, Dara.
Dara, I think you're muted, buddy.
He's
Hit
done
that
it again,
hotkey.
he's muted.
It's the opposite of a hot mic. It's a very cold mic.
Yeah, I'm muted on Discord and on Skype, so you can't hear me whatsoever. Always a good start. Yeah, good to be here anyway.
Good to have you here, and a new face for those of you who are watching of the SQ1 Champions League. It's Tom Tempora Nash.
Hello, it's nice to be here.
Very nice to have you too. With those intros, those excellent introductions, and welcome out of the way, we're going to be looking back at what happened last split, and then moving forward to talk about what we think is going to happen this split with all of our teams and rosters. But looking back into the past, into the long time ago of spring 2020, Sarge, last split was pretty mad.
Yeah, it was certainly an exciting one, and it all kicked off towards the end. From our regular split, we had NSG, Absolved, Split Raiders, and Sparks as our top four, and it turned out that Split Raiders and Sparks took it to a very exciting 5-game series for the finals. Absolved fell short into third place, and the rest of the teams fell by the wayside.
Definitely interesting. Some teams that maybe we didn't expect to be near the top of that one coming out on top. Of course, Split Raiders will be looking to defend their crown. And Dara, obviously, you were here last split as well.
Yes.
Are there any teams in there that really surprised you with their positioning, or anyone that really over or underperformed?
I think that Absolved underperformed relative to how they were smack talking, I think you could say. They were smack talking quite a lot, and they finished second, but then they came third. So one of the interesting dynamics of last split, to me at least, is the fact that our two finalists, didn't finish in the top two. It was NSG and Absolved in the top two, then Split Raiders and Sparks in third and fourth respectively. So I think that just because you finish in a third or fourth place doesn't mean you're completely out, doesn't mean that you're a bad team. It's still all to play for.
Absolutely. And the format, of course, is great in that any team can be fighting for those playoff spots and fighting to win the entire league pretty much up until the final day, which is what we saw from a lot of these teams. You can see at the bottom of the table, Glorious Gaming and Core Dynamic didn't make it into those playoffs, but they were so close. Core Dynamic only a game off Glorious Gaming, even though they had a pretty rough split, actually only being a couple of wins off making that playoff and being able to potentially make that run in. Because you do see Nuclear Storm and Absolved were at the top. They didn't end up winning the league. But that's enough looking into the past. Let's look now towards the future with our new teams. And of course, a lot of these organizations are sticking with us. You can see on your screen now, 7 of the 8 teams that were in the SQ1 Spring Split 2020 have returned, and we have got a new face as well. But we'll be going into details on each and every one of these teams right now. That's the point of this show. So we're going to start off with a team that definitely impressed last season, our returning champions, Split Raiders. And what can we expect to see from these guys?
Well, Split Raiders, as you said, were our winners at the end of the last split. They finished in third, and then they ended up taking all of the bananas, all the apples, taking all the marbles, if you want to go for that direction. And I think it surprised a lot of people, especially it going to the entire 5 games in that series, and it was a slogfest from both those sides. But there's a lot to expect of Split Raiders since they are coming off of a split win. And they do have a new jungler and a new top laner now. Their jungler, their new one, having played for Red Star Belgrade in the past, so pretty decent repertoire there in his back pocket. Shows that he is a pretty decent player, even if he hasn't proved himself in our league just yet. And since they finished at 10-4 in the regular season with their AD carry, mid, and support, I'm expecting great things from them.
And talk about the great things that we're going to see from them. We've got a video from Split Raiders ownership, so let's take a look.
All right, guys, introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Eddie. I'm an electronics leadership for Split Raiders.
Hello, I'm Bona for Sport for Split Raiders.
Okay, so why does your team participate in the SQ1 championship?
So we participated in the last split and we are here to participate again.
Awesome. So what are your guys' expectations from the summer split?
Back-to-back wins.
Okay. So what were your off-season changes and what did you do to make the team different?
Well, we changed our jungler and top. They are now playing with an EPL, so we are here to play with our new jungler top.
Okay. So who do you expect to be your biggest rival or your largest threat?
In the last split, those were Gold and Sparks, and in this split, it should be the same.
Okay, that should wrap.
Excellent stuff. Always love to see a bit of confidence. Tempora, what do you make of those statements there saying that they're expecting Absolved and Sparks to be their only real threats this split?
So, with those changes we discussed, they still have to be confident that after that playoff win, they can try and make something out of the main season and run it again. So, I think some quiet confidence. We haven't seen too many huge roster moves across the board. There are one or two real movers and shakers. But otherwise, I think they have to be confident in their infrastructure, in the way they work the team, and making sure that continues through this next split.
I'm definitely excited to see how they perform because coming in with such expectation, weight on your shoulders, and definitely more so than in the previous split. I think it was a bit of a joke last split in Square One that every team came in at bar like one and was like, we're going to win Square One Champions League. And then a lot of them didn't win the Square One Champions League.
Yeah.
To say that everyone except Split Raiders didn't. You could make an argument for NSG, of course, coming top in regular season, but the others, it didn't happen. But Sarge, you obviously watched a whole bunch of Square One last split. What did you make of this team overall through week in, week out? Because everyone's going to look at that final and be like, wow, Split Raiders are sick. But in the early parts of the season, it wasn't really like that.
No, they kind of flew under the radar a little bit right at the start of a split. And we were, from, kind of week 2, all the casters were looking at, you were looking at Absolved, you were thinking NSG, Sparks. They were the top 3 teams. They were the people that we were asking about and expecting to be fighting for those finals. And, while we were pretty close with our predictions, Split Raiders did not get the attention that they perhaps deserved. They started showing up to the mid part of the season and stormed towards the end. A big part of that was on Nazgul, the top laner. The best top laner in the league, I think we all ended up deciding on. And with that move away, I am a little bit concerned that one of those pieces that made Split Raiders so good has potentially being lost. And I think it puts a lot of pressure on the new players coming in from Red Star Belgrade to step up.
And yeah, it's definitely a concern. Nazgul was one of, if not the best players in the league last split, for sure, and now has moved on to past is new. And these new players coming in, as you said, Red Star Belgrade, very, very good pedigree on these players. Do we think that Square One is going to be somewhere that maybe is a step down for them? Or is it somewhere that they need to come and prove themselves? Because a lot of people look at this league, and especially when it was in its early days, saying Square One, not going to be too much fun. We'll just put a team in and we'll just run it. And you can see organizations acting in that way. And then you have positions where you come in like 4th and 5th and you're like, hold up, wait, this was meant to be, we were meant to free win this league. We said at week 1 we're free winning this league. Do we think that there's a chance that some of these players who are coming in with pedigree are going to be a little bit complacent?
I think that could definitely be the case, but I'm hoping that after last split especially, when the competition was so tight and we really saw a big step up in play, the teams will show each other the respect that they deserve. We've got a lot of high-ranked players, a lot of Master, a few Grandmaster players scattered in there as well, and there's a lot of synergy between these players. It's not 5 guys that have just been crammed together and let's see how they do because they're all high-ranked. These are players that have actually come from other organizations, other teams, moved from other places, and I do think that you have to start to acknowledge that the skill level of SQ1 as a whole is gradually getting higher and higher each time we go into a new split. And with our 4th split soon to begin, I'm expecting to see that same jump up again.
And with every organization coming into SQ1, not just to win SQ1, but to lay groundwork for their organization, for their players, to make them get better or try and help them to get better, improve day on day, week on week, game on game. I think it's very important for organizations to recognize, even though this is a grassroots league, it isn't one of the Div 1, Div 2 leagues that we see across the UK and other regions. I think it's a very important sort of league where you can make these mistakes early on. You can make these mistakes and learn from them. And they're not quite as punishing as some of the more detrimental leagues, something that has more of an impact on the global scene.
And of course, only one team can win the league, but of course, only one team can come second. So we're going to hear exactly what Sparks thought of their finish last split.
All right, Sparks were the other half of Split Raiders' final. As we mentioned, a close series when all 5 games wasn't a sweep in either direction, a bit sequential. Game 1, Game 2, and then Game 4 and 5 both going the way of Split Raiders. So Sparks have had a bit of an overhaul. We are maintaining Antiro in the jungle and Desrim at marksman. They'll probably look to convert, instead of converting that 4th place spring finish into that close playoff finals and running the gauntlet, so to speak, they'll probably instead look to focus a bit more confidence in that main season in the non-playoffs. We do have the 3 new faces of Bad Pie, Naf Killer, and Guarding You as the revitalization, the rebranding of Sparks. And make sure they can get that summer split done. Guarding You, definitely worth highlighting. Currently a challenger level support. Plays a lot of enchanters, and would definitely look to make that impact here in the main series.
To be sure, but let's see exactly what Sparks themselves think about what they've built for next season.
Hello, this is Antero from Sparks Esports, and since SQ1 League is starting fairly soon, I thought I'm going to give you all a brief update on the roster changes we've made. It's been quite a lot. We've moved top lane, mid lane, and support, and I can now safely say after a few weeks of scrimming that all of these players are at least equal caliber compared to what we had last split. But I think the more important changes we've made have been to staff. We've added 2 managers, which have taken already quite a lot of work off the hands of players that we had to deal with last split, which adds a lot of time for us to put into scrims and into gameplay stuff in general. And I think the most important change has been the head coach. Last split has been Inition, and without throwing any shade of what he did last split, I think he's a great coach. Leviathan, who's doing it now, I think is a much better fit for the team. And I'm happy to say that with these changes, I don't think we'll be finishing as low as second again.
Big talk coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not going to finish as low as second. But Sarge, I want to come to you quickly about what was being talked about in that video, the idea of coaching staff coming through. And is this a sign of the professionalism of the league just increasing?
I think it is. And, we've just talked about when we were looking at Split Raiders of the level of SQ1 increasing time after time. You're seeing it not just in SQ1, but in other leagues as well. Coaches coming in, backroom staff are being made more front and center and pivotal to a team's actual identity to try and build that synergy, look at those strategies and really work on cohesiveness between the different players. And I think that just speaks to the esports amateur grassroots scene as a whole, that it is getting more attention and people are stepping up in all aspects.
And that's going to be so crucial for teams, because if you come in and, as you can see on screen, we're going to have some highlights for you. But if you come into a league and you're not going to step up to the level that all the other organizations are at, you are going to struggle. And Tom, I think that looking at these plays, you can see that the team was already pretty strong. And if they're saying that they've got upgrades or at least the same level this split, they're going to be a very scary prospect.
Definitely. They were fantastic role players. From what I watched of the finals, they sort of knew when to take advantage of when their opponents didn't make things work out. So not always the flashiest players, but then something will come through and the jungler will pick up 2 kills off the back of something that looked even, or Kaiser will survive and manage to dive 3 people at low health. That sort of thing happened consistently. So as long as Sparks continue identifying their win conditions, and I'm not sure if it is the Leviathan or just a coach named Leviathan, but definitely more infrastructure will help them with these things.
And you mentioned Antero, the jungler, was a name, quite a big name coming into last split, one of the biggest names in the league in spring 2020. Obviously has that UKLC caliber. Dara, do you expect Antero to be maybe the focal point of this roster, being a stalwart from last split?
I think he will be pivotal to the success of the team. He can set up the rest of his players for success. I think it's all down to his pool as well. If he has the champion pool to facilitate the different comps that the coach wants to push the team into, then it can work wonders.
I'm just looking at this roster and I'm thinking, does this team win the league? Do they manage to get first place? Because you could see the disappointment in the video that we just saw, that the idea of coming second place, but Sarge, would you say it's a disappointing finish for Sparks? Do you think they'll be disappointed if they finish second again?
I mean, based on what they just said, 100%. And, we've said already that a lot of teams came into SQ1 and we were kind of having jokes between the staff that, oh yeah, all of these teams think we're going to come in and win the league. And, while that is a good attitude to have, you need to have that confidence in yourself. I think Sparks is a team that's shown they have what it takes to actually back those statements up. They did look very consistent throughout the split, apart from maybe one weekend where something didn't seem quite right. They performed to a good level throughout, and they really stepped up when it mattered. Like we said, with Antero, Desrin being key returning members, I think they have a really solid foundation to get out the gates to a good start, but also build on the split going forwards. So I think that they would be disappointed with anything less than a finals. Whether they'd be disappointed with not winning it overall, I think that is a bit smack talky. That is a bold statement, but hey, you've got to have that confidence in yourself, and they've made finals once before. What's to stop them doing it again?
And another team that's definitely going to be moving towards finals or hoping to do so is Absolved. And let's see exactly what their leadership, their ownership thinks of their chances this split.
Hello, my name is Milo, and I'm the analyst for Absolved. I will now shortly explain what our goals are for the upcoming SQ1 split. Our goals are of our academy teams, who are currently playing the 2nd and the 4th division of the Danish league. We want to give our very young players the opportunity to develop in their own environment, to gain more competitive experience, and to try competitiveness on an international scale.
Yes, listening to that Absolved statement from Robin and Dara, the disappointment was obvious. They're coming in with a completely new look roster, have obviously moved over to a more Danish feel to it, and they seem pretty confident that this is not only for development, but also to go very far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's a very important thing that they're coming in with that mindset. They're coming in, they want to improve, they want to do better both as an organization and with this roster, even though they do boast this 10-man roster that they can just sub in and out players almost on a whim. And I think it's very important that they do come in with that mindset. They will be disappointed that they finished second in the regular season and didn't manage to make it to the finals. But just because they didn't make it to the finals last split doesn't mean they can't do it this split.
And with some of the players that they've got on their team within the first roster and the substitute secondary roster, because as you did say, massive 10-man roster, going to be very hard to deal with. Tom, are there any players overall in this team that stand out to you a little bit?
So I've always thought of Absolved as a bit of a unit. I haven't watched too many of their games, so maybe someone could jump in and rescue me here. But otherwise, I think the AD carry is pretty standout. It does play a wide variety of champions. We'll see marksmans get buffed immediately this Tuesday, so we'll have to see how much that affects the competitive landscape. We'll probably get some good information from LEC this weekend, which is going on today through Sunday, so it'll be useful to see if that sort of mirrors what we'll see in Square One. But
actually,
otherwise,
building on that AD carry point, Panamand, as you said, is one of the standout performers on the squad. But what I like is that, building on your point of the patch that we're about to go into with the buff to the AD carries, we're seeing Ezreal being played, we're seeing Varus being played. They're safe AD carries, especially from the level 6 point for the Varus, so it's kind of self-peeling with the ultimate from the Varus. So I think both in a team fight sort of sense and in a real sort of sense, he can almost self-sustain and help his team out, kind of snowball from there. And it's an easier way to kind of play around your AD carry when he has that sort of self-peel.
Definitely true, and we've seen Patamand, the marksman, who is highest ranked currently in solo queue from this roster, which we know in comp doesn't always have the biggest bearing on how you play, but always something to take note of, and has such a wide, diverse champion pool. You talk about this Varus, but also got lots of games on champions like Lucian, on champions like Misfortune, who can be more of a lane bully, looking to be much more aggressive than maybe a Varus is, and I'm very excited to see how he plays, because it's going to be a marksman patch, you'd think, with the marksman buffs, and having your best player in that role, which maybe has been neglected a little bit in off-season, that's going to be pretty big for Absolved.
Definitely. We've already seen a bit of Zyre in competitive. I can only expect this trend to continue.
Sarge, I want to come to you lastly for the Absolved point, and talking about their performances last split,
Yes.
do you think that them coming third and then replacing their entire roster with 10 new players completely, well, a couple of players have remained in the 10-man roster, but this starting roster is completely changed. Is that throwing the baby out with the bathwater potentially?
So if this was another team that we're talking about, or a team that I didn't know a whole lot about, I would say that it was perhaps a bit of a desperation move in terms of SQ1 at least. Obviously, we know the players have been moved to other places where they are flourishing, to what we are led to believe. But we know a little bit about Absolved. They're a roster that an organization that we have a fair bit to do with. I've certainly fallen victim to giving them a bit too much smack online because I'm a bit more familiar with them. But that familiarity gives me a sense of security because I know that they have the backroom staff, they have a fantastic support network for their players, and the infrastructure within the org is something they've really been working on behind the scenes. They have coaches, they have support staff, they have analysts, all are looking at these games in and out. And I think with a fresh roster, building on the fact that they perhaps fell short of what they were hoping to do last split, that desire and that backroom support will be enough to push them forwards.
Mm-hmm.
And having these players, not only support staff in terms of coaching and ownership, but also having these players who are in the 10-man roster, who are playing in T2, playing in the Danish Telia scene, and flourishing. They're playing reasonably well in that higher division. It's going to be very exciting to see how the whole cohesive unit, as Tom said, can perform. And speaking of another cohesive unit, we're going to be looking and seeing what Black Lion have to say about how they thought last split went and what's going on this time.
Hello, I'm Sherrick, the head coach for the Black Lion Academy team. Black Lion is a strong German organization whose main team started off strong in the first division of the Prime League. As we didn't meet our expectations last split with a disappointing playoff run in the SQ1 League as well as our bad run in the Prime League playoffs, we decided to rebuild our roster around our core mid and jungle synergy. So we brought a few new talents in and are reaching for the top 3 in the SQ1 League as well as promotion in the Prime League.
Talking about that mid-jungle synergy, Evo, Yokai, and Syrox, such a crucial part of what Black Lion was doing last split, isn't that right?
Yeah, it's hard to overstate how much an identity this team built for themselves around this core synergy. And I'm really glad that it was actually brought up in their own video as well, because they have changed a couple of members out, they've swapped some things around, but that synergy remains. Evil Yokai in the mid lane and Syrox in the jungle. They were fantastic together. They had extremely high highs. The Yasuo and the Gragas setting up for each other well and really running over games when Evil Yokai managed to get ahead. But I have gone down on record criticizing them before, and I stand by it until proven otherwise. They need to diversify their playbook a little bit. They became overly predictable, and when it didn't work out, they simply didn't seem to have any other tricks. And that is why I'm glad to see a couple of other things in the roster have changed. I'm hoping that Fengdir in the top lane is going to have a little bit more impact. Yuya in the bot lane might be a bit better suited to some of the traditional marksmen that, like we've already said, are being buffed. And I think it leaves them a lot of room to grow as a team, hoping that they've done a bit more work rounding out their roster and the champion pool in the off-season.
And that it could be a pretty crucial point. Actually, I was going to try and bring up myself that Seda was a very specific kind of player. She played these mages in the bot lane that saw some success, but it got found out pretty quickly for Black Lion. And when Sena played well, Black Lion played well. When Sena was shut down, Black Lion got shut down. And you heard it from their organization owner that they had quite a disappointing run in both SQ1 and Prime League in playoffs. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform going forward. Do you think that having this more traditional marksman, Tom, will be very important for them?
So if they look to escape this sort of pigeonhole they've found themselves in, tradition's like a good place to start, but it won't be the end. They have to keep going. They have to try and make sure they can still do those things that they succeeded on, like either Syndra or other mages in the bot lane, enchanter supports, melee supports, and keep that roster rounded out, because otherwise, if they just go towards a trad only style and we see any major shift, as the last patch may have contributed, they're going to find themselves in the same pigeonhole again.
And you don't want to be changing out a player just for your new player to be in the exact same position, because then it's kind of, why have you done this? And
I'd say, yeah.
yeah, they had some very. They said they were disappointed, and there were some disappointing performances in there. But as you can see from some of these clips, their players were pretty strong. Evil Yokai especially really stand out in that mid lane.
Definitely. I think when your highs are that high, even if it's in that specific style, it always feels like a huge gut punch when it doesn't work out and you know you can do it and that style suits so well, and then it falls apart.
But you see, this is the Gragas Yasuo that Charlie alluded to. It's the pigeonhole that they found themselves just being locked into towards the end of the split. So they kind of tried to run it back for several games, and it just became predictable. And I worry that with this new AD carry, that they might be pigeonholed into traditional AD carries and almost become predictable in that style as well. Because if they do play solely around their AD carry, at some point they know, okay, Black Lion are just going to play around Yuya in the bottom lane, just focus down Yuya. If you take out their AD carry, they'll have no damage, we'll just get the easy win.
And this is actually coming off nicely into the next thing that I wanted to pull up about the team. Another member that we haven't really mentioned so far who remains unchanged is one of their substitutes, Chasing Happiness. And you can see in a few of the clips here, primarily in the support position, that is where she is marked as the main substitute, but she did also play in the top lane for a week, picked up a win on the Mordekaiser, had a solid performance on the Sion as well, and she's been debuted as a very versatile player. I believe they've even been playing her in the jungle in some of the off-season scrims and having good performances there. So having this sort of flexibility from a substitute that you can kind of plug into any hole if people, you know, aren't feeling particularly great one week and they're not doing living up to their expectations, or even just for a shift of pace, I think is a real asset that Black Lion have with Chasing Happiness as their substitute.
Definitely a player who does have that versatility. Can sometimes be a bit of an issue, potentially, that you have a player who maybe is jack of all trades, master of none, but Chasing Happiness looked at her best in the top lane. And when she was down supporting Sena, their styles didn't really seem to click. So exciting to see if this new marksman, if Yuya plays a little bit better with Chasing Happiness when she is called upon. Another team that will maybe be looking for a better run than they found last split in Square One is Lion's Creed. We're going to be seeing what their ownership had to say as well. I believe it is a statement rather than a video. Potentially. I am waiting.
Here we go.
Lion's Creed is a professional esports organisation brimming with homegrown talent, and it's growing at a rapid pace. The organisation has its roots in League of Legends, officially forming in March of 2019. We have national and international wins under our belt, ranging from CSGO to Rocket League to League of Legends. Our players are moulded out of the highest quality elo, hungry for the next win. The savannah shakes at the roar of the lion. Fear the pride.
Well, there aren't that many savannas around these parts, but Lions Creed are back once again in the SQ1 Champions League, and from the statement, they've got a pedigree across a multitude of games, but what do you think this roster is going to do in this league?
So I'm really excited about the Lions Creed roster changes because they are showing off a lot of skill in the bot lane and playing a different style to what we are used to and what a lot of the other teams tend to do. Some of their roster swaps included Black Swan coming in as an ADC, and this man is a hardcore Draven main. I was looking earlier on this afternoon, and he has more games played this season on Draven than he does on his second and third champions combined, I believe. We all know how much of a bully Draven is. We all know the terror that he puts into you when he gets ahead. And I really think that if teams don't respect this dominant style down in the bot lane, they could find themselves on the wrong end there, because he's certainly going to have an axe to grind. As we've said already, it's one of the areas where a lot of our other teams have perhaps neglected a little bit with the injections of talent.
And one thing that is terrifying to me, and Dara, I think you'll be able to agree with me as a play-by-play, is the name of the support for Lions Creed.
I don't think we agreed on how to pronounce it.
I'm not going to attempt it, but Dara...
I call her Yvonne.
I think you'll get away with just Yvonne.
Or Yvonne, yeah.
I'm not. No, do you know what? I'm already making.
You don't pronounce the V between the A and E. I guarantee you.
Yvonne.
Yvonne again.
You know what? Seeing as you guys are seeming to have so much trouble with this, why don't I bite the bullet? Yvonne is the other half of this bot lane duo that I'm really excited about with Lion's Creed, because although it's not necessarily the most exciting style to play against, mainly being the Wambulance with Soraka, Yumi, the all of your enchanters, the Janna, the Lux, a little bit of Morgana sprinkled in there, which is truly aggravating, is the only word I can think to describe to play against. When you've got that backing up a Draven who wants to play aggressive, who wants to be going and finding these early kills, and you're just there healing him, peeling for him, making sure he stays alive, I think it's a really potent combination that we don't see an awful lot of, and I think it could really have the potential to catch some of our other teams off guard.
Having this supportive champion, like very heavy support, supporting out on Draven, is something, again, you say, we don't see too much of it. It's exciting to see if that unique playstyle will thrive in Square One, or maybe it will struggle a little bit. Tom, what do you make of this roster as a whole, really, as this unit? Because, of course, Lion's Creed, very, very famous organization. Do you think that they're going to be disappointed with not getting even top 4 in Square One? And do you think that they can go a little bit better this split?
So it always seems rough when a team doesn't make playoffs, especially when it's a large top cut, so to speak. So I think definitely we'll be looking to enter playoffs this year. I'm not 100% sure on Noverna and Lone Wolf, but as long as they work with Draven and Draven's best friends, I can see the explosive style definitely setting an identity and then making a run for playoffs in a way that other teams might not be familiar with, might not show up in many other games. And that unique identity really has to carry them here.
Draven's best friend.
Draven, going down that list,
just
of
Draven
champions,
holding hands with.
Like, as Sarge was going down, I was like, "Oh, that's really annoying with Draven. That's really annoying with Draven. That one also really annoying with Draven." It's going to be a challenge to some of those other bot lanes we mentioned who are like, "Yeah, they're really high elo." This one already has an identity.
All I'm going to say is 6+ KDA on Yumi.
Miss you with that. Not got time for that. Dara, coming to you for final thoughts on that one. Is it going to be a struggle for Lion's Creed if teams do work out this bot lane style of play?
I think that kind of like with the last team, if you are focusing too heavily on one carry, if you don't have someone else that will also facilitate the carry of the game, then you will be in a lot of trouble. No matter how many heals you have, if you have 4 or 5 members of the enemy team just jumping on your face, going for that tower dive that we know so well in the bottom lane, that party in that bottom lane, then your dreams, your hopes and dreams can be crushed. If you're a Draven that is sitting on 0-3, 0-4, you don't have any of your passive left, you haven't facilitated a snowball, and then maybe you don't have the rest of the team to help carry, you don't have your top laner carry or your mid lane carry. So if there isn't anyone else on that roster that allows for Lion's Creed to get a snowball or a carry anywhere else, I think that could be a weakness.
Very excited to see how Lion's Creed perform going forward into this split. Another team that is returning that will definitely be looking for a higher finish than they did last time out is Core Dynamic, a team that started very, very slowly, picked up some big wins going forward into the league. Sadly, didn't make playoffs, but definitely one that can cause an upset.
Yeah, there definitely will be. And we did see them have these moments of brilliance. They like to play a different style. Taui, I think, was one of our players who has a bit of a reputation for playing your off-meta, your strange build. Some of like your full AD Scion, for example, is something that he has been known to pull out every now and again. And it's another example of, if standard isn't working for you, if it's not necessarily your strength compared to your opponents, having these different styles is definitely going to throw a spanner in the works and force a change to be acknowledged and recognized, and that might slip up your opponents and let you get the advantage.
And Core Dynamic also sent us a statement in, but sadly it's not going to be as eloquently read as the other one, because I'm going to read it, because they did not. So, we are Core Dynamic, not me, I'm not Core Dynamic, but we are Core Dynamic, founded in late 2019. We rebuilt the team around our dynamic core roster going into Summer Split, promoting the sub-mid lane as a starter, restructuring the bot lane, closing the Forge, and adding talented staff helped us find our own style. Our off-season strategy to not leak info to other teams has paid off, and we're ready to prove people wrong that put us low on tier lists. We are confident and prepared going into the summer split, and teams should not underestimate us. Additionally, we have competent substitutes, which gives us a lot of flexibility, not only in scheduling, but also in drafts. It is time to show everyone what we're made of. Summer 2020 will be the start of our dominance. Get ready for some spicy picks and some spicy strategies. Square One trophy will be ours. And we can have a look at the roster that they have decided will be good enough to take that trophy home, which will be a massive improvement over last season. And Dara, Varte, the man, the myth, the icon for Cordonic, returning to the Rift. Definitely a one to keep your eye on.
Definitely is. We saw him dominating the Rift last split, and he definitely is the catalyst for this core dynamic roster. He's the one that's going to be facilitating all of these plays. He's going to be the one that's going to be playing the Elise or the Rek'Sai, facilitating these tower dives, helping the snowball get rolling. And I think we have to have a look at this bot lane as well towards Quadra and Dr. Token. I think this might be the part of the map that Varte will be putting high priority on, since Quadra is so good for the carry.
Absolutely. Definitely a strong player in this roster, and Dr. Token as well, massive Swain player, loves this champion. So it's to the level where I don't expect to see much Swain, because it
insta-ban.
It's you just see someone who's match history is just one champion, you're like, well, that's a ban. Let's just get rid of that one. Don't care. Regardless of champions, get rid. Just does not matter. But one thing that's very interesting is keeping the core in the top lane together, so the top mid jungle, that finish is still going to remain, bringing in a completely new bot lane. They do still have Meki. Never fear, Meki stands. He is still around the squad, but is going to be a substitute, at least for the first week. And Tom, would you say this is the optimal way of rebuilding, keeping the two sides of the map similar in terms of keeping one half and then rebuilding the other?
So I'm not exactly sure what Core Dynamics issues were. Maybe we are all a little bit of Core Dynamic this season. They definitely want to build that identity, as we've spoken about with the Lions Creed team. I know of Taui and Vate, so I think a strong idea. And Dara sort of mentioned he's happy for them to be like a core of the team and see that progression go forwards. Not reaching playoffs is always going to be rough. That is sort of the early kickback. They've got longer to rebuild. They've got longer to think about these things. So you hope they haven't stewed, and that not leaking in the off season hasn't like caused some quick progressive changes. Instead, maybe hopefully sticking to the good ones and not letting them go sour. I think with substitutes and the moving the roster around, hopefully they've been able to work on these things for a longer period of time.
I'm just excited to see how this team performs, because it was a disappointing split. And I think going into a lot of games, there are a lot of people who you can just look at the predictions from last split to see this. A lot of people were like, Cordonamic probably doesn't win this matchup. And you could have one or two that would back them every time. But it would always be a different couple of people, except our producer, who would back them every game. And didn't end up doing very well in predictions. But I think they do have very, very strong players on paper, and players who can perform very well. We were talking before going live about Varte as a player who even performs very well in losses, but can't get complete hold of the game and can't like drag his team along with him. But looking at the changes they've made and the way that their roster is moving, Sarge, do you think this is going to be much more Varte not having to essentially run the whole game for his team? Is he going to have much more agency to go off and do stuff that's more Vartage things, because the rest of his team's going to be able to keep up?
You would certainly hope so. You would definitely hope that would be the case. We've already highlighted earlier on with some of the other teams how we have seen a few of our prominent top laners shifted around. We've seen a few mid laners move out of their teams as well. And it feels like it's almost left a bit of an opening where if you do have Taui and Varte, who are experienced together, they're both very good players that can put in solid performances. If you have that working as your solid core that is going to perform and going to be reliable every single game, I think it could be a way for them to start a snowball going there, then maybe look towards bot lane with some TP plays, or look to invade the enemy jungle together if Taui is playing something aggressive. There's a lot of options that you can do with that synergy, and it's an area of the map that teams don't necessarily focus around a lot, and it could be something that Core Dynamic use as a leverage into the mid and higher portions of our standings.
And going from a team that was new last split to the longest serving team that we have here. Glorious Gaming, of course, coming bottom last split, but let's hear what they have to say about last split, and let's see if they think they can do a little bit better. I see. They have not got a video, so thank you very much, Glorious Gaming. Let's look at the roster coming through from them. And I think it's fair to say that Glorious Gaming, they've been in Square One forever. And I mean that as in they were here before the rest of us got here. And definitely disappointed to be finishing last.
Oh, 100%. I think I would be pretty peeved if I were Glorious Gaming because, right, they, as you said, are the longest running team, and they came dead last split. They went 3-11, so they only got 3 wins. But there's a silver lining to those 3 wins. In week 6 and 7, they, I think, got 2 wins in a row there, and it was with this new revamped roster. They have 4 of those same players from week 6 and 7 on their current starting roster. That is Maklar, Dan Styles, Checker, DC, and I don't have it up in front of me. And yeah. So they did show that they are a good team and managed to bring out the wins. Actually, Nya is the new one. It's Bashtard that was their top player for week 6 and week 7. So there is that glimmer of hope there. There is that potential in this roster to do well. If they can kind of run it back, do as well as they did in week 6, week 7, then they can definitely make it to the middle of the pack, if not higher. They have that potential there. I'm not confident to say it at this stage. I have to wait and see if they will actually bring that to the league, because at this stage, it's very hard to say.
It is always tricky to see a team that comes in bottom. And yes, while this new roster has seen a little bit of play and did look improved for Glorious Gaming, it might sound harsh, but it would be difficult to not be an improvement over how they did in the early few weeks of the tournament, because you can play as well as you like as Glorious Gaming, and I don't think Glorious Gaming got always rolled over in those first 4 or 5 weeks, but if you're not picking up any wins or you're picking up a win, it's very, very difficult. And Glorious Gaming, of course, were here from the start and were able to... They did very, very well. There was expectation on them because they played in Square One before and they'd always finished consistently in those playoff positions. Coming through and coming last was maybe a bit of a shock and might even be a sign, Sarge, of the improvement that the league's having.
Yeah, it certainly would be. And I must admit, I've got a lot of time for Glorious Gaming. They haven't had the best history, it's fair to say, throughout SQ1. But I am really looking forward to the new roster because it came in, I believe it was week 7 of last split. They subbed an entirely new 5-man roster, and we were kind of thinking, okay, they're giving some other people a try. They're not going to be that great. They're not going to do that well. They came out and they smashed 2 games straight. They beat, I believe it was Lions Creed and Core Dynamic. So while not top of the table contenders, they're certainly decent teams, and Glorious Gaming beat them in a commanding style. So with this same roster now being their starting lineup, I think it is, a very big step up for them. And I believe we do also have a bit of a soundbite from Whisper, the CEO. I do apologize, Whisper. I know you've just been frantically messaging me. I think it got lost in the transfer of all the other files earlier on. So it is audio clip. We're going to get it up as a nice little statement to possibly round out our thoughts on one of the teams I'm really hoping can take a big leap up our table.
Hey guys, I'm Whisper, the CEO of Glorious Gaming. Square One is finally back. Last time around we finished dead last with only a few wins to our name. This was of course a huge disappointment for us, so we have decided it's about time we win a Square One championship. We have decided to send a completely different lineup this split, which has been playing together for a while and will be supported by a new coach. This lineup consists of players who have already proven themselves to be great players in a competitive environment. We are here to win it all.
Okay. Definitely will be answering that question of was it too little, was it too late, was it both, was it just not enough time to come back? And that's just the noise of when we came dead last is just very very solemn.
SQ1 is finally back. There's that hunger there to the way he said it. There's that drive. They want to win. They want to show that it was a blip on the map, a blip on the radar, that last split. It is not what they are made of. They will show us what they're made of this split.
Yeah, absolutely.
And looking at the way they played, it's the same as saying, right, they might have come last, but they were only 2 wins off playoffs. They were only 1 win off not coming last. And you can see when they brought in this new roster, there were some highlight-worthy plays.
Yeah.
This is the thing to remember. Like, the bottom of the table was fairly close. And this goes for Core Dynamic as well. While we're talking about them not making playoffs, perhaps having a bit of a disappointing performance from what they would have hoped, they did still perform well. They did still have moments of brilliance, and they were only, a couple of decisions in key moments, a couple of fights away from being able to go to playoffs and try and make the run. So I am confident that Glorious Gaming are going to come back with a vengeance this split. You can tell that they want it. You can tell that they are hungry to prove themselves, to redeem themselves almost. And I think with this new roster, they have a really good shot at doing that.
I'm just looking through some of these clips, and it does look like a very exciting roster. Some interesting champion pickups for the patch it was on, and definitely not afraid to take the fights to the enemy team and not afraid to express themselves on the Rift, because sometimes when you're bottom, it can become very, very easy to just slump back into we're just going to try and play strict meta, we're just going to play whatever LEC is playing, because it's working for them, maybe it'll work for us. And I'm excited to see if Glorious Gaming will be able to take that more free-flowing, more confident gameplay into next split. But going from the oldest team in the league to the newest, we do have a new face coming into the SQ1 Champions League, and it is Resolve, a team that is maybe a little bit familiar to some people who have been listening and looking at UK League of Legends over the past couple of weeks, obviously making their statement there as a UK-based org, and a team that we don't fully know the roster of. They are still finalizing it, but there are some exciting names that have already been confirmed to play in this team.
Definitely, we have Mod and Levi definitely locked in. We suspect, based on some substitute positions and some rest of the rosters and some of the other teams Resolve have fielded these last few weeks, either be it UKLC qualifiers or UKEL matches, that this is likely to be their day one roster. Unfortunately, lock-in is tonight. I had a quick sneaky peek at our tables just a moment ago, and it looks like Resolve still using those last few moments, make sure they get as much as they can out of these last-minute decisions. Do we have a statement from the team owner?
I believe we do. We should be able to get that up on screen for us.
Hey guys, my name's Sam Hine and I'm Head of Analytics at Resolve. I joined Resolve in around November, but the organisation itself has been in development for around a year now. We see SQ1 Esports as the perfect opportunity to give our academy players some competitive experience playing against other teams in the UK. We don't have many expectations coming into the split, but we're hoping the players put in as much effort as possible, and I'm looking forward to seeing how close teams come to either beating us or us beating them. Hopefully all the teams are similar in skill, because that makes things far more interesting, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the teams compete, seeing how we progress, and good luck to everyone competing.
I like that. A nice good luck to everyone competing, and it will be hoping for a close season, because last season, of course, was exceptionally close, and Resolve coming in looking to be the last piece of the SQ1 puzzle. And there are some very, very exciting players in this roster, and the organization very, very fresh into the UK scene and fresh into the League of Legends scene. Do they have what it takes to disrupt the SQ1 Champions League, Sarge?
So, I'm dubious to talk too much about Resolve right now, because like we say, they are still making last minute changes with the rosters, and we don't want to go off on the whole thing about Artorias and Linkus looking absolutely fantastic in UKL and then it be someone else. But at the minute, that is the information we're going on. If you're looking at this roster on paper, looking at how they performed last night in the UKL, they are certainly going to make some waves. Artorias, I believe, ended something like 10-2 on an Aatrox. He was commanding a huge amount of Viperia's, I believe it was Viperia's response. Response time and resources on one end of Summoner's Rift entirely by himself. And if that's the level of one of the players, and they are all of this same caliber, they've been practicing and scrimming together, I am expecting big things from Resolve, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them pushing for playoffs and pushing some of our pre-existing teams that might not give them the same amount of respect back.
And Tom, I want to come to you for some emotional talk here, because of course you are a newer face in the Square One scene. We're all old as heck. Sarge, like I was thinking about this, like Sarge feels like he's been here forever. Was not here at the beginning. Me and Dara have been here since day one. Some might say too long. And
yeah, some definitely would.
Twitch chat would. But you're coming in fresh face, Resolve coming in. Do you feel a kind of kingship being
definitely? I'm new, Resolve's new to this scene and to the UK League scene as a whole, so it's been fun watching them spin up over the last few weeks, as they mentioned. This might have been in the design for a long time, but they are brand new and sort of it's still a surprise to all of us. Modern Levi look pretty exciting. They're nearly certainly mid lane and support duo. They have played some games together. Levi's Recon looks really exciting. That champion definitely hoping to sort of give Resolve these pop-off moments that they can post all over Twitter, say, look what we can do in Square. I think look what we can do in Square is definitely going to be sort of a mantra for them going forward. So they say they want to get games in on this stage. They want to market these players. They want to show off what they can do outside of UKEL, outside of UKLC, and make sure that this sort of shows off another part of their organization, that without like these well-structured teams, on the other flip side, they can still show these players and make sure that they can perform on another stage.
And there are definitely players in this league, Square One, who have gone forward and played at those higher levels. You can look at entire organizations that have come into Square One. Absolved, obviously, a very well-known name before they joined Square One, but coming in here, doing that scrimming and now playing in T2 for Denmark. And a lot of players have left this league for new pastures that are like very, very high level. People like Nazgul going on to play at ERL level or equivalent is very, very exciting. But that covers all of our teams. But let's talk a little bit about the league. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, Sarge, when do we start? It's on screen, but when are we kicking off, Sarge?
Bright and early tomorrow, early afternoon, will be our first day. I believe it's me and you, Viper, starting off, followed by I've completely forgot who. I did the roster yesterday. I've completely forgot who it was. There's so many things to think about. But all you need to be thinking about is SQ1 is returning tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. CEST. It is going to be on Saturdays. It is going to be on Sundays. 4 games a day. It's going to be a blast.
The next 7 weeks is going to be very exciting because we have, of course, have 7 weeks of the regular split moving forward, and then our top 6 teams will go into playoffs. Standard stuff, you know. Top 2 teams get a bye. All the no tower shenanigans, none of this nonsense. I will mention it every time I'm on camera until the day I die. I'm really, really excited to kick off with this one. Of course, we've got amazing teams. We've got amazing talent as well. Don't know if that's been announced yet. Shh. Don't leak who's on the show.
That's
not. Is
it me?
Like, we don't know who he is. But
can I leak who's on Saturday with you?
Yes. I've already leaked the first half, so please jog my memory for the second half.
Roosh and Varus will be taking the second half of the broadcast.
I knew it was Varus, but I wasn't gonna announce Varus without the other half because that's just it's not a great thing to do. But that's gonna be the lineup for tomorrow. Sunday I can't remember.
I might be on Sunday. I think Dara might be on Sunday as well.
I'm not on Sunday. I shouldn't be on Sunday. I'm at work.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh.
It's going to be good fun. And we do have, I mean, as if you would want more content from us than our weekly productions, we are also looking to ramp up on our social stuff, bring you more interviews, bring you more shows like this, perhaps, if you've enjoyed it. If you haven't, well, keep that opinion to yourself, please. We've put a lot of effort into this. But there's the prediction games, which I believe our lovely, lovely head of data, Kashka, is looking into. We will get a link up on Twitter again tonight to that before we start. And Viper, is there also a potential tournament coming up that we are privileged to announce at some point?
Yes, apparently. There is a Legends of Runeterra tournament that we can announce. I don't believe that there are too many firm details on that one going forward, but I can hear furious coming from our producer, so I hope I haven't just leaked something I'm not meant to. But Legends of Runeterra will be coming to the Square One Champions League, of course, the League of Legends equivalent card game. Very excited for that one.
At some point. We
At some
don't know
point.
when exactly,
We don't know
but
when.
it would, at some point.
It's happening,
Soon.
is what we're saying. That is all that I'm announcing. But I've been playing a little bit of that myself. Not well, not being effective. I probably won't be playing in this tournament, but you like to see all our faces on the cast. So make sure you keep your eyes on our social media for that. And Sarge, where can the lovely people find Square One Champions League? Where should they be following?
Oh, you can search SQ1 League on Twitter, and it is Twitch at SQ1 League as well. It's all fairly simple. It's all fairly. I mean, if you're on Twitch, you already know. Yeah, you already know where we are. There is SQ1 League on YouTube as well. We do our best to put all of the VoDs, all of the days play up on there, so you can watch it back and no doubt flame our lovely commentary on all the things we missed and all the things we got wrong. We do love to hear all of that because it makes us better. And at the end of the day, that is what it's all about, as well as the fantastic League of Legends that you'll be seeing fresh and early. I keep thinking it's tomorrow morning. It's tomorrow afternoon. Early afternoon.
Square One's back, and it's clear you're hungry.
Yeah.
I just want it. So thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. From myself, Viper, from Dark Silver Sarge and Temporal, thank you so much for joining us for our little chat, a bit of nonsense, talking about the forward split. And make sure you tune in tomorrow, 2 p.m. CST, for even more League of Legends action. Thank you very much, and we'll catch you then. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the SQ1 Champions League Summer Split for 2020. I'm Will Viper William, joined by Charlie the Sarge Sargentson, and we're here. We're back in the SQ1 studio, which is to say our own individual houses, because we can't afford a studio. There's not money in the budget for that. So how are you doing?
I'm doing excellent. I am extremely happy to be back with SQ1 again. I'm excited to get this split kicking off. We've seen the pre-show, we've had a look at the teams. I'm ready to jump straight into the action and see if the teams can actually put their money where their mouth is and make an impact out of the gate.
Both these teams going to be looking to start off the split with a bang and start off the entire SQ1 Champions League with a very exciting match. We've got Glorious Gaming coming up against Black Lion. Don't believe the fake news that it's Glorious Gaming against Glorious Gaming. And we are into Champ Select now between these two teams.
Nice and early. We're going to be coming in thick and fast for Karthus. Going to be the first taken off the table by Glorious Gaming. Still one of the best junglers in the meta at the minute. Has a superb clear and scales incredibly well. Unless you can punish him, he does an absolute number on you. So I'm glad to see that taken away. Soraka is going to be another champion that a few of these teams we've mentioned, they are liking to bring in a few of these healing and more enchanter supports. So we might be seeing a bit of a pivot towards removing those, forcing a more standard bot lane.
Looking to get rid of enchanters and push on to these more tanky, more denial, more peel orientated spots. And Karma, of course, another one we've seen a lot of play in the off season. She pairs very well with champions like the Ezreal, like the Varus, who can do a lot of poke and creates a really unpleasant aggressive bot lane.
Yeah, Kane as well has been another option removed by Glorious Gaming. They've identified that Cyrox is one of the key members of Black Lion. We've talked at length how him and Evil Yokai work together, and giving him a champion with that much mobility and access to the map is a real danger. So I'm happy to see that removed. Last ban from Glorious Game is going to be Akali. Similar thing, get Evil Yokai away from those champions that he can pop off on. She did receive a little bit of a buff on 10.12, giving us a little bit of power back in her Q, I believe it was, for that extra wave clear. Aphelios is going to be the final ban, possibly the top tier of ADCs right now, and it's going to just pinch a little bit at Glorious Gaming's first priority pick.
Definitely a champion to get rid of, because champions Varus did receive enough, so he's no longer at the same core level as Aphelios. He's still very, very strong, do not get me wrong, but the Yubi did sneak all the way through the bans. He targeted the other enchanters, but he didn't get the cat. So interesting for Black Lion now. Will they pick up Ezreal to try and deny that really oppressive safe lane, or are they going to go for something completely different?
Well, I mean, as much as we talk about this narrative over and over, is Black Lion, they still have Cyrox, they still have Evil Yokai, and there could be the possibility of the Gragas Yasuo 1-2 lock-in. We're seeing a few things rotated through at the minute, and I do want to see something different. And I'm actually quite glad that it's for Senna, because she did herself receive a buff, making her a bit more viable in the ADC role. She has lots of range to help counteract against the Yuumi. She's very safe. And if that is going to be a support paired up with her, it is a fantastic scaling champion that can still have an impact around the map with that ultimate. Sona's going to be that option, meaning it is more than likely going to be the standard AD carry Senna paired up with this enchanting Sona.
So we don't see very often, or haven't seen very often, because when Senna's marksman, traditionally you put a beefy brawler down there, you put Maokai, you put Tom Kench, and Sona's not beefy in any case, not with any skin, nothing like that. But that's going to be very, very fascinating to see, because that lane doesn't die. That lane sits back, it farms, it doesn't take damage, and if it does, it is instantly healed up. But the Ezreal will be locked in, so we've got what I'm going to call the most uninteractive bot lane competition we're ever going to see, because both of these lanes can't damage each other, will attempt to poke each other, but that's not going to work. So it's going to be on junglers to try and maybe force through something down there. But the Ornn as well means that Glorious Gaming have got a decent late game, like little clump of champions in the first rotation.
They definitely do, and I think picking Ornn here is a sensible option. It's a fairly safe blind pick up into the top lane. Can still potentially be flexed into mid as well. So it does leave a few cards close to their chest, and it's forcing Black Lion to potentially show something that Glorious Gaming is going to get a bit of a response to. Maokai is going to be Black Lion's final lock, and you have to think with the Sona already been picked up, that is going to move up towards the top side, that big front line. And this is indicating to me that Black Lion are going to be looking at this team fighting style. They're going to be wanting to have a nice bit of hard engage with the Maokai, follow up with an aggressive mid laner, and then have this Sona causing problems, enchanting, healing, speeding you up all the time. Senna is going to be reigning in those long-range shots. Glorious Gaming have the start of that composition as well. The Ezreal Yuumi can certainly fit into that basket as well, and Yuumi is a premier support at just keeping your team nicely topped off. So I'm curious to see which direction we're going to see what we're assuming mid lane and jungle picks are going to be for these two teams, and we can see those pools starting to get pinched as Kha'Zix and Yasuo have been taken off the table now.
This game, the draft so far is such a anything you can do, I can do better, because these teams are trying to do the exact same thing. You see the Maokai pick into the Ornn just because Ornn has surprisingly high levels of early damage, and you want a champion that can kind of weather that and will be useful even in this tank matchup. So the Maokai versus Ornn is something that I expect to see more and more of, because both of these champions in very good spots individually and are not going to fall behind the other. Because Maokai can just sit back, sustain up, Ornn can just sit back, get those levels, get those items, and start upgrading for his team. And you do see four very strong junglers, well, three very strong junglers, and Yasuo. Yasuo's not a very strong jungler. I've tried. Don't do it.
No.
With the Graves, Olaf, and Kha'Zix off the board, you're kind of going to have to skim the barrel a little bit. And speaking of barrels...
Is it going to be? There's no Yasuo to pair it with, so I'm skeptical.
He's offering the Kindred, which is... Okay, so Kindred locked in, speaking of barrels. A decent champion, but the kind of champ that you do see picked up because the pinching of the role. You can see across the board, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 junglers have been taken out of the top out of 10 fans.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of starting to look beyond what the first choices would be. I do like the Kindred pick. I think it works very well with Black Lion's comps because it gives them this massive bubble that they want to sit in. And between the Sona, the Kindred, the Maokai frontline, the Senna, in theory, they should never die. And that is why I think the Gragas is such an excellent response from Glorious Gaming. They can use the Explosive Cask when that Kindred ultimate is popped to force people away and be able to split up that fight and force them out of that concentrated zone that Black Lion are going to want to sit in. Corki, another excellent option at doing that. You get the package, that special delivery, charge it straight through, split the team, and then Glorious Gaming can start to isolate members and take them apart. As a response to that, Black Lion are going to go even further down this route of everyone sat on top of each other. The Galio locked in is going to provide that hero's entrance, that extra shield and knock up in an area. This is all about Black Lion's comp wants to sit on top of each other. They want 5 men stacked together, and they are going to just do this front-to-back team fight relying on Yuya and Cyrox to dish out all the damage. Glorious Gaming, the work is on them to try and split this box apart, pull people away from it and pick them off, which with the Ornn, the Gragas and the Corki, I think they have some excellent tools to do so. It's where they have the coordination and the execution to make it work.
This is a trial by fire, this first game for Black Lion, because I'm looking at their composition and I'm seeing 2 champions that are better than Sona in lane with Senna. And those champions are solo laning. So whether Black Lion knows something that I don't about these Senna changes and are saying, look, this is going, because I don't expect it to be a fasting Senna with Sona, because
no, you wouldn't expect so.
Would you do that? You can get the extra AD, of course, but the items on Sona aren't going to make her any less killable. She's just going to either get AP, which, haha, this is comp, so probably not, or just standard support items, which aren't that expensive, so you don't need the farm on your Senna to do so. And yes, you've got this very, very safe bot lane, but with Senna Maokai, you're fine. Senna Galio, you're fine in the same way. Yes, they maybe want to go a little bit more aggressive, but I'm just skeptical on this draft, and it looks like they're putting a lot on the back of Senna and Kindred to be their damage dealers, because yes, while champions like Sona and Galio do a surprising amount of damage, they're not going to stand up to champions like Corki, like Ezreal in the late game. So having this Kindred who, in theory, can go really, really hard in terms of scaling, can get those marks, and can do really well, it's a lot of pressure to put on Cyrox. And we were talking a little bit earlier about Cyrox as a player. Evo Yokai took a lot of the plaudits in Black Lion's roster, but there's a reason that Cyrox was kept as well. I know a couple of casters saying, look, we actually are looking past Evo Yokai right now and saying Cyrox is was maybe the best performer on this Black Lion roster throughout the split. And while maybe didn't have the huge pop-offs that Evo Yokai did, was the most consistent and most powerful player. And what Black Lion have done in this draft, they've said, like, yeah, we agree. Let's put Cyrox on this carry champion. It's on them to get us through and do the damage in the late game. And they've built a massive wall in front of him. It's whether that will pay off in the end.
And I honestly couldn't agree more with the trial by fire that you call this for Black Lions, and Cyrox in particular here, because Kindred is very much one of those champions that can be punished, can be put behind because of her mark mechanics. If Makala has the read on the jungle, has those rotations faster to get to those marks, to deny Kindred getting those crucial things that she needs to scale up, she doesn't really have any sort of impact, and any impact that she will have will dwarf in comparison to the Ezreal, the Corki, which is the damage dealers from Glorious Gaming. And as we're moving into a meta that many are saying is going to revolve more around team fighting, more around the AD carries putting in the heavy lifting, you have to wonder where the scaling and where the damage is more reliable in these comps. Is it on the Senna and the Kindred, which in theory can scale to infinity and just get stronger and stronger and stronger the later the game goes on? Or is it with the Ezreal and the Corki, who have this consistent poke, who have the maneuverability to keep themselves safe, and who have the backup of incredibly strong peel and incredibly strong engage from the Ornn and the Gragas? And if we're looking at drafts alone, I have to hand this to Glorious Gaming. I think that the two styles are similar, but Glorious Gaming to me has the better tools to deal with what Black Lions are trying to do, and they have the easier comp to execute as well, which I think on the first day of the split, the first game of the split, you know, the players are... You have to think there's going to be a little bit of pressure to perform. This is the first day of SQ1 with new rosters across the board. Glorious Gaming and Black Lion are going to be under a bit of pressure, and that ease of execution could be a key factor in which of these teams actually pulls out that first win.
I'm so torn because I love all of the bits that Black Lion has. I just think they're in the wrong place. And well, I don't love the Sona, but we move because it's one of these competitions. We've seen it quite a lot. We saw it a lot with Aphelios when he was and still is a very powerful champion. You just be like, Aphelios is our guy. He's going to be one that carries this team. We're going to make sure that he's not going down. He's got all the support he needs. He's going to have frontline tanks. He's going to have ardent abusing supports. He's going to love life, basically. And Black Lion have kind of done that with a Kindred, who it's a bit of a rogue. It's rogue putting your carry position and leaving it for second rotation when stuff is banned out because jungle was so squeezed. And I'm looking more and more at this GG roster and going like, maybe because Black Lion have a very strong teamfight roster, they're going to be all bundling on top of each other. Do GG want that? Because they've got Ornn, they've got Gragasol, they've got Corki package. Probably during big team fights. They've got Yuumi. Like, they love champions that are all in a very confined space because those champions will not be allowed to move for 14 minutes.
Yeah.
And Black Lion is kind of doing that. So I think it is on Cyrex to be avoiding that and dishing out the damage, but it's also on Black Lion to enable Kindred to do that. I want to just, like, to counterpoint you, I'm basically going to say, I think I prefer what Black Lion is doing a little bit more.
Okay.
But a big part of that is I really love teams that build massive front lines. And I think that Maokai's in a super good position. I think Galio's kind of underrated at the moment, as well as a champion. I think that I'd put him quite high on my list of champions to put in a draft. So I'm excited to see if he can prove, if a Black Lion can prove that this kind of team fighty composition is going to work in the end.
That's certainly the case, and while we can talk about these comps into the sunset, we can look at them all day long and prophesize about how they're going to work. I do want to immediately come out the gates and applaud Core Dynamic. I said that I was sick to death of seeing Evil Yokai just playing the Yasuo, that being kind of the one trick that they were extremely predictable for. I said this team needed to get some more strings to their bow. They need to find some other options, and while this may not be the look that ends up working out for them, we'll have to wait and see. It is definitely a complete change to what we saw them take a lot of last split, and I think it does have good potential to work out. So I'm encouraged that Core Dynamic are actually trying this different style and are willing to go with something completely different to what we saw from them pretty much the entirety of last split.
Legend, we are now just sorting everything out to make sure that everything in terms of overlay is perfect for you. It's Glorious Gaming on the blue side, it's Black Lions on the red side. Sorry for the mistake on the top of your screen. It's not Core Dynamic. They're playing tomorrow. But we are now on to the Rift. And one thing that is going to be quite interesting to watch is how the Galio plays into this Corki matchup. Because Dan Styles probably going to be looking to get some poke down in the early stages. Galio, of course, quite beefy and will grow into the game and stop caring about the Corki damage a little bit going forward. But in these early levels, it's marksman into tank matchup, and that never fares well for the tank.
No, especially when the Corki has taken the Cull as well as first item. There's pretty much nothing that's going to stop him from stacking that up, getting the full value out of there, and it does give you a little bit more gold in the end, so Corki will have a fairly free time to just stack that up. It harkens you back to the old kleptomancy days when you could just stack and stack and stack and get free money and items all day long. Thankfully, they are behind us, and you can't abuse that too much now, but it's a similar sort of thing. And you can see already there is a CS advantage building up in this mid lane. Galio has been pushed under tower. Not like we wouldn't expect from the start of this matchup, but, you know, with Corki, someone who does want to be roaming around, who does want to be getting these item spikes as early as possible, it's certainly an encouraging sign to see for Glorious Gaming.
The Cull is an interesting start on the Corki, but it makes him... It states that he feels he's very, very safe, and something that is very interesting as well to consider, which won't be happening in this game because of the way that the build paths have gone, is that we sometimes see Orns starting off with that refillable pot and then building it into, then building a Cull immediately afterwards in lane. It's not something that Bastard has decided to do, which maybe suggests that he doesn't feel quite as safe against Feng Dare, because of course this Maokai is the kind of champion you love ganking into if you're Cyrox, because you can get so much lockdown, and if you can catch the Orn a little bit extended in lane, which obviously is not now, then the Kindred can start getting in and start getting early kills. You can see that the markers spawned on top side, but Boot Makalar coming in towards Fengdare, maybe a bit overextension from the black line top lane. A Predator has been popped, and it looks like the tree's going down. First blood in SQ1 Champions League Summer Split goes over to Glorious Gaming.
Nothing at all to say about that, really. Fengdare and Bastard were pushed up in the lane. Fengdare overextended a little bit, but Maokai was taken low. Gragas had gone for that standard early back that we see to get his Predator, allowed him to get up to that top lane, use it, and just get a nice early kill. Glad that it went onto the Gragas rather than the Ornn, because it will allow him to get a little bit more power into his pocket, allow him to have more impact around the map. And this is the kind of start you want to see from Glorious Gaming. You want this Gragas to be in a good position, because you can see with the Kindred mark spawning already, he wants to be there first, and he wants to be able to contest with this Kindred when they do spawn. He's going to get this first one on the top side of the map because Kindred is nowhere to be seen, but a bit of counter jungling on the bot side. Cyrox has been spotted out there, so any potential gank coming in behind the bot lane will not be available. Nya is trying to spot it out, we'll find it.
Gonna take a decent amount of damage, should be able to just jump away pretty quickly. Cello comes down, of course. Yumi, realistically, all of that poke doesn't matter for this champion. But now looking to turn it onto Cyrox. Kindred does need to be careful. Wolf won't be assisting too much, and Kindred gonna be able to back away. You can see Evil Yoko coming down, Blackpink moving in, gets the heal onto Kindred, looking to turn the fight. Nice flash coming through from Checker, and it's gonna mean that he's not gonna take the taunt. Manages to get away. A lot of resources being burnt down by Black Lions there, and they don't gain anything from it.
Yeah, it looks like Glorious Gaming had the read of that play to the letter. Black Lions invested 4 members down. They used Cyrox almost as bait to try and draw Checker DC up there. Of course, Nya was able to just heal up, keep him topped off nicely. Good flash away, but top lane could be a problem again.
Bastard's gone low, but Feng Dare getting ganked onto. Makalar gets the knock-up, gets the damage, but Feng is going to be able to move away, has enough health and enough sustain to actually try and position aggressively. Knows that the Ornn's going to try and go back and is going to look to stop that as long as possible. Does a teleport to get back to lane, but once again, Feng Dare maybe not learning from his mistakes.
Did have enough health to actually weather that gank this time, though, and you can see, quite surprisingly, Maokai is being able to really bully around this Ornn so far. In both times that we've gone up to a top lane, Bastard has been very low. It was only Foot Makalar coming up that first time, but actually allowed the kill to go over. So Feng Dare, in the isolated situation, is doing well on this top side, and you can see he has got a nice CS advantage for him, which, while not going to be the most impactful because Maokai isn't a carry, it is going to allow him to turn into this unkillable juggernaut as early as possible that can just cause this disruption that the Kindred and the Senna will need to actually do their jobs properly.
There you go. Senna in the bot side, having a very, very quiet bot lane. You'd expect this. The Ezreal is growing a little bit ahead in farm, and again, not something that's unusual. Senna isn't a champion that traditionally last hits, or hasn't traditionally last hit for a while. Cyrox trying to make a little bit of a play, but not going to be able to do so. And maybe just getting back into the spin of things. With the patch, it is a little bit easier to farm with those center auto attacks, but still not going to be anywhere near as easy as Ezreal, who basically it's very hard to miss farm on right now. Yuya and Blackpink moving forward, they're trying to get onto Checker. The Yuumi has jumped off, but here comes Footmakala flashing forward. Cyrix going to get the return damage done. He needs to be careful, going to stay up, going to be taken down. Blackpink with the kill, and yeah, steps forward to try and get a little bit more damage, looking for a kill, won't be able to find it. Kindred's going to be able to dance away from that one, as Lion secure themselves a kill.
And you can see how aggressive Cyrox is feeling like he can be on this bot side, knowing that he has the heals from the Senna and the Sona together. He was really low there, really playing dangerously, but he's able to get out, able to heal up decently well, move into the river, claim a mark, and potentially start on this Ocean Drake as well. So that's a nice play from Black Lion there. They managed to catch out Footmakala, who goes a little bit too far forwards. And remember, Senna and Sona together do have the tools to be able to chase people down. It's not quite the same level as an Ashe Karma, where if you overextend, you are just stuck and you have realized that you cannot get away. But they do have the speed boost, and they will be able to run at you if you have perhaps gone a bit too deep. Footmakala will fall victim to that. Black Lion will claim the first dragon of the game, looking at a Cloud next, meaning our soul is going to be either Infernal or Mountain Drake this game.
One thing that is very interesting to note as the two top players are starting to get to that stage where maybe punch-ups aren't going to be super exciting because they're both going to be beefy enough to survive and have enough tools to do so, is the itemization coming in from Checker. Because he started off with that Sheen and then went into the tier, which doesn't open up too many options, but shows that he's not looking for that aggressive play. Because if you're aggressive on Ezreal, you sometimes actually go for that pickaxe first. I'm going to hold the point. Footmakala coming in towards Evo Yokai. Cyrix is there though, and he's going to turn around, but Evo Yokai overextends and gets taken out. The ultimate from Senna will do absolutely nothing as Cyrix not going to be able to roar forward. Only just got 6. Lamb's Respite not available to save the Galio, and kind of a disastrous play there from Black Lion.
Little bit of miscommunication between Cyrox and Evil Yokai there. I think they had split ideas on what they wanted to do. They saw the gank coming, they knew that Footmakala was nearby. Neither of the junglers had 6, so Evil Yokai would have been relatively safe to just back away, take the safe route through the jungle, and return back around his tower. Instead, he decides to try and go in, and he gets caught out. Cyrox isn't nearby, close enough to be able to help him out, doesn't have the Lamb's Respite just yet, so can't keep him alive. Black Lion will concede another kill in the mid lane. Corki getting the first one in that matchup and getting very close to completing the cull. So you have to think that he's going to back soon and going to be getting very close to getting that Trinity Force.
Gonna have lots of cash to play with. Obviously doesn't have any tool, well, it has a Sapphire Crystal towards that Trinity Force, but not going to be able to upgrade that directly, you've got to imagine. But one thing that's very, very interesting, no, maybe something we haven't touched on potentially, we talked about it in terms of comp for Black Lion, but in terms of players, they kept their jungler and their mid laner. And a lot of you will talk about how Evo Yokai is the focal point of this team, right? Cyrox enables Evo Yokai, and that's kind of what you do. They put Evo Yokai on an engaged tank. This is not the Yasuo, this is not the skill matchup hyper carry that we see him on usually, and you've put a lot of the owners onto Cyrox to be that carry. So whether Black Lion's new style of play pays off is going to be having to be seen in this one, but they are going to be able to pick up that Rift Herald. So even though they fall a little bit behind in kills and are falling a little bit behind in farm in a lot of places, they are still able to grab these objectives.
And it was the early rotation up from the bot side to try and get that objective that allowed them to do it. You could see that while the Senna and the Sona had already made their way up to top lane, Ornn was still pathing up there for Glorious Gaming. So Maokai is going to be duking out against Glorious Gaming's bot lane. Cyrox is fishing for something. You can see Vashtal is potentially being left on an island here. Evil Yokai is roaming up. He has the ultimate available. The wave is still a way off. It's going to be a 2v4 dive in top.
Ornn has been blown. He can't get any knockups. Just looking to clear out the wave, though, and should be able to do so. Very smart play, actually. Not looking to fight 2v4, knowing that they probably don't win that one, even on the tower. But getting rid of those minions is going to be very helpful. And then the bot side, Feng Dare's been left on his own kind of island. He's going to be pushed in by Ezreal Yuumi. Not the fastest pushers in the world, but still going to have to be a little bit careful.
And like you said, with the itemization that Ezreal has gone for early, he's not going to have enough damage to try and cut down Feng Dare's Maokai. So although it's not ideal, and he is going to be taking a lot of poke, it's not too much of a concern because he will be able to weather a lot of it and still farm reasonably well in this bot side of the map against the Ezreal Yuumi, who, you know, they don't really have any killing power just yet. He does need to be careful of this Corki though. Dan Styles, he's looking for some roams. You saw he was pathing up towards that top side a minute ago when Black Lions were playing around there. Saw them back away, so he returned to mid, and he's just kind of scouting around. He's being a bit of a nuisance, dipping into Fog of War, and if Black Lions forget where this Corki is, Dan Styles could potentially come in from a flank and disrupt some of these plays we're going for to make his first big impact of the game.
Taking stock of items, first spikes are now being hit. You can see Senna has now got that man immune, looking to stack that one up and get some nice high levels of damage on it. And you're going to see the Senna items coming in much quicker than you'd usually expect, and maybe going for a more expensive build because she's going to have the cash. She's going to have the farm. You can see she's over 100 already. And while it's fallen a little bit behind the Ezreal, still going to have much more to play for than the traditional fasting Senna would. Corki obviously going towards that Trinity Force, unable to have finished it just yet, but does of course have his own mana immune, which wanting to stack up quickly. But Cyrox coming in from behind, Checker looking to get the damage down on the Kindred. But a nice little ultimate coming in from the Kindred. Will not people in place. Teleports are coming through across the bot lane. This is going to be a full-on fight. Bashard looking forward, doesn't get the knock up. Here comes the heroic entrance again. Will not land onto anyone. Bashard needs to be carefully tanky, but he's not that tanky. Cyrox picks up the first kill of the fight. Feng there looking forward, trying to take up as much of Corki's damage as he possibly can. Foot Makalar also going to be able to eat a lot before he backs away. Cyrox needing to be careful, has heals, but doesn't want to go down. Black Lion pick up the kill they wanted in the fight, and now transitioning towards that dragon.
Really nice play around the bot lane again there. They knew that they could push it. They knew they had the advantage. And Cyrox crucially held onto the Lamb's Respite as well. Extremely disciplined play to keep that key ultimate towards the end of the fight. Perhaps when Glorious Gaming would have been wanting to re-engage and pick off these low health members, it is still available. And in this dance around the Drake, it is 5 versus 3. They still have that available. Cyrox might have to pop it soon, but Senna and Sona doing so much work keeping people topped off.
Dragon's still involved, but Checker's not going to be topped off. He's going to be taken down. Yeah, needs to be careful as well. Looking for a new host. Found Makalar on the back. You can see that Corki didn't want to get fully involved. Bastard as well. Just moving into the mid lane. Dragon is going to be secured. And Corki is just going to be happy to clear out the Rift Herald, which was dropped to create a distraction.
Fantastic example of the kind of team play that we were saying Black Lions were going to go for just then. They want to have all 5 members stacked on top of each other in this very close-knit circle, so everybody can be benefiting from those group abilities. Sona can heal everybody at once. The Senna can heal multiple members with her Q, and if needs be, Cyrox can drop down the Lamb's Respite to keep everybody fighting way beyond their expiration date normally would be. Glorious Gaming, they don't have the tools just yet to try and break that box open, especially when the explosive cask had already been used in the bot lane and they hadn't managed to find any picks with it. The gold will swing slightly more favourably in Black Lion. They're still just behind, but they do pick up the second Drake, and Infernal Rift is now on the cards, and kills going across the board, starting to get onto the members that need that gold.
That might be looking to start a fight. Makalar has caught onto Blackpink, and Blackpink is just going to be instantly deleted. Actually surviving a surprisingly long time, but still going to go down. Last chapter, final chapter, won't be able to pick up anyone as Yuya able to move away. Cyrox in the wings looking for the fight. The explosive cast will only take Yuya further away. And now Kindred does have to be a little bit careful. Should have the Q evaded once again because of the lowered cooldown and will be able to get out. But a nice pick from Glorious Gaming, and while they do have a 1k gold lead, a lot of other factors aren't in their favour right now.
Certainly the case. Remember, the Senna and the Kindred can effectively scale indefinitely, and we can't really check right now how many stacks they actually have. The longer this game goes on, they're going to be getting stronger and stronger, both increasing the range that they have to be able to play this poke game and kite back in team fights. So, although both of these teams scale incredibly well, in theory, it is Glorious Gaming that are on the clock. I believe it's, we've just been told, Senna has about 32, 33 stacks, so nearly at that second threshold when she'll be getting those extra juicy stats. And yeah, Black Lions, they're going to be happy to take this game nice and slowly because their comp will just get stronger and stronger and more cohesive as they go on. Glorious Gaming do have the on though, that extra 5,000 gold or so if you do reach that extreme late game. So it's difficult to call which of these teams would win out.
Gonna win out in this fight. It's probably gonna be Glorious Gaming. They've already picked up Blackpink, a lot of damage coming down, but Yuumi actually securing the kill onto Corki. You can see Yuumi now moving in. Blackpink does have the heals, so they should be able to keep themselves alive. Teleport coming in from the back, but Metal Gear Solid Gragas ends up just going down.
The double healing from Vicenna and Sona coming in clutch once again. It looked like they'd made a pick, but without being able to burst down one of those members just yet, there was just too much sustain and Corki will drop. On alone doesn't have the damage to go under tower like that, even with the Yumi attached to him. So while Black Lions will get the kill, they are too low to hang around. Glorious Gaming will get the second Rift Herald of the game as Evil Yokai and Bastard trade blows in mid lane.
Trading blows, two tanks fighting each other, checking coming in to make it an unfair fight, but so are Black Line. Heals coming through from the center, from the Soda, damage coming through from the side of Glorious Gaming. Fruit Macalar on the side, looking for the barrels. There comes the Lamb Crest fight to keep Cyrox up, and looking to get damage on the Gragas, who has to get golden to keep himself up, and the Ornol maybe enough to save him. It will be for now, as Blackpink only one targeted by that Ornol, but it does go low. Heroic entrance coming through from Galio, puts himself in harm's way though, and he will take a bunch of hope on his way out. Black Lions do manage to escape with all of their healing still ticking over. Very even fight.
Such a lot of damage, but no kills will be the result. Between the Yumi, the Soda, the Senna, the Lamb's Respite, these teams are so artificially tanky. They have so much staying power in these long fights. If you can't burst people out straight away, it is going to be difficult. And the thing is, neither of the teams really have the tools to do that. They have a lot of sustained damage. You know, you could argue that Glorious Gaming with the Cork and the Ezreal might be able to 100 to 0 someone a little bit quicker. But even then, they're going to have a task on their hands to get past that Maokai, to get past the Galio, to put themselves in a position to actually get to the Senna and the Kindred. That is who they want to be targeting.
They don't have any champions that hard dive. They have champions who can get over the front line, like Corki and Ezreal, especially when Corki has the package. But even so, you don't really necessarily want to be putting your kind of marksman-style damage in the back line. And yes, you've got lots of ways to disrupt. You've got that Gragas off, especially, and again, the Corki package. But that's only going to be breaking up the front line for a second or so. And Galio and Maokai have tools to reposition very effectively when enemies are in the area. So it's going to become very, very difficult to take down Cyrox and Yuya with their team showing already that they're pretty organized, pretty disciplined, and that could be a struggle for GG. Of course, GG don't scale badly themselves, and eventually their damage might be enough to break down this Black Line composition. But at the moment, it's not doing the job.
And I have to say, we're nearly 20 minutes into the game. I'm pretty impressed with Black Lion so far. I'm happy with this different style that they've gone for. Evil Yokai and Cyrox have taken a bit of a role swap almost in what they are supposed to be doing in the team to what we've seen previously. And I think it's playing off well for them. There's been one or two small errors of judgment, we'll say, where things haven't quite gone their way, but overall they've had good responses to fights. They've had good neutral objective control. It's only in the past 5 minutes or so that we've seen Glorious Gaming come back and actually pick up a couple of the areas on the map with that Rift Herald and the first Infernal Drake of the game going their way. But on the whole, Black Lions, they're scaling up, they're playing this more defensive, kiting, sustained teamfight style, and it's going rather well for them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a little bit of a pause, a little bit of a production side issue that we're going to be resolving very shortly, but it does give us the time to talk about what's been going on in these first 20 or so minutes, because the compositions haven't... You could just start seeing what these comps are trying to do, because they've just started grouping up. They've started having these team fights where Black Line throw a lot of CC in the direction, throw a lot of healing onto their tanks who can then just beef up and get out. But Black Line, their aggressive play hasn't really been there, because yes, they can survive a lot of the damage that Glorious Gaming is putting through, but whenever it turns to maybe we should actually start a fight ourselves, they just walk into a GG team that can just move backwards very effectively.
That is one area where this team is going to struggle a lot. They do have the tools to engage, but they are fairly predictable unless you get the right angles. The main thing they have is the Maokai Nature's Wrath, the big, wide ultimate that can catch multiple members out. But it's very slow moving. And if you try and use that from anything over the flank, it's not going to work, whereas Ornn can do this.
Feng there needs to be careful, but has his own engage and takes the longest route in. Fruit Macalar takes so much damage from Cyrox, who will be able to assassinate him, but Corki's already got one on the back. It's going to be Yuya going down. Checker looking to get the poke down as well. But has to be there to save Bastard, who on the on took a big beating. Now Yumi's decided that Ezreal's the target for her. This Rift Herald pushing forward for GG, but going to be taken out pretty quickly. You've got to imagine another fight actually might kick off. Fengdare looking for one. Cyrex looking for one. Takes it over the wall, looking towards the Ezreal. Here comes the heroic entrance. Will only land onto the Yuumi, but that's absolutely fine. They've already taken out the bot lane coming through from GG, and Black Lion get the turnaround fight.
Like you were saying, Viper, there are so many ways for Black Lion to reposition in these fights to follow and chase members of Glorious Gaming as they are trying to get away. Fengdir follows the Ezreal over the wall, Evil Yokai comes in on top, and there is nowhere for him to go all of a sudden. That is one half of Glorious Gaming's damage out of the picture. Dan Styles was in no position to try and fire back on the Corki because of this split fight over that wall, and it gives Black Lion the position to move onto this Baron. Glorious Gaming are aware of it. They are going to have members nearby. It's going to be a 4 versus 5 here.
Big fight coming in. You're on the side. Fengdare's already taken a decent amount of damage though, but look at the marksman. They're going blow to blow. Checker is not getting the good end of the trade. Has to move away. But Black Lion on the other side have to let Baron reset. They've got healing options available to them, but I don't think they want to take this fight again.
If you are Glorious Gaming, though, you will take that trade. You didn't lose any members. Yes, you had to use a TP. You had to use a couple of ultimates, but nothing too valuable was really lost there. They didn't give away any positions on the map. They didn't lose any members. They've stopped the Baron going down, and they actually managed to move back into the mid lane and take a turret as well. So while it wasn't perhaps the explosive fight that we were expecting, Glorious Gaming do come out ahead and they get a little bit of gold back for themselves. Black Lion's lead is only slight. It's only about 2k in the lead right now. With Drake going to be spawning in 1 minute's time, I think that's where the next fight is going to be, because if Glorious Gaming are allowed to stack up this Infernal Soul and actually get to that final soul point, I think that is a big amplification to their damage that Black Lion definitely need to try and avoid.
Seeing these fights around objectives also brings up something very interesting in that both of these team style comps, when they're fighting around objectives, are super attritional, but in very different ways. You've got GG having all of the poke in the world. They've got Ezreal, they've got Corki, they've got Yuumi. And a competition like this would usually just be able to say, look, you can be in the pit, you can be around the objective, and you can even have vision control, but we're still going to be putting down a bunch of damage onto you, and it's going to be really, really painful. You guys aren't going to be able to survive, you're going to have to back. But with Black Lion's composition, they're like, we can take loads of poke because of all of our healing, all of our sustain, and we've got big tanky members that can stand in front of these skill shots. And it's super exciting because we don't see team comps like this, and it will mean for very, very slow objective dances, which visually are not that exciting, but it means that macro play and decision making is going to be so much more important because both of these teams can do this. And now with Dragon up, we could see that playing out once again.
We could have. There's a point that I want to bring up in a second based on what you've just said, Viper, but I'm going to hold it until we finish this Dragon Dance because I'm not sure when these teams are going to clash. You've got Fengdir caught out a little bit. The package goes wide.
Package already used, and now the Dragon still being kept up by Black Lion. The fight could be in the offing. A lot of damage coming through from the Ezreal ultimate. A nice knockout coming through. Silence will secure the Dragon. On the backside, Food Makalar has already been taken down, but Fengdir needs to be careful. Heroic Entrance coming through, but only lands on the Bashtard, who will go down in the fray, but they do lose Fengdir in the process. Now they've only got one frontline. Syrup marauding forward, looking for damage onto Checker. Will be able to find a lot, but now Yumi's jumped back in, but has been stopped from jumping on and has been taken down. And with the cat gone, there's no sustain. Checker's the only one to get out, and it's pretty low health. Black Lion will be very happy with that fight.
Cyrox does need to be careful, though. He is by himself. Blackpink has now come back down. Checkered, looking to try and snipe him out, but he will manage to get away. Fantastic fight from Black Lions. They managed to get pretty much everyone from the Glorious Gaming lineup. They get the Infernal Drake, putting them at soul point, and they put themselves in a fantastic position to take this Baron as well. The respawn timers are probably going to be too long. You've got another 15 seconds on the Corki before he can even start moving up here. You might see Foot Makalar trying to make a save here and steal the Baron away, but at level down the smite is going to be tricky, and I think Glorious Gaming are going to just have to accept that they have lost this objective.
Has to be very careful fighting into this one. Of course, Lambda Spike is available, so it's not going to need to use it to stall out the Baron and avoid any kind of explosive cast shenanigans, but Black Lion will secure the Baron on 5 members, which is going to make things very, very difficult for a team composition with Corki and with Ezreal, because these two are not the traditionally best wave clearing champions to have in these positions.
There's certainly not. And if we look towards a replay of what actually happened in this fight, you can see the point that I wanted to raise about how the ultimates are actually used in this teams. Glorious Gaming wants to use all of their ultimates right at the start of a fight. They're kind of front-loaded on the damage scale because they need to break up the Black Lion box. So the Explosive Cask, the Ornhorn, they need to be committed pretty much immediately. The Ezreal's True Shot Barrage, again, it's the same sort of thing. You want to tag as many people as possible. Whereas Black Lions can use their ultimates a lot more staggered, a lot more sparingly. You start off with the Twisted Advance from the Maokai to try and catch people out. You then have the Sona ultimate to pick off an individual member or two that have overextended. You then have the Senna ultimate as you're pressing your advantage into your opponents, the Galio to follow up, and then finally you still have the Kindred ultimate as that last line of defense if the fight is starting to look a little bit dicey for you. And it's really harkens back to how you were saying about the teams have attritional fights but in a different way. It's also interesting to look at how those ultimates are used and when they're actually being triggered in these fights and whether they are used to the effect.
You can call Glorious Gaming JLS this game because they only get one shot. Because if they don't take out members immediately, they don't win these fights. And we've seen it time and time again. So, I'm a JLS fanboy, bring him back. But Cyrox there on the top side looking for the damage. Bashfan will use the ultimate to clear out. Going to be traded up with the Twisted Advance. And now members coming through from Glorious Gaming. Going to scare off Cyrox and Feng there. But in the mid lane, they're going to secure a tower. On the other side, Black Lion's really splitting the pressure effectively and taking down everything outside of Glorious Gaming space.
I mean, if you're saying that Glorious Gaming are JLS, Black Lions must be the Britney Spears because they are happy for Baby Hit Me One More Time with all of this healing, all of this tank. You can see Evil Yokai, he's getting chunked out by Dan Styles onto this tower and he just doesn't care. He's just like, you know, I'm going to take this for base invade.
Damage coming through. Cyrox has already picked up Ezreal, who was the only survivor from the last fight. Futmakala needs to be careful. A lot of damage coming through. Nice ultimate coming through from Sona to catch out too. Futmakala gonna be wandering away. Bashtar not gonna be so lucky. Does go down. And with inhibitor towers being hit by these minions, you've got to imagine that inhibitors will be falling. There goes the top one. Dan stepping forward, trying to secure some defense. Futmakala in the wings as well, but it might be too little too late. Ultimate comes through, catching out Cyrox, who does take a decent amount of damage. The Lamb's Respite will come through. Gragas goes down just on the edge, won't be able to stay alive. Dan Styles with the Yubi on him is the last line for Glorious Gaming, but I don't think it's going to be a glorious return to the Square 1 Champions League for them as the second Nexus Tower will go down. Black Lion looking to take out a couple more kills. Corky caught out on the back, will go low, will go down to Yuya. They do lose Cyrox for it, but Yubi going to be chased away and hunted down as they get one more kill on the Nexus, as the Nexus will fall. Black Lion secure the first win of the Square 1 2020 split.
And in that final fight, we saw the point executed beautifully. All of the staggered ultimates from Black Lions being used just as they were needed, just as required, so that they could keep their damage going consistently throughout a fight and keep that sustain up. I'm really impressed with what we actually saw from this roster because we did have quite a few question marks about them, about their rebuild, about the core members that they'd kept, and whether they could adapt to play different styles. While we still had questions going into that game with the Sona, the Senna, the Kindred being the big carry in the jungle. They showed that they can play a different style of League of Legends and they can play it incredibly well.
Absolutely can. And Black Lion, you can see the changes. And what I want to note is something that might not be considered. Last split, Black Lions would have been, I don't want to use the term incapable, but Black Lions would have been heavily averse to playing Senna Sona bot lane.
Yes.
Because Senna is not Ziggs or Heimerdinger.
Yes.
And while I'm still questioning the Sona a little bit, the healing that came through cannot be denied. And what it brought to the team fights and what it brought to the dances around these objectives, I have to hold up my hands and say it was a very, very strong pickup. It was not necessarily the best one, but a strong champion. But Sarge, before we go to a break, what are we going to see for MVP from that first game back?
I am going to put it solely on Cyrox there. I think the entire team had to play very coordinated and had to play very well together to make this kind of style work. But I think Cyrox was the person who was pushing the boundaries, was stepping over a little bit to try and find these kills, being aggressive. Had beautiful jungle control at the start of the early game through the first 15 minutes or so, was pivotal in a few of these fights, holding on to that Lamb's Respite to allow the team to survive for longer. And at the end of of the day, it was Cyrox who was pushing forwards, was picking up the kills, and really doing the damage that allowed Black Lions to come ahead in that game. So Cyrox, for me, going to be the MVP, first of the split, first of SQ1 summer going forwards.
Can you imagine having a team comp built directly around you and then you performing well?
I know, right? It's
Cyrox has been handed as MVP.
It's
All the other
surprising.
members of Black Lion are like, hold up. Cyrox was only able to do that because we ate like all of the damage from the team. So by the time he jumped forward, everyone was on 4 health and not actually doing all that much. But we're done with our first game. But
We are.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have an interview coming up very, very shortly. And after that, we've got our second game of the split, Absolved, coming in to try and redeem themselves in that one. So are you looking forward to the second game? I think we feel like we're waiting a couple of seconds just to make sure the interview's ready. But are you with that first game? Everyone's been so excited for SQ1 for so long, and that game definitely delivered something maybe a little bit different from what I was expecting, but still very exciting.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I love this style of League of Legends. I know a lot of people aren't a fan of tanks, aren't a fan of long team fights, for like assassins, for like explosive gameplay. I love this style because you can see how well the teams actually coordinate together, how well they can work as a unit to actually play a front-to-back style. And I think it shows a different kind of skill expression that a lot of teams can really excel in. And it's something where I didn't expect Black Lions to particularly show up in. And Glorious Gaming also did very well. We haven't talked about them at all in the post game, but I want to give them a quick shout out before we go to an interview with Yuya from Black Lions. I think Glorious Gaming did have a good comp. I think they had good aspects. What I would have liked to have seen is a different ADC to Ezreal. Not just because I don't like Ezreal, but because I think they needed something who could dish out more reliable damage at a faster pace to cut through the front line. Maybe something like a Jinx, something like an Ashe, maybe even a Caitlyn, to actually do enough damage to this Maokai and this Galio that you could have a chance in these fights, which Ezreal with a poke just simply wasn't able to do, in my opinion. But a few quick tight little changes here and there, and I think that if you ran that back again, Glorious Gaming would have a fantastic chance. But that's going to be it for the first game. We're going to throw it over to Aladar, who I believe is bringing us an interview with Black Lions Yuya, who could potentially answer some of your questions, Viperune, about why the Senate and the Sona together. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All right, hello, welcome back, everybody. My name is Aldar, and I'm here to bring you the post-game interview after the matchup between Glorious Gaming and Black Lion. And of course, I have with me one of the members of the victorious team, and that is Yuya from Black Lion. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Well, first of all, congratulations on picking up your first win in SQ1 in your very first game in SQ1. How does it feel?
It feels really, really great, I think, because I'm a rookie and it was my first competitive game in the team. And it's really nice to have a win.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you certainly acquitted yourself well. Very, very good performance, and good performance from the team all round. Slightly interesting sort of bot lane duo you had to play this game. Slightly sort of unorthodox, perhaps. Is that something you sort of had in your arsenal for a while and you were planning on breaking out?
Yeah, we wanted to play Ezreal Yumi, but we prepared in scrims to play against it. Like we want to have a scaling comp like them. And we think Sona is really underrated in scaling with the healing and the prior she can have on lane. And we figured out that Sona is really, really great against Ezreal Yumi because they scale as well as them. Of course, it's a little bit not like in the meta, but what we think is it's really great to play against them, and it works really well for us.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it certainly did work very well for you. And did you have any concerns about your team going into the game, or did you always have the faith that you guys were going to be able to bring it out? I mean, some people were saying maybe if that game was going to go late, you were going to be in a bit of bother, but obviously that didn't happen in the end. Were you always confident that you were going to head in the direction you wanted to go in?
Yeah, we wanted to have the Drakes, the early game objectives, because Sona is better than Ezreal Yumi in the early game. That's the big bonus part of the spot lane. And we knew if we had the early Drakes, we will win this game in the late game. Like we have a Kindred on the Muramana, we have a Senna on Muramana, and Corki and Ezreal just need too much time to scale. And if we had the lead, they won't have the time to scale, and we will just finish the game before like 40 minutes. And then maybe then the game would get hard, but we had already the soul then, and I don't think the game would change.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much for that, and congratulations once again on your first win in SQ1 and the team's first win of the season as well. So coming up next for you guys after the break is Lions Creed versus Absolved. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Square One Champions League Summer 2020. I'm Will Viper and Winningham, joined by Charlie the Sarge Sargentson, and we just saw a very exciting game between Black Lion and Glorious Gaming. Black Lion's coming out the victors of that one, and listening to Yu's interview as well, a lot of interesting stuff said there.
Yeah, there certainly was, and like we said, we're glad to see that Black Lions have picked up a different style. It seems that a few of the changes they've made have benefited them quite nicely. There were two teams in Glorious Gaming and Black Lions that had seen a bit of a rebuild between the splits. So I think it was a good test of the waters, and I'm still looking forward to see what both of the teams can do going forward. I don't think that it was a fantastic showing from Glorious Gaming, but I definitely don't think it was anything to condemn them with either, and I'm definitely excited and looking forward to see what they adapt and rebound with later on today.
Both of these teams, of course, going to be appearing again later on because of the way that the Square One format works. Both teams, all teams in the day will play twice, which is, I like it. It shows that you can build a little bit of momentum in the day, because we were saying Glorious Gaming played pretty well in that game. It was unfortunate that they lost. Much improved from what we've seen from Glorious Gaming in the past. And coming up at next game, in fact, coming up against Absolve, who we'll be seeing in just a second, maybe they can look to take some of that momentum and grab themselves a win in the first day.
Yeah, they certainly could do, because one of the big questions mark we have about Absolved as a whole within SQ1 is they're coming in with this 10-man roster, a big squad, which gives them the flexibility, it gives them options to move players around. But you have to wonder whether they have that synergy, whether they have that same level of practice with all the different rosters that they could put out, or whether the more standard format of, a 5-man roster and 1 or 2 subs is going to prevail. And you never quite know which version of Absolve we're going to get on the day. I'm looking forward to seeing this first lineup. It looks like we've got Pinata, Sebel, Cohen, Patamand, who we highlighted as one of the best ADCs in the league. And going into face up against Lions Creed, I think this is going to be an exciting matchup to watch, because we highlighted in the pre-show how much Lions Creed like to play this Draven, they like to play these enchanting, shielding supports, and how that could really be a place that they could push through and shine.
It's going to be a fascinating match to watch. We are going to be getting champs hopefully on this one very, very soon. Just a quick note that these teams have agreed to do a pro draft before the lobby. So they're going to be maybe picking stuff in order as opposed to picking it in terms of what a standard champ select draft. Of course, Viperins PSA, please own all the champions if you're playing in a tournament. It makes everyone's lives much easier, but it does mean that it may not look like a traditional draft. There might be some weird first picks just because they're the top laners, but we have, of course, asked that all the bans go through on screen as they came through so that we can see why some of these decisions were made.
Yeah, it would certainly help to get a bit of an idea of why teams perhaps pivoted away from what we were expecting, if we can see the bans properly. Even if not, we have them on screen next to us. We could do a bit of a rundown quickly for teams, just go speed running this draft as quickly as possible, since it is all decided beforehand. And we have a sneak peek of what we're seeing, and we're up for a very exciting game. I think you have one lineup that is definitely more standard, something that you would definitely expect a lot more, against a bit of a wild card, 1 or 2 picks that I wouldn't necessarily have thought would show up on our first day.
There's champions I like in both of these drafts. We've been quite cryptic. There's one decision that from one of the teams in terms of pick ordering, which sadly we'll be able to see on draft, but we can touch on a bit when we get the champions locked in, that I really dislike.
I can guess what that is, I think.
I think you probably can, because you're a wise man. But yeah, I think there's some champions that we expect to see, some champions we don't expect to see. Stuff affected by the 10.12 patch, both buffed and nerfed. So it's gonna be an all-encompassing game, and definitely a very different one. There's definitely different styles of play from the two teams we saw in the first game.
There definitely is, and as well as just the teams having different styles, the patch having different nuances to it now, I want to talk, while we have this little bit of downtime, about some changes to the Rift. Infernal Rift and Cloud Rift have received a little bit of an update. They have more plants on them. We got to see the Infernal Rift in our first game. There's more blast cones around the map everywhere, so expect, if you do see the Infernal Rift, people to be popping over walls, having a lot more maneuverability options, whereas on the Cloud Rift you do have a lot more Scryer's Blooms to be able to scout out and get more vision. Just a quick little thing that I like to try and remind people of, because it is a recent change, but we are into the pick and ban phase, and we're starting to see things come through in the right order, which is nice.
Yeah, it looks like Lions Creed will just be picking up in the order of what they're going to be playing. So you can see top and jungle locked in as Maokai and Gragas. Looks like Absolved more happy to. They picked up the Lulu first, which it won't be a Lulu top. You've got to imagine we're not in Season 5 anymore. But
I mean, you'd hope not.
Well, I mean, the match with Maokai is quite interesting, but we won't be probably seeing that one looking at what has been picked up. Absolved now moving towards picking it in order as well. And as these bans come through, you can see the Draven and the Soraka ban taken away. This bot lane from Black Swan and Yvonne, you talked about, you were like, this is going to be the one in the pre-show, and it's banned.
I'm upset. I wanted to see it. Look, one of my first memories of watching LEC in competitive League of Legends was Misfits going on that incredible streak, was watching Hans Sammer just beat people into the dirt with a Draven. I love watching this champion. I don't like playing it, but I love watching this champion. So to see it banned away was a bit of a heartbreak, but again, something that we did expect. Black Swan there is a renowned Draven main, biggest played champion by far. So I think it's always this situation that we talk about with people we've had in the past, where if you don't ban someone's signature champion, are you showing them a due respect, or is it something that you would allow through because it doesn't fit with the meta, doesn't fit with the current styles? But that is a discussion we're going to have to save for another day, because this draft has absolutely flown by. Like we say, they did already play out in pro draft, so there was no hesitation, deliberation. The teams already knew what they were going for. Hopefully you can start to see what we were alluding to, as there's one draft that's kind of very standard. Lions Creed, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. I'm liking everything that I'm seeing. And Absolved, there's one or two deviations from perhaps what we would be looking for.
I think the one that stands out the most is the Urgot in the top side, the champion that, not bad into tanks, must be said, was picked up after the Maokai was. So this was a pick into that champion. And it's definitely, you can see top lane hasn't been squeezed too much. The Gangplank and the Wukong were banned away from Pinata. So going for something maybe a little bit different, but an aggressive top lane and not the traditional tank, and is good into tanks because of his ultimate. Maokai can have 6k health, but as soon as he gets down to like 2 or 1.5, he's going to be one shot. And Urgot being able to, Urgot's one of those champions where I love seeing him played, because some of the plays you can make are insane. The getting the eat, and like when you're grinding someone up, flashing forward to get that massive fear is always really exciting to see. The rest of the draft is actually not that surprising. The Cassiopeia pick maybe a little because it's just been nerfed. Is a little bit suspect. It does give the counter pick as well, because of course they are on the blue side, but gonna see how Coin could do with that one. The rest of the champions stuff that we tend to see, the Lulu Aphelios is pretty standard. You don't have the Soraka there for the safety. Yuumi could have been an option, but maybe Old Drengen prefers this pickup.
Yeah, and I think that the reason why is the polymorph. Lulu is one of my most hated champions in the entire game, because you're like, oh, we've got this support who's providing shield, she's providing slows. We need to go and take her down, make sure that she has the smallest amount of impact in this fight possible. You dive in with something aggressive, and then you get polymorphed, and you're just kind of like, I forgot she does this. Great. Or she, wild growths herself and she's massive and you're knocked up and she gets all the health back. It's like, yeah, Lulu does this. So it's not something that we see a huge amount of, but I know that Absolved, as an organization, do actually put quite a lot of value on this champion. We've one of our casters who works closely with Absolved, Omena, he earlier on in this week was telling us how he thinks Lulu is sleeper right now. A lot of teams really undervaluing her. And yeah, apart from the Urgot, the Absolved roster looks fairly standard. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I like the Cassiopeia as that final pick. They had to blind pick something in the mid lane. Relatively safe, scales well, has decent wave clear, and it stops a lot of the maneuverability of the Maokai, the Gragas, I know I said the Hylissang then. Hopefully Yvonnegal won't be inting his face off in our match today, but the Rakan will get stopped by the Miasma as well, which denies a lot of the engage that Lions Creed want to do pressing forwards. So I do think that it has a nice pick, even if it did then allow the Syndra as the counter.
That's something I want to touch on a little bit. The Syndra is the counter pick up at the end of the game. Why was Syndra last picked? Why wasn't Syndra first picked if Lions Creed wanted to play it? Because, yes, I can see the Twist Fate and the Yasuo bans have gone for in the second rotation, but Syndra's so versatile and it keeps the enemy team guessing. And picking up the Zarya Rakan, Zarya has just been buffed. This is true. Her ultimate is a little bit better now, but no one is. They first picked the Lulu. Why didn't you just round pick Zarya and? Oh no, because you can't really do that. Why do you pick Syndra and Rakan? Because then you're forcing the Lulu Zarya lane, which is fine because you then get a Felios Rakan, and you're keeping them guessing a little bit more. Because Syndra being last pick, she's so versatile. She brings so much to champ select, and saving her for that last counter pick. Yes, she's good into Cassiopeia. She's a good champion. The end result is going to be the same, but it does allow people to get those bans in the mid lane because you pick Syndra, you can move it to that bot side, and then you can maybe not see the TF and Yasuo banned away, and then you can pick it up yourself.
Could simply be down to champion comfort, not necessarily wanting to pigeonhole Black Swan onto that Syndra if the bans and the picks went differently throughout the game. That's something we obviously do have to consider. But no, I do agree with you. I think the Syndra is, an incredibly versatile champion. She does a lot for teams at the minute, and saving it for the last final counter pick does seem not a bad idea, but perhaps a little bit unnecessary, I would say. There's the Maokai could have been potentially blind picked top before, in the first set of rotations to keep Absolved guessing as much as possible, hide your bot lane a little bit more. And, we do still have that kind of notion that Zarya Rakan together is one of the strongest bot lanes in the game. Whether that's still true or not is debatable. Rakan has kind of fallen from grace a little bit. Zarya has certainly taken a little hit with the nerf bat in recent months, although she did just get that recent buff to her ultimate. It's still kind of got this place in your mind. You see Zarya Rakan and you think, oh yeah, it's a really strong bot lane, regardless of where it currently kind of sits. So maybe Lions Creed fell victim to that a little bit. But overall, I think they've still got a decent draft, and we can argue and discuss about where champions should be picked, whether Red One should have been their aggressive pick going forward, their jungler, what they want to put the priority on. Overall, I think both teams still have very solid options, and they're definitely not going to be drafts that either team is unhappy with the tools that they have available to them.
No, I think that as I say, the ordering only plays mind games in champ select, and they had the composition, had the Syndra around 5. I've got to remember as well, you've got to remember this is not going to be LEC. You can't expect players to have the massive champ pool of players there. You can't always expect marksmen to be able to play stuff like the Syndra. No comment on Black Swan. Black Swan might be a Syndra one trick. We just don't know. But looking at, in fact, we do know Black Swan is not a Syndra one trick.
Draven.
Yeah, exactly. And we are onto the Rift now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second match of the day. Absolved on the blue side, Lions Creed on the red side. Can the Lion-related teams go 2 for 2? Or are they going to be cracked down on by our previous third-place team? And what I want to see is how this Rakan plays. Because you said the Zarya Rakan, in theory, is very strong, but maybe has fallen by the wayside. I'm a big Rakan fan. I think that he still does an awful lot for the team. And with the Zarya as well, it makes, for him personally, it allows it to be a little bit more aggressive because he's got a much safer route out.
It absolutely does, and we're seeing a little bit of poking, friendly trading in this mid lane right at the start, and yeah, Rakan is definitely still a good champion. There's no doubts about that. He still has a huge amount of disruption, a nice engage to catch people out, especially, like we said, in the first game, paired with the Gragas. If you get that explosive cast, you throw people aside, scatter a team fight, you then get Rakan to hone in on a priority target. that doesn't give you a lot of time to react if you are that absolved member that is being targeted. And with the coordination from Black Swan or GMX's Syndra, you can see people potentially getting popped and burst down straight away, which is something we lacked in the first game. And I think the Syndra does bring to the table. She is incredibly versatile, like we've already said, can play bot, can play mid, has fairly long-range stuns, has nice wave clear. She does a lot for the team, but she brings that burst as well, which is something that potentially the Absolved roster is lacking slightly, with Cassiopeia wanting to do the same amount of damage, but over a longer time frame and more consistently.
Syndra, of course, doing that huge burst is going to be very, very important to take down targets that do need to go down very quickly. You need to be taking down that Lulu and that Aphelios very sharpish, because if you don't take down the Lulu, Aphelios is going to be very hard to kill with the exhaust as well. That's interesting to note. But with the Aphelios staying alive, going to be able to dish out hilarious amounts of damage and is going to be able to match, because once the first initial burst of damage comes through from Lion's Creed, you've got the Zarya pulled back as well, which is a huge source of damage. But the consistent damage is nowhere near the same level as Absolved is. You've got Aphelios and you've got Cassiopeia, who in late game, when they've got full items, will absolutely rip through lineups. But in the earlier to mid game, where they're having to do damage in a more traditional way, they're going to be able to survive these longer exchanges. And we don't see Lion's Creed having the same kind of comp that Black Lion have. They don't have all that much sustained. Maokai, as a champion, does have a lot himself, and the Rakan will be helping out a little bit with shields, but they're much less able to stand around an objective for 2 minutes while they take poke.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. But while we come out of our pause, you can see fairly standard line of scrimmage. Lion's Creed are sat on a ward here. Patamand will give them a nice little love tap, say that they are spotted, and persuade them to just walk away. I believe we are having a few little stutters in the game. We asked about this in our little break, in our downtime, and unfortunately it does appear that it is a client-side issue. We are doing our best to try and sort out these problems as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about the client itself. We are only available to work with the tools we are given. And talking about working with the tools we are given, Viper, and I've got a very specific question for you based on a statement you said before today's games even started.
Okay.
So we were just refreshing ourselves on the patch notes, as we do before casts, because we like to be as informed as possible.
True.
And I believe you said something along the lines of, "Oh, Guardian's been buffed, but lol, who plays Guardian nowadays?"
Well, you see, let me tell you a story. Neither of these champions... Okay, the Rakan is a different case. We'll get onto in a minute. Lulu traditionally doesn't take Guardian. Lulu, more often than not, takes Aerie. This could be a sign of maybe we think Guardian's OP now. No longer giving the movement speed and a much bigger shield. So, and it's in a larger area as well, so it's much easier to proc. A little bit of a scrap in the top lane, but we're not too worried because I don't think there's going to be a kill. No junglers are in the area, and the kill pressure isn't hugely there for either of these champions at the second. But it's... Yeah, that is very interesting to me. The idea that Lulu has Guardian, I had spotted it on the Rakan. I don't think that they picked Rakan here because, look, Guardian's been buffed. I don't think that was even in the thought process, but it might be like, that's nice. But on the Lulu, yeah, normally we see Aerie. This is definitely not Aerie. Pinata actually doing a decent amount of damage to Mental Nevada, making him regret moving forward. But I do think that, yeah, I think that it's not going to be a reason for champions who usually take Guardian to be picked, but it's going to be a little bit nice for them.
Ooh, nice stun.
GMX should be okay, though. Can float away. Not too much CC available in the early stages since that pillar went a little bit wide.
No, and while I love teasing you, I completely agree. I am very surprised to see the Guardian on the Lulu. I'm waiting to see how it's going to play out. Oh, gang towards the top side with Lone Wolf.
Lone Wolf's coming in, doesn't have that Predator, looking to get damage down. Pinata has to kite away, but won't be able to do so, and goes down for first blood. Mental Nirvana picking up that one on the Maokai.
Once again, we see a Gragas strike
GMX
first.
Might be a little bit more caught out this time. Trundle putting the pain down with his club, looking for the damage. Nice knockup. Will not land, actually, as GMX does turn around to get the kill, though, and the double buff on the Syndra. A play that was good looking. Okay for himself. Looks disastrous. Pinata moving forward, trying to get something down, but Mental Nirvana flashing forward. Means that he'll be able to escape.
The first few minutes have given us a fair share of action, and all of it has gone Lions Creed's way. Both sets of flashes are gone on the top side. Mid laner has lost it for Lions Creed as well, but with a kill picked up on the Syndra and the Maokai already, that's definitely going to be giving them a good leg up in these early trades. The double buff as well, going to be massively beneficial to the Syndra. Keep her staying power in lane nicely topped off. You can see her poking forwards onto this Cassio, and you have to say, it looked like Sebalt there was overstepping a little bit. At first, it looked like he had caught out GMX on the rotation throughout the jungle, but there was just too much speed on the side of the Lions Creed bot lane. They were able to respond far quicker than Absolved could, turn that fight in their favor, and allowed Syndra to pick up that first kill.
Oh, and picking up some damage onto Coin as well. Needs to be careful, does have Trundle in the area, but she's just going to burn down and be taken out. And that's the power of the red buff on the Syndra and the blue buff. She was going to be forced out of lane before she picked up those ones, but then could sustain up with the mana, able to move forward, get the poke more efficiently, and has just picked herself up a nice, easy solo kill.
And another factor with the red buff playing into play there is you don't necessarily expect a Syndra to be slowing you outside of her stun, which I think is perhaps the thing that caught Koenig off guard there. You could see he was trying to kite back on the Cassio with a phase rush, but those red buff auto attacks, they will provide a slow TP.
Engage forward, and Felios going to be able to dance away initially, but Mental Nirvana and GMX have both come in. Panamant is deleted, and old Drengen, Guardian's not going to save you here as he's going to be taken low as well. Doesn't have to flash away, so does manage to survive. Heal going down as well, but Lions Creed, they're running this early game.
They said they wanted to come back and show their power on the Savannah, and they are certainly doing it so far on the Plains of Summer's Rift. A double TP committal into the bot lane. Catches Absolved off guard. It will get them a kill. Will get them time with this tower. First plate there. A nice bit of gold into Paddyman's pocket.
Fight coming in the mid lane. Junglers and mid laners both involved, but no one's going to go down. Trundle making sure that Cassiopeia had a route to freedom, and Lions Creed just being so oppressive, very aggressive in these early stages, going to be rotating around doing so much, and Absolved so far unable to keep up. I think there's something easily to note in the top side though. You've got the Tull on the Urgot, you've got a little bit of a gold lead at this point,
just a tad.
Just a little one, only 20 plus farm up at this early stage, but the gold is not all that much there because Maokai's made these aggressive plays, have got down to the bot lane, grabbing himself a kill and an assist. The assist obviously is not that relevant in terms of gold stakes, but even in this matchup, he's not that far behind, and he's helped his team get really far ahead elsewhere.
That's the thing you need to consider. You know, you look initially at that CS difference, you're like, oh, although Pinata came under pressure from a gank, still doing very well in terms of CS. Well, yes, he is, but the TP from this Urgot was used to get back to his own lane because he fell victim to that gank, whereas Mental Nirvana was able to get out of lane, able to turn a fight in bot lane to their favour, and give a bit more of a leg up to what turned out to be their mid laner, going 3-0 on the Syndra, and ultimately that's where Lions Creed needs for gold. They don't necessarily need it on this Maokai, they need the Syndra and the Xayah to be nicely ahead. Absolved will sneak away the Mountain Drake there. Extra resistance to themselves is always going to be helpful, especially when you have the Urgot and the Trundle, who are going to be building, you know, kind of bruisery off tank, looking to go forwards and go in. They don't have the same frontline potential as Lions Creed do with the Maokai, so any extra help we can get in that department is going to be more than welcome.
Botlane has been a little bit quiet since that big fight play. Obviously, Padaman we talked about quite a lot in the pre-show, but we're going to see an engage coming through once again. But that's the power of the Polymorph, just stopping Rakan's engage in its tracks, and he's going to be forced to flourish to freedom. Mental Nirvana now moving top to protect Lone Wolf as he's doing that Rift Skull, but does need to be careful. We've got the jungler here as well. Sebel looking to get down onto the tree. Coin coming in as well, and it's going to be Absolved's first kill, and it's going to be in the grinder as Pinata picks it up.
Just as you were saying, Viper, nothing you can do once that grinder injects into you. Pinata will manage to pull that kill out, extending this lead on the top side because, like we said, Mental Nirvana doesn't have the TP. We know that the Gragas is around, but Pinata could potentially push this into tower, might try and greed for a plate, but I think he's going to take the safe play and back off instead. Gragas going through down to the mid lane. It's giving him plenty of time. He's going to get one and hopefully back away because Pinata is going to be under pressure. He's going to have a decent amount of gold to actually spend when he gets back, though. And this Urgot is starting to get the kind of leads that we would be hoping to see at this stage, and is potentially going to be able to blossom that further going into the mid game when you do start to look at this fight around Herald.
Gonna have to be translating the lead in lane into the lead in fights though, because right now you have seen this selfless Maokai, mentally Nirvana, has been getting other lanes going, and you can see it in the mid lane, Syndra being able to so easily bully Cassiopeia. Credit to Coin for staying up in farm as well, keeping up and even getting a little bit of a lead, but does need to be careful because GMX has been putting down the damage, has been putting down the pressure. You can see it right here. Look at all of that coming through Coin, just surviving from the burst of Syndra. Going to be forced to back away, and this gives GMX time to maybe gain a little bit more of a gold lead. No teleport available currently for either mid lane, which means that this one will be crashed into tower, you've got to imagine. And that's the power of this early mid-game Syndra, especially when you give her free kills.
It definitely is, but it looked like GMX overestimated his damage slightly there. Started to walk away thinking the ult would be enough, where it really required one more Q. Unfortunate, but it will give plenty of time to push the wave in, get a tower plate, and take the back. You're seeing the GLP Super Soaker, I believe, on the Syndra, not necessarily something I would have expected, but it's going to give her an extra bit of utility on top of her Scatter the Weak. But Mental Nirvana, he's out of lane again. He's waiting down here. This is going to be a big fight going in.
Fight going forward. Yvonne gets the knock-up going on to the Lulu. Has the polymorph herself, but it's not going to be enough to keep her alive. She's going to full Lion Screed, picking up their 5th kill of the game. Panama moves back. Trundle's in the area, so she'll be able to come in to stop any kinds of tower dives. But very nice play from Lion Screed. They're going to pick themselves up another kill and look to siege onto the tower. Actually, no, they're going to look for the recall.
Yeah, they don't want to push it. They're instead just wanting to get some more items under their belt, perhaps realizing that they are spending a bit too much time in this bot lane.
Lone Wolf has to be careful, getting taken reasonably low. GMX bashing them back though, and Siebel going to have to flash away. Ultimate comes through from GMX, not actually going to be available. The stun won't land. And Siebel going to be able to get away with his tail between its legs. Excellent play from Lone Wolf and GMX to try and turn that fight around, but they couldn't pick anything up.
And although he just scrapes away, the fancy footwork under the tower there to dodge out those Syndra Qs was absolutely fantastic from Seabel there. He was so close to dying, but he managed to step back and forth, doing his little troll dance around, and survives instead. That being said, though, forced back, Lions Creed know that they have this time on the objective. They've already lane swapped up towards this top side. The Rift Herald is here. Lone Wolf is around. There is absolutely nothing to stop them, but Nevada might be in trouble.
Could be in a lot of trouble, but actually going to be turning down around the Padawan and Old Drengen. Going to be forcing them away. You can't really dive a Maokai. It's quite difficult to do so because he does have so much CC, and even with Polymorph, that's not going to last the amount of time that it takes to take down this tree, especially with those tankier items. And so going to be forced to back away, but now Seaball, he's not backing away, he's forcing GMX to do so. Damage coming down to Cassiopeia again won't be enough to get the kill. But going to be enough to dissuade any further notions of a fight in the mid lane.
I think Absolved need to accept that the Trundle Cassiopeia might not be in the position to fight this Syndra right now. Every time that Going sets up to try and find a play, he is just burst down immediately.
Bond looking to find a play, getting on to Seaboard. Does have to be careful. Black Swan and Lone Wolf are there. Members of Resolved are rotating up, but it's not going to be enough to save their jungler. Trundle goes down, and now the fight moves back towards bot lane. The Twisted Advance coming through from Mental Nirvana. Old Dragon forced to flash away, but then he's not the target for Yvonne. Old Dragon going to be taken down by the rest of the team as Yvonne looks to keep this Aphelios tasty. Going to be looking for the damage, going to be able to get the jump down, and Mental Nirvana picks up that one. Lions Creed running rampant. Absolved yet to come back.
Another beautiful play from Lone Wolf there, using the Exploding Cast to force Padamond away from his tower, allow that kill to be picked up, but it is Absolved actually taking first tower on the top side. This is the scary thing that Lions Creed have to remember. While Mental Nirvana is having a huge impact around the map, he's helping his bot lane get ahead, it is giving Pinata so much time on this top side, and he has climbed up to a 2,000 gold lead on this Urgot. Now, you have to bear in mind, while he has a 2,000 gold lead on the Urgot, if you look at mid lane and bot lane, it is not quite the same rosy story for Absolved. Lions Creed are winning out handedly there, but it's really going to have to be on Pinata to put in some work in these mid-game fights once he gets an item or two under his belt and really start doing some damage on this Urgot, because right now, that is where Absolved have their strength.
It's going to be on Pinata to make himself a problem, though. GMX looking for the burst down onto Coin. Not going to be able to find it just yet, and the ultimate coming through will be securing it. Yvonne able to dash away, but this is the power of the Hex Deck host pipe. We talked about it. You said it's a little bit strange. It's something that we actually see some Syndras prefer over the early Linzeko. It gives a little bit less burst in terms of your abilities, but it does give you that slow and that damage early game. While it doesn't scale particularly well, while it's not something that you're going to care about too much in the later stages, the fact that Syndra got it so early means that it can get her over the finish line to 1v1. You said it yourself, GMX sometimes underestimates damage a little bit, but with that extra couple hundred, it's easy pickings.
Yeah, and you're talking about it delaying your burst a little bit. It's certainly not looking that way, and I'm sure Coing isn't feeling like Syndra needs any more burst right now, because he is just going down every time she steps up to try and fight him, having a real issue in this mid lane, and it's buying Lion's Creed so much pressure that it's letting the rest of their members just move freely around the map. Black Swan and Yvonne have moved up to this tower. They will get the Demolish proc to do a little bit more damage, and one more push, one more nice wave, that tower will fall, and you're really starting to open the map up now if you are Lion's Creed looking at these different objectives.
I'm looking to see what Pinata decides to do next, because there's a little trick if... I'm going to have to hold that point. Padaman will get engaged on, but that's a couple of ultimates used, and it's not going to gain anything. Black Swan moving forward, just take the tower out, but not going to be the fight that they potentially wanted. But a big thing that's often said is when you're talking about League of Legends, when you're talking about analysis on points and you're looking at a game state, you can think, so what, in a lot of cases. Pinata's really, really strong in this top lane right now, and is now going to be moving towards the fight. He's got that massive gold lead on the Maokai, but so what at the moment? Yeah. Because you got tower, brilliant. You got first tower, even better. Does GMX really care? Has he cared at any stage that you've got a kill? No. Has GMX been afraid of this Urgot at any stage during this game so far? No. So Pinata has to move forward and make himself a scary target. Make GMX fear him, and not just with his ultimate. Because right now, Lion's Creed like, excellent, you've got a gold lead on our Maokai, who's going to be useful anyway because he's Maokai. And all you've taken with it is a tower and a kill. We've taken multiple objectives. We've taken towers all over the map, and we've got a really strong position for our mid-game scaling champions. We're not all that terrified of Urgot.
Absolutely, and it's going to be one hell of a job for Pinata to actually do that, because the problem with Urgot is if you build him full damage so you can just chunk through people, you are incredibly squishy. If you build him Bruiser, like, it's a more standard path, you lose a bit of that damage and a bit of that burst potential, which you can see right now. He's having to run away from targets that he should be able to chunk through. Like, getting onto that Xayah is an ideal situation for him, but he knows that they are so far ahead that Lion's Creed have found these advantages in other lanes, but he isn't confident that he can step up and take these fights unless he finds an isolated pick like that.
He had Siebel in reserve as well. It would have been a 2v2, and it just shows a little bit of misinformation. There's no deep wards for Absolve, so they don't know who is in the neighborhood. They don't want to be starting fights where they don't have that information. But moving forward, trying to get onto Black Swan, who's going to be able to kite him away pretty effectively. Pinata's going to be forced back, and it's a decent trade once again. But in other lanes, with Pinata being the only real threat currently for this Absolve roster, he can only respawn in one place, which means that other places are going to be seeing advantages. Now Pinata might be stepping forward once again, trying to get onto Black Swan and Yvonne. The tower dive's coming through, but that might have been a mistake. Nice ultimate coming through from Black Swan, and they're instantly going to delete the Urgot. Yvonne going to have to move away. Black Swan trying to get the double kill, won't be able to get it as Lone Wolf picks up the other kill. But if that's all that Absolved have, is that the only position that Absolved have been ahead in this game, then the game is not looking good for them.
Just as you were saying before that fight kicked off via Prune, they have one pressure point on the map Absolved, and it is wherever the Urgot is. That leaves Lion Creed free to do whatever they want. They are invading the jungle left, right, and center. They are dominating mid lane. They are dominating bot lane, and that means that they have members free to move up and create those kind of plays.
Nice from Coing, though. We'll be able to pick up one onto Black, and we'll be looking for a second one onto Yvonne. Not going to be able to find it as the flash and the blast going will secure, but Black Swan did go down. Another nice pickup for Absolved, but they need to be finding more than that.
It's going to start to even up the gold between this Cassiopeia and the Syndra a little bit, but there is still a long way to go. Lone Wolf stepping up again, feels so confident, knows that he has his members nearby. Mental Nirvana could be used.
Going to have to go gold on Lone Wolf, not in a great spot, flashing over the wall towards Dragon, but the fight's going to kick off regardless. Pinata now moving forward, trying to get the fear into them, but a lot of damage coming onto Siebel, has to take his wild growth to get away. To grab it, and that's a nice snipe coming through from Yana, going to be able to secure Lone Wolf. And that, with that jungler being away, actually, does maybe deny Lion's Creed this dragon. So little plays that in themselves don't look all that impressive are going to help Absolved in the grander scheme of things. And in the top lane, Coin going to be able to get towards that dragon, as that tower as well. So Absolved showing that they're still fighting them.
GMX is here though, doesn't have the ultimate available. It's going to be a 4v4 on this bot side. Cassio does have TP to join if needed, and Absolved feel like they want to try and push this. Lone Wolf is still down.
Padaman goes down. Yvonne looking forward, can't find another engagement. They will be picking up, adopting that dragon, and should have the damage to get it. It's going to be resetting, actually, but members of Absolved not feeling too confident to try and get involved. Tower in the top side does go down, jumping in, trying to steal, will steal! That's excellent play from Seymour, will go down for his troubles, but denying that dragon is pretty big, and at this point, you're happy to make that trade.
That is a nice play for Absolved, because you do not want to allow those Ocean Drakes to stack up for Lion's Creed. You don't want to be giving those away for free. And while you do lose your Trundle, your jungler, you manage to get the Drake. And that's a lot of time that Coing was pushing on the top side of the map while that dance was going on. By denying Lion's Creed the Drake, that means they get nothing from that entire exchange. The past minute and a half of play, they gained absolutely nothing on the map while Absolved. They managed to steal the Drake, they managed to get a tower, and they got more farm onto this Cassiopeia to try and reach those item breakpoints and get her back to being a threat that she should be.
Absolved only want one thing, and it's objectives.
Yep.
They're playing around the map very well, and yes, the fights are still not necessarily going in their favor, except when they can get these little picks, but they are showing that they can still survive and grab objectives. So definitely not out of this one yet. It's still looking pretty grim for them in terms of gold, 3k behind, and maybe still not looking too great if they're forced into these engagements, but definitely positive signs. And looking towards another pick, going to be going towards Mental Nirvana. Maokai having to use that ultimate to try to escape, but Urgot's going to be able to come forward, and this could be where Maokai actually is in trouble. Pinata going to be slowed down, Teleport coming in to give Maokai some support, and now Absolved might have to make their excuses and leave. GMX coming down, you can see other members from both teams looking to turn this one into a right royal team fight. Pinata going to be able to get on the tower. GMX needs to be careful, getting a lot of damage down, but looking towards GMX. Has got that ultimate on him from Urgot. Probably won't be taking enough damage to be dragged back in, but will be taking enough damage to go down. Aphelios picks up one. Aphelios picks up another. Cassio actually going to be securing that kill. Black Swan looking forward, but the Wild Growth onto Cassio will save her for a moment. Now we're going to see the Zarya go down. That's the double kill coming from Pataman. And Absolved, just like that, prove me wrong, win the team fight.
And immediately the gold swings back into Absolved's favour. I was going to say before that fight kicked off, it didn't feel like Lion's Creed had that small of a lead. They should have had much larger lead from looking at the state of the game so far. But Absolved have been cagey. They've been keeping up on CS. They've been keeping up and pressuring on objectives. And now with a very bitter team fight, with a close fought battle, they managed to get out, having taken down multiple members, claim some big shutdowns without losing anyone.
Yvonne engages, but there's no follow-up. Gonna have to jump away to Lone Wolf. Another fight is coming in. Do they have enough CC? Do they have enough damage? Can they take out Padaman? He's gonna be able to get behind to his Lulu. Yvonne looking for the CC, but it's not gonna be enough. He's gonna fall. Mental Nirvana running away as he watches his jungler die. And just like that, Absolved are turned on once again. Mental Nirvana gonna be looking to escape. Black Swan and GMX coming to clean up, but it's actually gonna be Lion's Creed who are in trouble. Is that enough damage? It's not just yet. A little bit more will be all it takes, but Absolved not gonna be able to find it. Absolved take another couple of good picks, and it looked like the fight was turning on at one point, but it's actually Lion's Creed to get stunned.
And we were talking about Pinata needing to make himself the problem, needing to make himself in that position to carry. GMX just turning away from the Cassio ult there. That was a very dangerous bush check, but knew what the score was. He managed to get out. And yeah, Pinata has been able to find some of these kills. Black Swan, looking for it.
Padaman might have been caught out. Exhaust coming through. Will it keep him alive? No, it won't. Zarya will pick up the shutdown Black Swan with the cash in pocket. Still very strong, 5-2 and 5. And Lion's Creed, the last few minutes have been cagey for them, have been difficult, but now they're clearing out vision, maybe looking towards this Barret.
You could see the pings coming down. They know they have the numbers advantage between Zarya, who has 2 items already. They will have enough damage to take it down. It's whether Absolved can find a comeback. It is a difficult place to fight in that pit when you're against an Urgot that is doing so well. But we know Aphelios, they might be feeling confident.
Lone Wolf is so low. Already have to smite the Barret to stay alive, and the fight is kicking off. Black Swan gets one, looking to clean up Absolved and make this one an easier take. Pinata going to be trying to go back, kiting away, getting the damage down. A lot of members of Lions Speed are pretty low. The snipe comes through. Coin will secure the kill before they drag him back in, but woo, this is what I'm saying about Urgot. Some really awesome plays can be made. Padman looking for the flank. Absolved looking to get a fight. Lone Wolf going to be able to escape. The ultimate goes wide. GMX going to be floating up river to safety, but Absolved, they'll stop the Baron and they'll make some pretty good plays while doing it.
It looked so messy at the start of that. It looked like they'd really messed up the positioning. Like Lions Creed were just going to turn and burn, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade with Pinata, Sniper Elite, finding the pick onto Yvonne. Lions Creed are forced off the Baron once again, and now on the back foot, it looks like Absolved are setting up the vision. They are going to be spotted here on the River Scuttler, but they're starting it up, and Mercasio and Aphelios Lulu to help shield. Pinata is healthy as well. Lone Wolf's going to have to try and make a steal here, or just accept that they're going to lose his Baron. It's going fast.
It's going to be a fight over it though. 2k, 1k. It goes down. It's going to be secured by Absolved. They're going to pick up a kill as the Gragas dives in to try to steal. Not going to be able to do so. And Absolved are turning this game on its head. It looks so rough for them in the early stages, but they've come back fighting, and they're going to be looking to make this Baron count.
I think it's fair to say, Viperoon, that me and you were both quietly doubtful about Absolved's chances in this game. We're looking at the Syndra and the Xayah having so much money injected into them and thinking if it's only the Urgot that is on the opposition side, you haven't got that much of a chance. But Absolved have really proved us wrong. They have come back with some back-to-back fantastically played team fights. They've cleaned up all the neutral objectives in the past 10 minutes on the map. They've won Drake away from Soul Point now, and that is going to be a massive boon to them if they are looking to take these front-to-back fights with these aggressive bruisers going forwards. All of that healing and that sustain will benefit this Urgot and Trundle massively and allow them to push deep into the Lions Creed team and chunk out the key members that they need to get access to.
And Absolved now have the gold lead that Lions Creed had when things started going south for the Lions. They had about 3k, that's what Absolved and picking themselves up now, 3.5k, and they've got champions that do well in these late stages. Cassiopeia, Aphelios coming online. Urgot was very strong and is now feeling that confidence, able to push forward with his team, more able to follow up, and the shoe is definitely on the other foot. Lions Creed need to be careful. Baron buff is going to allow Absolved to take more of these objectives that they've coveted so much this game, and Lions Creed don't really have a response. The team fights were all they had, and they've not been looking good in the past couple.
They certainly haven't, and if you look at GMX's scoreline, hasn't changed that much across the past 6 or 7 minutes or so. Mental Nirvana's getting chunked out under tower. Pinata feeling like he can take the dive because the rest of the team has pressure in the mid lane. 2 lanes pressured here. Can Lions Creed make the response, or are the towers going to get slowly chipped down?
Looks like they're going for the chip damage. They've got those minions. Syndra able to clear out the cannons in the bot lane, but in mid lane, Absolved and feeling more confident to move forward and take it themselves. That's going to be the base broken at 26 minutes in, and Absolved could be looking towards the inhibitor. Don't know if they're going to be wanting to do so, though. Don't know if they're going to be able to do so as Lions Creed putting up a stalwart defense. Pinata will be securing some pressure, but yeah, moving towards that inhibitor. Less than half health. You've got to feel a fight is brewing. Lone Wolf looking forward, looking for the opportunity to engage. The inhibitor will fall though, and now they're fighting over rubble. Lone Wolf looking for Renegade, can't find it, gets the ultimate off, but will go down, and now damage come through. Nice ultimate coming through from Coin on the Cassiopeia. I've said that so many times this game. Panaman moving forward, but it's going to be Pinata who gets the next kill. Odd to the Xayah, now moving forward onto Mental Nirvana. Can he get the kill? Won't be able to. Going to have to move backwards, doesn't want to dive under 2 Nexus towers with minions. Might be feeling a little bit more confident to move forward. Teleport coming in. Are Absolved looking to end this game. They're going to be on 1 next tower. It falls. Moving on to the second one. Will it go down as well? GMX, Mental Nirvana, Yvonne all there, but they're fighting over a bare Nexus. Damage coming down from all sides. Pinata looking to get 1. Will be able to pick it up. Padaman gets 2. They're not going to need to kill GMX. He's not going to be able to defend. And Absolved, out of nowhere, will secure their first win of the Square One Summer Split.
Well, it certainly wasn't clean, it certainly wasn't easy, but Absolved build up the momentum and crash down on the Lions Creed base in a landslide. 8k goal difference at the end, still behind in kills compared to their opponents, but it did not matter. They played around the objectives, they played the map better than Lions Creed, and ultimately they will take the win in their debut game of the SQ1 split.
And I think that I need to ask you about MVP. But I think that I think we both know who that's going to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's gonna be Pinata. I don't see how you could really give it to anybody else. I think you could make an argument for Coing for some of his ultimates. I think the Cassiopeia was a really key part of this roster, and really set up some of those fights nicely for Absolve to win. But ultimately, the entire game was on Urgot's back. It had to be him doing the work, him going forward and stepping up. We were skeptical as to whether it could happen, but it certainly did. ABV Pinata, the sniper elite that Absolve brought to the roster today, he's going to be my shout for MVP. Are you gonna throw something spicy out there? I disagree.
No, I completely agree. I want to give props to Siebel for some excellent play, stealing a couple of objectives away and securing objectives when they were crucially needed. The Baron and the Dragon are key examples. Patamand as well played exceptionally well in the team fights, good positioning there, able to keep himself near the Lulu when needed to, and actually moving through team fights to get himself that assistance when needed. But I think it would have to be Pinata on Coin because the ultimates from the Cassiopeia, I said in the last team fight, I've said good ultimate, massive ultimate going through Cassiopeia so many times. That Pinata was the shining light of that team when things were darkest and was then able to translate that and help his team through and get these members of the team. Because respectfully for Coin, if Pinata hadn't been winning lane, Absolve wouldn't have got to the point where they could then take these fights.
Yes, they would not have had the chance. And while we're on that flip side for Absolved, let's talk about Lion's Creed a little bit briefly, because it looks so well. It looked really, really good for them. You had the first 10 minutes of the game was completely in their favor. GMX was massive. Black Swan had huge advantages down in the bot side. Lone Wolf was in all the right places at all the right times. Mental Nirvana, fantastic teamwork and synergy, TPing in, sacrificing his own lane for the benefit of his bot lane. But ultimately, it just wasn't enough. They weren't quite as coordinated in some of these fights. They perhaps were getting a little bit overconfident with how far they could push up alone because of those gold advantages. And I think that's where Absolve started to claw it back. They had one fight that surprised us, and they got a bit of a gold swing back towards them. Then a second after that came, and they had an actual gold lead that was substantial. Then the third around the Baron, and you're like, hang on a minute, Absolve are bringing this back, and Absolve are doing it. Lion's Creed let it slip away from them, and that is unfortunate for a team that I think had an excellent early game and looked like they were making some really impressive moves to set up their carries for success.
Speaking of carries, speaking of MVPs, we're now going to pass you over to Aladar, who's going to be talking to Pinata about that first win for Absolved. And that is going to be myself and Sarge done for the day. But please do not go anywhere. We've got amazing matches for you throughout the rest of the day, kicking off with Absolved off the top of their victory, going up against Glorious Gaming, who are out for blood. It's going to be Rook and Varys with you after the break. So please do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
All right, hello everybody. I'm here with the MVP of that previous game, Absolved's top laner, Pinata, the Urgod himself. First of all, hello, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Hi, yeah, and welcome to SQ1 League as well. Your first game in the league, and just obviously a win. Great start to your SQ1 career, I suppose. So, how does it feel?
It feels great. Like having to go into a new tournament. I hadn't heard about this tournament before, and when we got signed up from Absolved, it was it's great to be here, great to compete, and I'm looking forward to a lot of good games.
Absolutely, yeah. And if they're anything like that, they are going to be some very good games indeed, because that one was a very interesting game indeed. Didn't look so good for you guys in the early game. There was one point where you were, I think, 11 kills to 1 down, but you were just sitting there up in the top lane, farming away, getting your gold advantage over your counterpart in that top lane. So did you think that you always had it in the back pocket? Do you think you were always kind of in control of the game, or were you kind of worried when it got to the sort of 15-minute mark?
I was kind of worried because like my team started making plays they didn't really have to make because we were comfortable in like just scaling and taking the game later because we had like Lulu Aphelios and Casio, and Urgot is also really good in the late game, so it was kind of pointless to make plays in the early game, but we did anyways and got punished. So But Maokai just decided to, the enemy top laner, to like ditch his lane, get no CS. So I think we were kind of 4v5ing.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, strong words. And yeah, so even though it looked a little bit bad for a while, do you think that was the main turning point of that game? The fact that maybe some. Do you think it was the opposing top laner's play that was the turning point? Or do you think there was a sort of specific moment where you felt like, okay, now we can really win this?
In the bot lane, where we started a team fight where they were a bit over aggressive, and we punished them for it. And I had just reached my 2 items, I believe, and the rest of the team was also hitting like the first power spikes, and they didn't respect that enough, and so we punished them. And I feel like that's when the game started to turn in our favor.
All right, yeah, no, I think that definitely checks out with how I read the game when I was watching. So yeah, good awareness to be able to play around those power spikes, of course. And congratulations on your very first win. Of course, you haven't got long to rest before the next game, though, because our very next game will be Glorious Gaming versus Absolved. And are you confident going into that one?
Honestly, I haven't made much preparation, so I don't really know what I'm going into, but I'm just going into with the mindset of let's just beat these guys. Don't care who's in front of us, we'll just beat them.
All right, that's a very good mindset to have. And congratulations again. And yeah, so join us after the break for Glorious Gaming versus Absolved. Don't go anywhere. Okay.
Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SQ1 League Championship Summer Split. I am Rook, and I'm joined by Varus, as we do have a beautiful matchup coming up for you between Glorious Gaming and Absolved.
And we're seeing a lot from both teams today. Obviously, Absolved coming out with a win, and GG coming out from a loss. So GG's got a lot to prove, and they need to bounce back if they want to make something happen here.
Yeah, they certainly do. GG not looking like the worst team in that loss from what I've been told. I did catch a little bit of that game, but on the whole, not making too many mistakes, but it seems like Black Lions just managed to completely blow them out of the water. A very strong team starting off in this split. Absolved, on the other hand, managing to make a bit of a comeback there, didn't they?
Definitely making a comeback. Looking a bit shaky to start off with just unlike Absolved. Absolved are a strong team, and they did prove that last split, so maybe they can capitalize a bit more on this game and show why they're a team to contest with.
Certainly will. Very excited to see Absolved. Heard a lot of stories, and I mean, of course, they're all very strong over multiple years, so definitely a team to keep an eye on, and likely to improve as well over the split with a fantastic set of staff behind them. Very interested to see as well what we're going to be seeing in bans, because we've seen a lot of teams kind of worldwide put up a lot of priority in that Lulu. I think people were talking about them very strong in first pick situation. How do you feel about that on the whole?
I'm not as hyped about Lulu as a certain someone would be, like a Mena, but I do think it's strong. I think it's probably one of the best enchanters you can actually pick right now. And with every support really just being like tanks or melees, they're really easy to abuse when you pick something like Lulu.
Yeah, and also that ability to flex into the mid lane. We've been seeing a lot of kind of priority on flex picks as a whole. Do you think we'll be seeing a lot of those today?
The meta will always be flex picks. Like just like last meta, it's just going to be flex pick central because it just keeps you guessing. It makes you not understand where something's going, and it's just so important that you can just play mind games with people there.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I mean, of course, coming up after this, we also have Black Lions, team we were just talking about, up against Lions Creed in the matchup of the Lions. So very excited to see how that one's going to go up because it is a bit of a namesake face-off. But Black Lions looking very strong early on. And that gives me hope, coming back to what we were talking about, for GG, because they did put up a decent fight. Couple of silly mistakes did cost them the game, but on the whole, some very solid stuff from them.
Yeah, and it makes you realize if they understand what they did wrong there, and obviously they've probably been speaking to their coach and being like, we could have done this better, we could have done that better. If they understand where they've actually gone wrong, they can really capitalize on this. And GG can actually be a team to upset these bigger teams, especially like Evolved.
They certainly can. Very excited as well to see things like Dan Styles. Dan Styles on that Corki in the previous game. The game was kind of lost around him. Played very solidly on that. The scaling picks very strong right now. I think Corki is a little bit underrated in solo queue, but in more competitive play, we see a lot of teams kind of picking him up here. And the ability to have that open to you in Dan Styles, very good as well. So excited to see that. And we've seen some kind of interesting picks in terms of the bot lane when we've seen things like Yuumi and Sona come out in their very first game. Do you think we're going to be seeing more Sona in particular? It's a bit strange.
It might even get banned away. It's like, it's not something you'd want to play against, especially because if you ever play against Sona Tom Kench, it's really unfun to play against, and it's just one of those again. So it might just be something what's just taken away and just saying we don't want to deal with this at all.
Yeah, and of course we've got those kind of new meta picks kind of coming out. Things like the Senna, where you're taking that grasp, and you're taking glacial. I'm sorry, not glacial. What's the name of the hammer? Frozen Mallet. That's the one. Do you think we saw actually Senna get picked in that first game that I was talking about, but it didn't pick up the Frozen Mallet more tanky style build? Do you think we'll be seeing more or less of that tanky style build?
I think more, 100%, because that build is just so strong. It makes Senna more obnoxious than she already is. Obviously, it doesn't provide the slows to keep on people as easy, but as soon as you get that mallet, it makes it easier to stay on top of people. You got the grasp for the extra damage, and Senna already puts out absurd damage as it is. It just makes them more tanky, harder to deal with, harder to kill. So definitely going to see more of it, and I think it's very highly rated.
Indeed, we are. I'm actually very interested to see how Absolved are actually going to play around, because we saw them picking some more aggressive picks. We saw a Trundle in that jungle for Zapalp, and I'm interested to see more of that, because it is such a fantastic pick to try and get aggression and take control of the game early, isn't it?
And especially with the way the jungle meta is leaning towards, it's why Trundle is still a staple point in that jungle. And he always will be for a long time still. Even with the small nerf he got currently, it's not affecting him too much. Like, he's still going to be able to pressure hard and still be relevant in the jungle.
Certainly is. And a very effective counter pick as well to some of the tanks we're kind of seeing. Things like the Maokai, like the Ornn in the top lane. And Absolved themselves, they found a pick which they felt was really effective into that Pinata, picking up that Urgot into the Maokai. And I mean, we saw that he had the interview, had a really fantastic game there.
I was really excited to see the Urgot, because I've been saying this pick is really underrated, especially in current meta, because he bullies so many of the top lane champions, and his mana costs are so low, and people don't understand that. And especially when you get that level 9 on your W, you will shred through any tank. It doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah, and definitely kind of fun to catch at that one. It's interesting, actually, thinking about top lane itemization, because obviously you've got things like Black Cleaver, Death Stance, and you've also got things like the Bulk Rush on a lot of these more melee top laners. And I'm very excited to see if we're going to have something that isn't Bulk, though that is a little bit with bated breath, because it has been very strong.
Yeah, it's very hard not to see Bork or Death Stance in your game. If you caught NA last night, there was 5 Death Stance in one game. Kind of speaks in words how strong that item actually is.
Certainly does, and we are going to get right on into pick and ban, as we have the teams all loaded in, starting off with a Thresh ban for Absolved.
Could mean they're leaning towards that Enchanter, getting rid of one of the picks what are able to deal with it as easy, so...
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, if Nia has picked that up before, makes a lot of sense to take it off the board. Speaking of things that make sense to take it off the board, there's that Varus.
No surprise Varus being taken off there. Varus is such a strong AD carry right now, with the flexibility of going poke or just going on hit. So always just very reliable, very flexible. No surprise seeing Varus banned. Such a strong champion right now.
There certainly is. And we see 2 more bans come in very quickly there, with both the Graves and the Syndra. Very similar, being very generically powerful, able to play in a lot of different ways. And I mean, this Graves in the jungle, I've seen it in a bunch of kind of top-level competitive games. It is absolutely disgusting right now.
Yep, I definitely agree with that, and it could lean towards maybe they do want a tankier jungler. Maybe they want something what can actually be bullied in the early game, so they're removing things like the Greys. But the Hecarim ban is a surprise. So Hecarim did get a buff, which was the patch before, and then Ghost got a buff, which indirectly buffed him as
And
well.
then Predator as well.
Yeah, and then
If you're taking
Predator on top of that, which, to be honest, I think Conqueror's still more favored.
Mhm.
But Hecarim has become increasingly stronger, and is also still a flex. He's very strong in top, and he abuses a lot of matchups. So just getting him off the table just cleans up your options.
Certainly does. Pinata, well, sorry, not Pinata, obviously. Pataman picking up that Aphelios to start things off. And this is often a pick we actually see traded in higher levels with that Graves. And they managed to pick it up first pick with also getting that ban away onto Graves. And Ezreal picked up to try and play into that.
But is this the Yuumi Ezreal reply? We have the Ezreal on the table already, so...
It certainly could be. It could even be some of the more tanky Ezreal builds as well. Obviously, people are building Death Stance and Iceborne Gauntlet right now on him to try and get things around alongside that backup. But it is going to be set coming in for Glorious Gaming, as he is looking to... actually quite a big flex pick right now, isn't he?
Yeah, and the thing what you just mentioned about Ezreal, which I want to bounce back on, is Death Stance on Ezreal. People who don't understand how obnoxious that makes him even more to kill. Iceborne and Death Stance together just makes him more of an annoyance, very hard to kill, and he can just do these engages on his own where he just ease forward safely because he's so tanky now.
It's pretty hard to just completely one-shot him as he does have all those resistances. But it's going to be the Karma picked up, presumably for Drenken, but it can flex into that mid lane for Coin.
And it can be really annoying into set. So if the set did go top lane, and they wanted to play the Karma into it, they could. And it's really annoying for Set because he can't really do much. He's running directly at you. Karma's just going to root him and laugh at him, basically.
Yeah, Karma very good at shutting down that linear gameplay, but we've seen a lot of Gragas picks so far, and for good reason. Very flexible. The buffs to Predator have been great for him. And in the hands of Sebalip, definitely looking to make some big plays. As you mentioned earlier, that Ezreal Yuumi is going to be picked up here for Glorious Gaming.
And that's why they probably picked the set there, to sort of like debate it a bit more, give them a bit more time, because they know the enemy is probably not going to take Yuumi with Aphelios, because there's just better things what you can take. So they flex it by putting the set on the table, saying what you're going to answer with, and gives you more options to see what you're going to play Yuumi into.
It certainly is. Very much looking forward to this. I'm interested to see what other bans we're going to have, as we do have that Yasuo come out early on here. Very strong right now. Had to have a little bit of a nerf, as we see Wukong and Diana taking those away as well. Sorry.
Wukong a very good pick into set, so not really surprised taking him off the table. I'm surprised Wukong's not prioritized as much as I'd say he should be. I feel like Wukong is such a strong top laner, and he has the flexibility of going into mid or jungle, and he has two very reliable build paths. You can go the Bork build, Bork into Black Cleaver, or you can go the Trinity Force into Tiamat for more burst.
Certainly can, and very flexible on the whole, as you say. And we do have that final ban come on in as the Shen, so there can be a reduced amount of global pressure coming in for potentially Bastard. Going to be the Azir picked up in the mid lane for Dan Styles here, and picking one of those more scaling ones. And I would like to see Absolved respond with something like this, that get very aggressive early on.
It would be very aggressive, and it would be very Absolved. So maybe they do pull out this assassin. Maybe they pull out something hyper aggressive. But I feel like they're going to fall back to a mage, personally. But never mind. I got pranked. We do have the Zed. So we will expect a very spicy matchup in the mid lane.
Do well. Very excited to see that one, as Coin definitely looking to try and find a couple of those kills, especially around level 6. Should be able to play quite well around it. But never underestimate the power of Azir's ultimate if you can push people back into tower. Obviously, Zed has a bit of a safety net being able to teleport back to his shadows, but you have to be so careful, and dives might not go quite the way you intend if you're looking for that onto the Azir in the mid lane, as he is a scaler. Speaking of scalers, GP picked up for Pinata on that top line for Absolved.
Really, really well-rounded comp by Absolved. They pretty much have everything you need. Engage, disengage, scaling. They pretty much have everything. They can set up an easy 1-3-1 with this team comp as well. So if Zed does get ahead, that's going to be amplified even more.
Certainly is. Going to be that final pick. I was expecting a tank, honestly, from Glorious Gaming, and they do pick up that Scion. It is going to be set jungle for Futmakala and Bashtard on that Scion. Makes a lot of sense here, and Scion can bully people early on, and into this GP, that could be very important.
And it's going to get to a part where he's going to get so tanky that it's just going to take GP so much extra time to actually deal with Scion. That's why Scion is a good pick into this, and especially you can trade off GP Qs for your W, and it costs you next to nothing, whereas it costs him a lot of mana.
Yeah, absolutely is. We should be getting into game in that couple of 3 minutes as players have swapped around a bit, and we've now got that kind of cooldown. Speaking about this, where do we really want to focus on this game then? Where are going to be the hot points of action?
I think the obvious one's mid lane. Mid lane is going to be a vocal point of this game very strongly because, like I said, if Zed gets ahead, that's the 1-3-1 setup easy. And you have such a good team to disengage if Glorious Gaming run at you. So they want to set up that as much as they can, whereas the side of Glorious Gaming, you want to see Futmakala try protect Dan Styles as much as he can. So he's going to be pressuring around the mid lane as much as he can. So as soon as Zed uses his shadow, you'll see Set come into pressure or walking in to sort of like say back off.
Absolutely will, but I actually really am looking towards this Zed and feeling like it's particularly good because of this Gragas. I think Gragas is such a fantastic pick now. I said earlier, as you said before, has that ability to disengage, but also can play a very ganking jungler style. Most likely going to be taking Predator. That's the most common rune that's taken on him, and should be able to look for a massive amount of ganks early on here.
And that's exactly what they need. They have a top lane which doesn't need to be ganked. You've got GP who's just going to sit there, he just wants to farm. He doesn't need the Gragas assistance. So this Gragas can just play around mid and bot and just perma-gank in between the both and cause so much pressure to happen.
It can. I mean, the thing is, right, is while I want to focus on this mid, I think that top is also going to be a key part, because if Pinata is allowed to get to that free farm, as much as the Scion for Glorious Gaming is going to be very relevant, very tanky and difficult to deal with, you can just play this GP. You can one-shot some of these squishier members like Azir. The problem is as well that if this Ezreal builds slightly tanky, I don't know how GP is really going to deal with them effectively.
And that's exactly the case. And Ezreal with a Yuumi on top, what's GP going to do, especially when there's an exhaust in the equation? And talking of exhaust, both AD carries up towards the barrier instead of taking the exhaust.
That's really interesting, because it has been something we've been seeing a lot recently. AD carries taking that exhaust to try and be the one who can actually deal with the problem coming towards them, so they're generally closer to the issue. Obviously, it's not too much of a problem when you've got the Yuumi on you. Yuumi taking exhaust, Yumi's going to be pretty much on top of you most of the time anyway, so that barrier, you can't take on the Yuumi because it's not very helpful, so it makes sense for it to be that side. But Aphelios taking that makes a little less sense to me, because you don't have to deal with getting burst as much, like, for example, Coin on the Zed is going to likely be doing to Checker in the kind of mid-game. Instead, you're going to have to deal with a lot of extended damage from people like Sion, from like the set of Futmakala.
And that's exactly the point I'm iterating to, because if the set ever gets close to the Aphelios, if the Azir ever gets close to the Aphelios for a shuffle, there's no split second where you can exhaust them because you have barrier. So if you barrier that, you're still going into the team at the end of the day. The barrier will not save you. And that's sort of where I think the exhaust is way more valuable here. And I feel like it's a bit of an overlook going barrier, but we will see. We'll see how it plays out.
We certainly will, as we should be getting into game in just a second, as now the game is in progress. I'm very excited to see as well how Patamount plays on this Aphelios. We've been seeing Aphelios get picked up in a lot of different ways, and I think we've got some really nice AD carries which can demonstrate the player's skill quite well. They're very high skill cap ones where there's a lot of these micro plays that are going to be very important. So keep an eye on that as these matches do go along. But on the whole, who do you think is going to be able to win this one?
I'm going to lean towards Absolve just because I think their comp is a bit more well-rounded, and they've shown the ability to actually execute comps like this in the past. So I will lean towards Absolve, but a thing I want to pinpoint from GG is Checker has been an important part of GG when he started playing towards the end of last split. He was a vital part of their damage. He put up really high damage numbers for their team. but he found himself getting caught at vital moments, and that's why I think Absolve can actually take this.
Yeah, I do have to worry about Checker, and I think that's the big coin flip here. It's Glorious Gaming. I actually really like their composition. It's very difficult for Absolve to properly chunk through a lot of those more tanky members, especially when you can pop a Yuumi on them. They can run you down. And the Azir provides a lot of that consistent damage that perhaps with this build that the Ezreal might struggle to bring otherwise. I really like the way they're doing this. If Checker DC keeps on getting caught, though, things are going to look really awkward. On this Ezreal, you have a little bit more ability to get out, especially if you're building a tanky one, but that's going to be the key point for me. I'm still going to say, however, I think Glorious Gaming are going to take this one.
Interesting. So we've got one each. So we'll see actually who has to come out with this win. And by the sounds of it, we will be loading just in.
Absolutely, as we will see. I'm interested to look at the keystones. It's going to be that Predator for Sebelep, does go for the more standard one, and a Conqueror for Checker DC.
Conqueror is taken a lot more recently, and especially when you go to tankier build, Conqueror is favored. So that should iterate towards what sort of build he's going towards. As we see a little bit of random action, nothing really special happening here, just slugging it out a little bit, get some wards down.
Yeah, and Set really doesn't mind if he takes a little bit of damage early on here, especially. Can obviously heal it back up and has a relatively healthy jungle clear early on, so it shouldn't be too problematic for them. A little bit of early poke from the Yuumi as they're going to back straight away because you have it's such a mana cost at level 1 there.
Yeah, exactly the point. Mana costs are very high, especially for this champion early. So as soon as you get a bit of a mana regen, I almost forgot what it's called then, you're completely fine.
You absolutely are. And that's kind of GG's bottom lane as it is right now. Echo very weak. Sorry, not Echo. Keep on saying Echo instead of Ezreal. Ezreal for Checker DC, going to be kind of struggling, at least in those early levels when he doesn't have too much mana. But once he picks up a little bit, once he gets maybe that Sheen as well, should start to be pretty competent in this bot lane. They are kind of very weak early, and this should be where Sebelep on the jungle should look to put a bit of pressure, I feel, early on.
And both junglers are starting blue buff here. They're going blue buff into Gromp.
Oh, Pinata getting a little bit cheesed out there. Bastard finding that damage early on.
The classic Sion cheese. It's always fun walking into lane and Sion's sitting in one of the little bushes at the top and you just get yeeted into the air.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I mean, Sion is kind of well known for those cheeses at this point, honestly. I remember back in the days of when you used to go and do the enemy red buff as Sion to try and steal it away from them, which was always fun.
Yeah, I'm surprised that fell off, and that was a very fun meta to play, because I loved abusing it. I loved coming to the lane with like a red buff or blue buff, and the enemy was just like, wait, what?
Absolutely is, and it can really mess things up. A good start early across the board for GG. Really nice clear from Futmakala to keep up a pretty decent pace right now. He's already on the top side and looking for stuff as Bastard taking a lot of damage, honestly, as that Grasp of the Undying for Pinata really chunking him out.
And the bot lane getting pushed in really favors them as well. Like Ezreal and Yuumi sort of need to get pushed in. They don't really want to fight Aphelios and Karma, so this suits them really well. They just need to sit back, grab whatever farm they can without getting chunked too much.
Mm-hmm. The other thing I want to keep an eye on is that corrupting pots are already very low in that top lane, so we could see a lot of aggression there early, especially if Futmakala wants to go for an early gank. Can be a little bit difficult on set, but if the positioning is right, you could have a pretty bloodthirsty top lane.
Definitely so, and they're just going to keep trying to chunk each other whenever they can. They're going to look for small little trades, just whenever that grasp is up. They're going to look to get it off and then back off.
100% more. Other than that, Sebelep on that bot side as Futmakala moving into position, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Pinata very much in the wrong position, should not have pushed up here. And as a result, will be very low here. Does get stunned up, will be able to flash and use it, but however, the oranges will not make things K as Futmakala picks up that first blood for his team.
And this is what you don't want to be doing this GP. GP, you are such an easy target to gank, especially early, when you're pushing up. You're a champion what struggles early, and when you got a bit of farm and you say, well, when you got a bit of levels, you're actually okay. But pushing up this much early just makes you the prime target.
Indeed it is, and we see a skirmish in that topside jungle already. Futmakala doing a lot of damage as Dan Styles ticking down with that ignite. Finally goes down as Coin just about escapes. Looks like they might try and continue this, but there's backup coming from Pinata here. You have to be very careful. Bashard takes a lot of damage and already has to flash. Coin is on the flank looking for a potential execute here, but doesn't quite have the damage yet. Still looking for it. Almost takes down Bashard, but just a sliver of health. And what a beautiful play there. Foot Makala almost gets off Coin, but won't quite finish him off. And Absolved pick up 2 kills early on here in response to GG.
Disaster for GG, almost hitting him with a haymaker, just missing on the Z, and then Absolve coming out with 2 kills there, when really they should have only just got 1, and then GG overstep, they push their boundaries, and then get caught for it.
Indeed, they certainly do. Oh wait, no. Dan Styles getting caught out there a little bit over aggressive. Shouldn't have really been pushing that far up, but was trying to help out Foot Makala. And I appreciate that this Set really wants to make some of these early plays, and here we see exactly what happened. He gets forced out of the lane, the gank comes in from Sublip. There is the beautiful play using that Hex Flash. Almost takes down Coin here, but in the midst of it, so much damage goes onto Dan Styles, and he just falls. And there's very little you could have done here.
And he doesn't even reach with a haymaker there. If he did, he might have been able to trade back a kill from Foot Makala, but then they get caught. They have to run back up this way. By the time Zed's Shadow is coming back up, just at the right time, gets the burst off. And here's the important part. The haymaker, wrong direction. The free kill on Zed there. That would have procced the Triumph as well. And then Set could have even looked for Gragas after that.
He certainly could. Found a lot of damage there. Got a big shield. Almost got that auto off anyway, but the body slam was there. Sabalip was very much ready to save his teammate. And as a result of that teamwork, they are going to be sitting themselves in a very good position. Gold, however, is even because GG have a big lead in terms of CS in that mid lane.
They do indeed. And Azir is looking to pressure that lead. So despite dying, he still has pretty good gold on the table. He's still up on gold on the Z because how much extra CS he has.
Over the rest of the map, there's not too much CS discrepancy, a little bit in the top lane. And Bashard going to be able to pick up a little bit more as the wave is crashing. But Pinata's absolutely fine. He's getting a lot of extra gold from that parlay. He has his ultimate up already, so can impact the map. This is looking good for Absolved right now.
It is indeed, but when Sion does get that Sunfire and Bramble Vest, that top lane is going to become a lot harder for GP, and that's sort of going to be the moment where you sort of like giving a little bit towards the Sion and just relaxing a bit more, because that's when it's going to get harder, because the extra magic damage coming out is going to be absurd.
Indeed, it is. Almost takes down the Sion there, but is able to roll away with his ultimate, shouting cowards. Unfortunately, he's the one on retreat. We see Foot Makala here coming, looking for this gank. Doesn't have the flash up and barely misses that attempted pull. Doesn't quite get it. And Pataman able to get out there, only blowing that barrier, where otherwise he really would have had to blow that flash. And that would have made this Aphelios, who is very immobile, such a target.
And this is the thing we talked about with the Karma. You're running a set directly at Karma and Aphelios. Karma just roots you and says, what you're going to do now.
Absolutely. Makes it very difficult for him to properly engage, and that could be a key part, as the Yuumi will be looking to speed up Foot Makala most likely in the mid game, but it could be hard to finish things off. Some good pokers. Check DC with some solid laning alongside Nia here, as they are pushing on into the tower and up a decent amount of CS right now.
And they just want to keep this comfortable lead. They don't need to dive this bot lane. They're just pressuring them so hard that they're going to have to base soon. And it just means they're going to get even more of a CS lead on this lane.
Obviously, he is going to put down some vision as well. No one really tending towards these dragons as of yet, even though with this bot lane pressure, you could have maybe looked towards it. Foot Makala instead looking to prioritize picking up some farm, maybe putting pressure towards mid-top, because that has been where a lot of the action has been really happening.
And the problem is, if you do go towards that dragon and there is vision on it, it just means the enemy team gets that Herald for free unless you can collapse fast enough. And the Herald is much more high value, especially when there's still plates on the table. Herald is so worth it. And we see them lurking around it, but they could be looking towards diving top here.
Yeah, they certainly could. No ultimate for Bastard, but no ultimate for Pinata either, meaning that it definitely is possible. They don't have too much CC to actually land. There just is the ultimate. He's going to suplex him on over. The flash comes out from Pinata almost instantaneously, but it is not enough. And as you say, there comes the kill. However, there's a response from Absolved. They're going to try and take this Ocean Drake straight away.
And I think GG are missing a step here because they should be going straight towards that Herald after that. That is such a free objective. You've just got the dive off. Herald is on the table. You know they're on Dragon. I feel like that's a misstep by GG despite the good dive.
No, 100% is big mistakes from them. And that makes me think, what are we looking at for win conditions here? Absolved picking up that first Dragon, maybe now looking towards that Soul, but on the whole, looking to play a very run-at-you kind of game.
I think Absolved are still happy scaling because of the insurance from GP and Aphelios. So I think they're still happy to go like that and just relax a little bit, trade off some with objectives, but Gragas getting chunked out really hard here.
Yeah, has to use that cast to get himself away, get Foot Mackler off of him, but solid stuff from Foot Mackler to continue to apply that pressure. And that's something you have to do as set jungle. You have to continually apply pressure to your opposing jungler, because your ganks can be a little bit awkward if the laners are playing around it properly, and as a result, you have to try and get aggressive towards the jungle.
So the thing we just mentioned was Absolved as well, of them still wanting to go with scaling, is it's a double-edged sword. Because GG don't lack scaling either. They have an Azir, they have an Ezreal Yumi, and they have a GP who's just about to be dead again by the looks of things.
Yeah, Foot Mackler getting very aggressive, but still not able to find it. Great usage there of the Cannon Barrage from Pinata, keeping himself barely alive there.
And I think this set expected a bit more damage from his Haymaker. I think he expected that would finish off the GP, so he started backing off when he was casting the Haymaker, and it just wasn't enough. So Pinata actually escapes with his life, Cannon Barrage saves him, and it actually picks up some farm for him.
He does some solid damage there in the bot lane. But going back to this point about scaling, yeah, GG, very happy to go late. They have basically everything they can ask for. But Absolve, looking to try and do a similar thing with this disengage, might be happy to try and take team fights as well. It's very much going to be down to the execution in that late game.
And this is why I still favor Absolve's comp, because they have so much engage and disengage that they can play how they want to play.
He certainly can. And Gragas, the reason why he is one of the top junglers right now is because, the most contested junglers right now, is because he just has that ability to dictate the flow of the game in engaging and disengaging. We're seeing a big engage here from Koing, but unfortunately, Dan Styles doesn't even go for it. And Sebelip just completely misses everything, trying to protect the flash there. But Dan Styles holds his nerve and manages to escape pretty much unscathed.
He only drops his flash there, which is very important, so he doesn't lose too much. And Silence stopping the base on bot is pretty big here, especially because Ezreal Yumi are already in top lane, and he stopped him again.
Indeed it is. Foot Mackler trying to finish off Koing there, but a great usage of the ultimate manages to let him pick up Dan Styles. And with Sebelip coming in to help, Foot Mackler is unable to find that kill onto the mid laner. And this is just Absolved playing really well around each other. Mid-jungle synergy is absolutely imperative in the current meta.
And you gotta imagine what the conversation was going on there. That must have been Zed shouting, I can kill him, just come mid, stay here. And then he goes back in, he jumps on him with the death mark, and actually comes out killing the Azir. The Azir still had barrier, mind you, but it wasn't enough, and Gragas there, right place, right time, just to deny Set getting a trade kill.
Yeah, some really solid stuff, as counter ganks have been pretty much the wheelhouse of Sebelip so far. He has been tracking Foot Mackler quite well. Speaking of Foot Mackler, they are doing this Rift Herald that we were talking about earlier now, and looking to try and get something here. This is very aggressive here from Bashtard, and it won't net a kill as of yet. It looks like he might be the one going down himself instead, as Patamand is continuing to whittle away his health. He's sitting in the rush there, does a lot of damage, but with the flash coming over, Patamand looking very aggressive right now. Koing should be able to jump over and find that final kill, but that was a little bit too close for comfort, honestly, from Absolve.
Very much so. It's a crazy play from Bashtard, I would say that, because if it worked, it would have been big, right? But it was such a 50-50 play to take. But you gotta feel like GG must be a little worried then. If they're making plays like this, it's a bit odd, to say the least. But they are going to pick up some plates here just before the fall off at 14 minutes.
Yeah, some good timing, just about able to get that one in. Right at the end here. But unfortunately, Koing has had a disconnection problem. Looks like Absolved might be trying to get some reconnections in, as they are having some ping issues. But speaking about this, let's look at item breakpoints quickly, because if you look at the Ezreal, he's got the Tear, he's got the Sheen, he's got the Pickaxe. What are we looking at for the rest of the team as well? As we are nearing that kind of first item mark, as Zed has picked up his Yomi's Ghost Blade.
You can see Azir has been forced to rush Zhonya's as well, and that hurts him so much. Despite being up on farm, he's still getting killed, and obviously he died with a barrier, and now he's going towards that Zhonya's. It's just going to be even more of a target. As soon as that Zhonya's in cooldown, it's just going to be, let's go get Azir again. Let's get him again. Let's get him again. He's just going to be the constant target because he has been the easiest one for them to actually kill, which is very unlike Dan Styles. Dan Styles, in the past, has been a very solid laner for GG when he came towards the end of the split and actually showed up a few times really big.
Certainly did. I mean, Dan Styles, as I said earlier, when he was playing that Corki, playing these Corki Azir style champions, has been very impressive, very safe player, and kind of very not low impact, but never really the cause of lost game. But here he's really struggling, and we're gonna have another pause. I do believe that was coming on in. Foot Makatlar died at the start of this, unfortunately. That's the key thing to focus here. Is they did crash this Rift Herald into tower, but they lost their set for it.
And I think you're about to see more disaster because Ezreal is there without a paddle. He has nearly no mana. Zed's coming behind him. He sees him on the ward. This Ezreal might be doomed.
Might be indeed. And something quickly to just note on. Look at the amount, the fact that GG are making this play toward. I think a bit of a mistake here. They don't actually have that much vision here. If you look towards bot, they have 3 different control wards set up there. That's the kind of position they want to be playing around effectively. And Absolved are very happy to fight here. Sure, they lose a bit of money due to those tower plates going, but they're still ahead. Here we see the Cannon Barrage do a great job. And GG, sure, they crashed it, but they lost 2 players instantly.
They do indeed. And all this just for a first tower, is that worth it? I don't think so. Like, the Dragonet is coming up too, which more than likely Absolved will end up picking up. This whole play was just a big overstep by GG, and that's been the story of the game so far. It's just GG overstepping too much, reaching out for more than they deserve, and then getting punished for it.
Indeed it is. Going. Now going to have to deal with the Sun in the mid lane, not likely going to be able to kill him, but we see both junglers heading towards this Infernal Drake. And as you said earlier, Absolved looking to try and pick that one up. They're looking for this Dragon Soul, and I think that'd be a pretty darn solid pickup for them, especially if they manage to get something like the Mountain Soul. Keep their targets being even more tanky, make it very difficult for the damage to come on through, especially when Dan Styles isn't going to be able to pump out the damage in the same way due to him being down being down so many kills.
And the gold lead, despite not being too much difference, still only about 1k gold lead. Absolved are starting to climb up on the gold. They're starting to pick up the gold where it needs to be, and it's starting to get worse and worse for GG. So it is falling into how Absolved want to play this game.
Certainly has, as it will be that Mountain Soul that I was talking about, picked up here. Sorry, not picked up here, going to be the Rift that we're going to see. And this is actually really interesting. This makes things a little bit more awkward for that Sion in some ways, but also a little bit more power from him in others, as he can catch a lot of players in those enclosed spaces if we do see some fights in the jungle. I think if you're Absolved here, you really don't want to look for those jungle fights. You want to try and take those kind of ones in the river where people are a little bit constrained, but not too much, where you can get a lot of effect with that Aphelios, who is going to be a key part of their damage.
It is definitely going to be a key part, but they do have a lot of AoE from Absolved, so maybe jungle fights aren't too bad, especially when you got GP and Aphelios combination together. Like, it can be really difficult to deal with, so this is why I fall back to how much I like Absolved's comp. They have flexibility to fight or play how they want, and they're just scaling up more and more.
They are an arcane shift from Checker DC there, keeping them barely alive. However, Coing is not going to let you get away that easy. Looking for an attempt to go onto him here, but because of that Yuumi, because of the maneuverability, is able to get out scot-free.
And GG looking to answer with trying to pressure this mid tower. They should get it for free here because there's 3 man on that mid lane just against 2 on the way now. So this tower should be dropping. They're forced to drop the Cannon Barrage for this, but they're still looking to come in for this.
They are, and this is so close to Bashtard finding that one. Doesn't quite manage to land it as there is a couple of dodges on the side of Absolved. But Absolved trade 1 tower for 1. keeping themselves behind in terms of towers. Even though they did this, even though they got first tower blood, got a bunch of platings, they're still behind in gold because Absolved keep on finding these kills across the map and are really raising the tempo with this set of coin.
And GP finished his call there, able to pick up Trinity Force and Caulfield's Hammer. So he has a lot of CDR now. Very important for him. He's at a big spike for himself. But Cyan also is on the Sunfire and is building a Joram's Fist.
Yeah, Pinata very strong against basically anyone but Sion. Sion's going to be very difficult for him to properly deal with. The thing is, right, is on the whole, Absolved are going to struggle to deal damage because there's onto these two to the top side of the map. You've got the jungler and the top side for GG, both kind of stacking armor, and there is not really too much magic damage on the side of Absolved. Gragas can bring some, but he's not really going to get through these beefy boys.
And I think something we have to watch out for is GG still stand a chance in this game. And when Azir actually gets to 3 items, if he gets to 3 items, that could be a massive turning point for GG. So all they need to do right now is just keep picking up gold but avoiding fighting. Even if it means sacking 1 or 2 dragons to get to that stage, it would be worth it for them.
The thing is, things are closing in very quickly, much like Checker to See trying to take down Old Dragon there. But we saw that. So we can see that there's 2 minutes until the next Drake spawns. We're looking at 6 minutes till Dragon Soul. If GG do not contest and Absolved take it straight away. As much as you can give up a dragon, maybe, the timer is ticking. And if Absolved manage to pick that up, things are going to go very much in their favor.
As true as that is, I personally think Mountain Soul is one of the weaker souls.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
for
not
sure.
too detrimental if you do end up dropping it. And when you look at the side of Absolved, even with Dragon Soul, their team is not that tanky. They're still a squishy team. So losing Soul to that team really doesn't matter too much. The only thing what matters is that Elder.
Certainly is. And definitely closes that game very quickly. Should be able to finish off some of these squishier members that otherwise would be healed out of those kind of finishing ranges. Checker DC. A little bit out of position here. Coin looking for something as the TP does get forced on out. As GG definitely don't want to take that fight. They want to keep their AD carry alive and healthy.
I gotta say, Checker nearly falling into his old habits. He doesn't have vision of that topside jungle, yet he is pushing far towards that mid lane tier 2. When he has nearly no backup in terms of vision. When you look at the side of Absolved, they have perfect vision around the mid lane. They have the full information of who's coming there and if they can make this play. And that's exactly why Zed walked in, just to get free TP.
Certainly did manage to force that one out pretty darn quick, and that means they can continue to go for a more split pushy style. You see Pinata on this top side. Sure, it's not the 1-3-1 we were talking about earlier, but even with a player on the top side, Absolved really looking for these fights. Coin is looking to try and finish off Checker, but that Yumi and, well, the tankiness of an Ice Swamp Gauntlet is going to keep him very much alive.
So despite Ezreal getting chunked to half, Yumi just heals him straight back to full 2 times in a row. And that's 2 important cooldowns used, so GG can actually fight this right now.
They absolutely can, and they can force Absolved off of this. Trying to do the Rift Herald here, very aggressive and greedy, but it doesn't have enough time to do it anyway. That's why they were trying to go for it, trying to at least do something with the final Shelly.
And the Azir matching the GP here is really nice for the Azir. Azir gets some solo XP, he's able to pick up some farm, and he's able to destroy barrels really fast. And Azir is really good into GP for this reason. And obviously, the more attack speed he's going to get, because you can see the 2 daggers in his inventory, it's going to make it even easier just for him to instantly burst these barrels, so GP can't even hit a combo on him.
Certainly is. Going to see GG head towards this dragon, and picking up this would be fantastic, because it does delay that Elder, does delay that Dragon Soul, that could be all important for ABV here. Dragon getting a little bit harassed. Sebelip looking for an opportunity to try and steal, but you can see they are not wanting that to happen. Absolved just getting absolutely locked down. He tries to go for it, but Sebelip unable to steal. And GG picking up that Mountain Dragon. Pretty solid for them.
Sebelip wasn't allowed to move for about 4 seconds there. He got rooted, CC'd, and then pulled in by the set. Wasn't given many options, and he also lost his flash there. GG picking up a very important dragon for them, especially their side. If they get Soul, it's a lot more difficult, whereas Absolved get Soul, it's not too difficult because they're still squishy. So you look at the side of GG, you get that Soul on a set and a Scion, that is going to be really obnoxious for your team to deal with.
It certainly is. Especially because every single one from here on out will be a Mountain Drake. So they'll be able to stack up a lot of resistances on basically everyone. The Ezreal as well, that normally does even build in the current meta, build these resistances, is going to get so much added benefit out of it.
Definitely so. And GG are starting to catch up. They're starting to fall into how they want to play this game. Despite being down 3k gold, they are not a down and out yet.
They certainly aren't. And with these beefy boys and a Yumi to speed them up, and Ezreal keeping a very safe distance while being basically unkillable, GG have a very strong comp here. Check a DC. I was saying you were basically unkillable, and then you almost attempt to int there. Doesn't quite go. No, does fall in the end. Koing is able to find that one. But he will get slammed and jammed as Foot Makalar very much keeping up this fight. Pinata looking to try and keep things going. Nya gonna jump onto Foot Makalar and keep this fight in the business. As finally we'll see Foot Makalar flash away. Try and keep himself at a far distance. Just about whisk the ultimate as Patamand. And GG make it out 1-for-1.
It still might be big here because they can look to pressure this Baron now. And as GG, you have to check this. And this is just the conundrum they're forcing them into because you have to check this, but Absolved are ready.
Certainly do. Absolved, they have a lot of power right now. Once this Zed's back up, Zed is very strong right now, has 2 items, has that last Whisper to try and get through a lot of that armor that's on the side of GG, should be able to put up a good fight. But until then, I think they need to wait for a second. They don't really want to pressure too far forward.
And an interesting note I want to talk about is items. GP is at a huge power spike, but before we talk about items,
we have to talk about Sabalep just getting completely blown up there. Fantastic stuff from GG. They see him overextend. Bashtard on this Scion pulls the trigger, takes down that player. And now this is fantastic because with the jungler down, you can just turn off the Baron. We were talking about the Baron pressure earlier. GG going straight for it.
And Absolved are looking to answer. Instead of pushing the mid lane, they're looking to contest this. It's going to be really difficult, but they need to find something if they're going to go for this play.
What a flash right there from the set. Looks for a little bit more, but Pataman doing a lot of damage right now. Finally, he will get slammed up by Bashtard, but not before taking him down. Pataman continuing to keep a good distance, keeping himself alive just barely for now. As we do see Foot Makalar continuing to try and get that, finally gets that RKO out of nowhere, takes him down. And Pinata will be falling to that.
And that was such a big fight for GG. Foot Makalar coming up absolutely huge with that Hex Flash, getting the greatest engage he could possibly want for his team, and his team able to follow up perfectly. And Azira is on the map right now. Look at him. He has 2 items. He's probably sitting on a fair bit of gold after that fight because he is now on 5 kills after that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Dan Styles, we were a little bit worried about. We talk about him as a very passive player, kind of a very good role player, playing these more scaling champions so far this split, and didn't have a great start. Was 0-2, now 5-2. He is very much in his wheelhouse. He's at 25 minutes on Azir. He should be a major part of this game.
So we're going to be going into the replay, and we see initially what starts it off is Sabal getting caught again.
Yeah, he tried to body slam away, but...
And Bashtard was just... That was such a good signal, cutting off the ways you can actually go with the Gragas. You'd either be forced to go into the team or go into the Scion, so it doesn't really matter either way. And then here's the Hex Flash, catching out Aphelios and the Karma, very big, and then Set just zoning the rest of the team, not allowing anything else to happen. And meanwhile, Zed actually can't pick off anyone. He got the Ezreal, that was it, and then Azir is still pumping out damage while Set is just zoning. And then Set ult comes back up, and Aphelios is just doomed here.
Yeah, Pac-Man did give it a good old college try, but unfortunately not able to finish that one out. They do pick up Pinata at the end, and this is really good for them. They managed to find a couple of kills and continue to put Dan Styles in such a good position. Has the ultimate ready, gonna shuffle them back on in, and even under tower, you are not safe. Checker DC is absolutely fine. The TP comes in from Bashtard, and they are now looking towards this dragon.
And as we came back from the replay, GG are hitting them hard. They are looking for no remorse. They're looking to keep pushing their lead because they are in control now. They know they're stronger and they are forcing.
Certainly are. And just as you said, brute forcing ABV off of basically anything. Surprised they didn't go for that mid towers. That could have been a big opportunity to do so, but instead looking to make their backs, pick up a couple of those items, spend that gold that they got from the last fight, and really put themselves in an even stronger position.
So before all this kicked off, what I wanted to talk about was anti-healing, and we've only just had it picked up by Patterman just now. And that speaks in high volumes because Yuumi, Set, both heal a lot. And you need to deny any healing they have, but it's took them this long to actually pick it up that maybe it's too little too late because GG are starting to command control.
They certainly are, and I mean, honestly, the set continuing to be tanky even without it has that Knight's Vow as well to try and tank for. I assume that's going on to, it's going to go on to Dan Styles, so very much making basically everyone on this team so very difficult to kill. And GG, they have 4 bodies on the map, obviously Yuumi kind of attaching to people, and every single one of them you have to invest so much into. We saw earlier, Koing in that fight, investing everything, kills Checker DC, great. But now you have nothing else to deal with Dan Styles, and that's exactly what he did. He got to free hit for so darn long and put out that consistent damage.
Exactly so, and we see 2 items nearly complete by the side of GG. We see the Death Stance is nearly halfway, and we nearly have the Rabadons and Azir. So, like, things are going to get worse, a lot worse, for the side of Resolve.
They certainly are, and things like that don't continue to be good. Sabalep does make it out, barely, but we do see Patterman go down. They're going to path back over to Baron, and this time, they're going to do it. If you try to engage on them again, ABV, well, you saw how it went last time.
Exactly, and Zed's just going to keep pushing because there's not much else to do here. You kind of should just sack the Baron and push down that mid lane, grab that mid tower, look how low that is. You shouldn't even contest this Baron here.
Yeah, especially because Sabalep can't get anywhere near. Bashtar is going to keep them at range. There we see the knock-up. He's looking for a little bit more. Zhonya's is just about to be able to keep him alive, but GG on the whole doing some really solid stuff. And if ABV had pushed that mid lane in, they would have taken the tower. They would have made this Baron be a little bit less effective by pushing those waves all the way up.
It looks like they're still going to just get this, but at what cost? Look at the Ezreal damage.
Yeah, Sabalep barely doesn't go down there. And again, ABV not respecting damage. Just because they're tanky doesn't mean they hurt. Checker DC looking for something there, but unfortunately Pinata is going to keep them at bay. GG looking to barrel down this mid lane right now and take this fight. As we said earlier, brute force is the key.
So, GP just hit a big barrel combo onto Ezreal a second ago. And it did next to no damage because they're Ezreal's items. And this talks in words of how strong this Ezreal build is right now.
Indeed it is. He's just so darn difficult to kill. Doesn't even have the fully built Death Stance. The resistances are more than enough, especially with 2 Mountain Drakes. Just makes it very difficult to deal with. Checker DC just walking up at the front. And this is actually very amusing because Checker DC, we were talking about how he can be overzealous. He can be very over-aggressive. But on this Ezreal, when you are so tanky, it matters a lot less.
And the important cooldown, 1 minute 30 till the next dragon, and that is solved for GG. So it's just a matter of time before they go for that. They're just waiting, they're just playing with time because they don't need to make anything happen just now. But Yuumi is actually not with Ezreal here, by the way, so...
Yeah, I mean, he's still pretty tanky without Bastard, taking a lot of damage even though he is so darn tanky, but it's Pataman who just goes down. You cannot disrespect the fact that they can engage at you from such long distances. They can jump on you, the Sion can get back, the Ezreal can go as well. Pinata and Dragon are just able to escape. No, Checker DC will shut that one down, but it doesn't matter. Even if they don't get that kill, you continue to push up mid, you chew through this inhibitor, push him with Baron minions. I think you look towards the top side right here.
Yeah, you go for double inhib here for sure. And the important thing here is Pataman is caught again. This is the second or third fight he's been caught in a row. And because of this, GG are coming out on top and Zed's just going to drop here.
Yeah, he tries to make the play onto some of the squishier members of GG, but even then, they aren't squishy enough. They're so darn hard to kill. They've got the damage still, and Absolve, because of the tankiness, are just unable to do anything. They're getting choked out of this game.
They are getting choked out, and that dragon is on the table now. Absolved are trying to move towards it, but are they going to get there in time before GG can actually react? It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very hard. They have to go for it, because otherwise GG are just going to brute force.
I don't think they quite have the damage. Maybe actually, sorry, with Aphelios they do, but he doesn't have the best ones for kind of doing it. He has a lot more crowd control utility options here. But Foot Makala up a level won't be able to steal it back, but Sebelip does pick it up. But Pataman and Sebelip have to be so darn careful here. Pataman goes down, and so does Sebelip. They trade their life for the dragons, and that could just be game right there.
Yeah, and they're just going to look to push that bot. Luckily, Absolve do have that tier 1 in bot lane, so this will delay them a bit more. They might... I think they'll be okay, actually. I think they'll be okay. They'll get these 2 towers, and then they're just going to be stalled a little bit at the second tower unless something else happens here. You see the set is wrapping around. He is looking for something. He's so fast with the dead mans.
And so fast, we have a little bit of a freeze there. We do see the Zed try and escape with his ultimate, but unfortunately, Foot Makala and the gang are able to shut him on down. And they're just tearing through these towers. Sure, the wave position on the other lanes was fantastic for Absolve. They didn't lose too much on those, and they didn't lose the game straight away as a result. But still, they lose players, they lose inhibitors, and the game is just over.
And what else can they do here, Rook? There's not a lot because the minions are starting to funnel in. Look at the top and the mid. They are stacking up. So it's only a matter of time before they actually come into the base here.
Only a matter of time. Yeah. Unfortunately, sorry for the pause. We've been having some technical issues with the Spectator client, but hopefully we'll be able to get that resolved at some point. Check a DC on his own here. It doesn't matter. He is so darn tanky. You saw that right there. There's the barrel. It doesn't matter. He takes no damage. He does no wrong, and GG looking to close this game out very solidly. A fantastic game for them on the whole. The early game looked a little rough. It looked like Coin could do enough, but it just wasn't. We see the tankiness coming into play, GG just playing to their routes, and they're just looking to finish out this game now.
Despite the shaky early game, GG showed a very strong mid and late game so far that they do look like a team to contest with, and this is a team you have to watch now. They drafted a really good comp, and you pretty much pulled it out straight away. You said GG's comp is really strong, and as soon as they get to that point, they will take over.
Yeah, and this is showing us the GG that we saw. They make a couple of mistakes. They can get behind early, and against a team like Black Lions, they got punished. But against Absolve, they did not do enough. They couldn't punish the Ezreal early for being a little bit squishy. They didn't stop the set from effectively jungling. And Sebelip, he tried as he might like this. He wasn't enough in the early game. He made a couple of plays. He used that Predator effectively. But it just seemed like Foot Makala was constantly on his case. A triple kill for Dan Styles, and that is going to be the game right now.
And that is definitely going to be the game. Just a bit of KDA padding, getting the ace at the end. GG looking strong. If you can't abuse them in the early game, this is the team to watch. Is this the OG Splice sort of look from GG, where you lose everything in early game and then you come alive in the late game? GG are looking solid.
Yeah, some really, really nice stuff as well. The player I really want to highlight, and I mean, if you ask me for an MVP, that has to be Foot Makala. Sure, if you look at the stats, Dan Styles looks fantastic. After that 0-2 start, didn't drop a single time. But the 0-2 was a big Achilles heel for the team. The person who made everything happen, that was Foot Makala. You saw the flatter, you saw the hex slash over the wall, you saw continued aggression in the early game, trying to make up for that gap in the team. Absolutely fantastic on this set, and really made the game for me.
I 100% agree, because I was going to say that too. Like, the set was so important, and you don't really see set jungle played this well, and it's really is a tribute to how well he played this game. You've seen how fast he got around the map with that Deadman's plate, and because of that, he was able to answer constantly. He was always in the mid lane, providing Dan Styles some security. Even when Dan Styles dropped, he was still there to keep up that tower. And keeping that mid tower, especially the tier 1, is very important. And again and again and again, he found Pataman. He found Pataman in every fight and just zoned him from being useful in any fight.
Yeah, the other part is, even though we saw them die a couple of times from it, Glorious Gaming kind of focusing on those towers, picking up that gold that they needed to stay close. When we saw actually at the start, there was a big advantage towards Absolve. They had that early pressure. I think from them, what I've from Absolved, actually, what I would have liked to have seen is not this GP, honestly. I would have liked to see something a little bit more aggressive. We saw the Urgot, as we discussed in their first game of the split today, and that was fantastic. They were able to shut down these tanks, but when you play this GP, you struggle to have an impact early, and that was very much visible as Pinata, honestly, almost a non-factor in this game, even though he played pretty decent.
And we've seen how fast that Zed actually fell off in this game, because it got to a point where GG just became too tanky. Even Dan Styles just had too much for Zed to even assassinate. That, sure, you got Ezreal once or twice, and then Dan Styles was just murdering your entire team.
Yeah, that's the thing, is initially they were looking at Dan Styles, he wasn't doing enough, and they kind of ignored him. They went on Checker DC a lot. And Checker DC is actually one of the tankier members. He's the third most tanky member of that team, so you have to keep an eye on him, sure, but he's not the one you want to focus down. That Azir put out so much damage. You could see in the scoreline, 12, 2, and 5. Absolutely fantastic, and they will be the player that we're going to be interviewing in just a second.
And I'm sure they'll have some important things to say, especially about that game. I wonder what they're going to say about that early game, because despite looking so sketchy, I want to know how composed they even kept after the early game, after going over aggressive too many times and getting punished again and again.
They certainly didn't. Some disappointing stuff. Dan Styles getting caught up by those ganks. The Predator is a little bit something to adapt to. It is a little bit faster, a lot more off cooldown now, so maybe he's still trying to get used to that. But I actually was really impressed with the way Sabalet played this early game, especially around coiling, and their mid-jungle synergy was quite impressive, actually.
Definitely so, and I think that's definitely a plus point from Absolve. Like, the mid-jungle synergy was really well done, and you've seen how many times I was able to bully Dan Styles either out of lane or kill him. They was able to burn his summoners almost on repeat, and they was able to push him out of lane or kill him. But Dan Styles just able to keep up in farm, able to stay relevant, and that's just a tribute to how Dan Styles actually plays. And this is the form we was talking about of Dan Styles.
Indeed, and as we are mentioning Dan Styles, we are going to go over to an interview with that very man.
Hello, everybody. I am Asajj, joined by Dan Styles, the victorious mid laner from Glorious Gaming. First of all, congratulations on the win. I wanted to chat to you about that game and the first week as a whole, because Glorious Gaming, you've had pretty much a complete rebuild. You've gone 1-1 in the first week of SQ1. Is that kind of what you were hoping for? Are you happy with that performance?
Well, 1-1 is obviously not bad, looking at our record last season, but we hope to get 2 wins this week. But yeah, that was a bit unfortunate because we didn't really have a good preparation for the first game. So yeah, they outdrafted us. So it was hard to play the first one. And the second one, I think we played much better. It was a little bit tilting because the pass didn't go. I don't know what even happened. Like, we paused and we tried to unpause, but they instantly unpaused instead of like the 5-second cooldown. After which we got killed under the tower, which was a little bit tilting. But overall, I think it was a pretty good game, and yeah, not too dissatisfied after the first week.
Well, certainly room to build on going forward. You know, it's not a bad showing going for 1 in the first week. Like you said, a little few issues with drafting the first game, but in the second game against Absolved, you definitely did well. And I think it caught everybody's eyebrows, the draft in the second game, when there was a Zed put up against you. Not something we typically see, and certainly not something we were expecting. Did that phase you at all, this kind of unusual pick?
Well, obviously I did because I went 0-2 early game. But I mean, like, Azir is a really good champ. But yeah, his how do you say it? Like, his general counters are maybe assassins, so that's why they picked Zed. I haven't played against the Zed in like a really long time, so it was a little bit iffy early game. But after like, I don't know, like 1 or 2 items, it doesn't do anything anymore. So yeah, then Azir is just a better champion. So I'm proud to have Finn Unkelville as my coach, since he's the best coach in the world, and I wouldn't be able to get this win without him.
Well, we certainly saw how you did manage to claw it back, because like you say, did fall down a little bit in the early game, but overall the entire team came back, you being one of the star carries as well. And that leads me on to kind of my final question. Obviously, it is the first week. We don't want to be making any kind of knee-jerk reactions too fast, but what did it feel like coming out and playing against your opponents this first week? What's your kind of thoughts so far?
Well, don't know that much about the opponents, to be honest. But like after playing 2 games, I think the first game, that team was really good, actually. Like they went full scaling, and normally we are really good at scaling, but they outskilled us, so that was a little bit rough. They were actually pretty okay. And the second game, yeah, it was just a draft cap by Finn and Govil. Like they couldn't do much. It was too easy after the draft phase.
Well, I'm glad to see that, there's some challenge and you're starting to get a little bit of an idea of the opponents, kind of how they play and how you stack up against them. Congratulations again for taking the first win of the split, going 1-1 in the week overall. Definitely room to improve on, but definitely not a bad start either. We're going to be joined after a short little break with our final game of the day. It's going to be Black Lions versus Lions Creed, seeing if Black Lions can take 2-0 in their first week or whether Lions Creed will make all of the teams go 1-1. Rook and Varus will be taking that away, so please don't go anywhere.
One day of my life, let's color it outside the lines. So bright, brighter than the rainbow. One night that we live tonight, let's ride till we're out of sight. So far, so they never fade down our halo. Oh, let it go. Let it go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to SQ1 League Championship Summer Split. I am Rook, and joining me is Varys, and we've got Lions Creed versus Black Lions.
And Black Lions was a team earlier today which looked very, very strong and a team to be highly contested. So this game is really going to show how powerful they are. If they can dominate Lions Creed, this is going to make them a team to be reckoned with.
It certainly is. It's a line-off between these two teams, and this one is a matter of pride, as we do see these two teams. Kind of interesting to see as well, because Black Lions won their first game. It looked absolutely dominant. Lions Creed can't really say the same. They come into this 0-1, and against Absolved, who, well, they lost out to Glorious Gaming. So right now, if you look at it, they're the bottom of this bunch.
And you got to keep in mind, Black Lions beat GG, and GG just beat Absolved. So Black Lion is up there right now.
It's transitive properties of League of Legends.
Yeah. And also we talked about that Senna is banned straight away, no hesitation, really fast bans coming out here.
But some interesting bans as well, because Draven, Camille, and Karthus, like, what's going on here?
If I am correct, I think it's Mental Nirvana is a Camille main, or has a lot of games on Camille. So it's one of them, if someone's really good at Camille, you don't want to play against it at all and just get rid of it. So
absolutely is. As we see 4 marksmen get banned away, as the Kindred also taken away from Lone Wolf, as Yuumi insta-locked in for Lions Creed.
And now we need to see what the answer is going to be. They're hovering the Gragas, but obviously doesn't mean anything. It's just a hover right now. But Lions Creed interesting to instantly pick up the Yuumi, no hesitation.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been very strong. In the games we've seen it, it's been really good, in fact. And I believe has won both games it's played so far. Am I correct in saying that? Oh no, it's the Senna that actually won in that very first game of the day. Sorry, no. Okay, it's 1-1, but it has been pretty pivotal, especially in the previous game, if you were there in that last game with us, where it kept the Ezreal, which has now been picked for Black Lions, very much alive by so much.
And the thing is, taking away the Ezreal isn't even much of a punishment because Ezreal is so strong right now. Even without the Yuumi, you are really tanky. You had the Death Dance, the Iceborne, like we mentioned, and GP with crit wasn't doing damage to him, and that says a lot in volume.
It certainly does. The other thing which we're seeing is we're seeing the other support of last game get picked up here, as Karma is potentially in the hands of Blackpink. But as we said before, that can really get flexed around, can't it?
Yes, a big option to throw elsewhere. She's still very solid in the solo lane, so she has the pressure of just going wherever she wants to go. And Lions Creed look like they already had this planned out. They don't care that they don't have the Ezreal. They instant locked the Xayah. They was ready for this. They've been preparing. Shows that they knew what they was going to pick if Ezreal got picked.
Now, this is really interesting. Have we been seeing a lot of Xayah recently in the AD carry role?
Not as much, but she did recently receive a buff on her ultimate, which was quite big. It was by 100 damage, rank 2, and then 150 damage, rank 3. And it's quite a big buff, especially to her base damages, and she does scale really well. So to have a Yuumi deny her from dying, obviously she has her ult as well. There's a lot you can play around with that.
So, some interesting things coming up, as we do have the Kayn presumably getting picked up for Syrox. I've seen it top lane a couple of times, but I don't think it's quite strong enough as it is right now. Unless you're going to tell me otherwise.
Because Evil Yokai is the type of person who would play Kayn mid.
Oh, he's that kind of person, huh?
He's that kind of person, so there's potential this can go top mid or jungle. And that's why it's such a big flex for Black Lion, because Black Lion love to play in these assassins mid, so it could be like a blue Kayn mid as a possibility. And last season, like Evil Yokai played Aurelia, he played Kiana, he played all the assassins, anything mobile, he would play it.
Awesome. Speaking of assassins, we have that Echo also picked up for Lions Creed. Now, this is interesting again, another flex pick. Jungle and obviously mid. Mid is generally a counter pick, but I feel like it's very strong in the jungle right now.
It is very strong in the jungle. It's probably one of the best AP junglers on the table, and with how good he scales, you get through an easy jungle clear without really being punished, unless there's like a Graves on the table, which is still open, mind you. So you get through the early game without really being punished, and that's why Echo is so strong, because his clear is so reliable.
Indeed it is. We're going to be seeing Jax, Vladimir, and Kassadin taken off the table, a couple of scalers there, as we don't see any jungle buys from Lions Creed, and I assume they're just believing that this is going to be that Kane jungle. It would be quite a surprise if if Evil Yokai takes into that mid lane.
And it could be a mistake because there's still the possibility of Kane going top, like we mentioned, and leaving on the table a jungler like Graves. If they did pick Graves now, Lions Creed probably are going to be shook and not understand what's going on.
Yeah, they would certainly be very surprised. Hovering the Scion early for a tanky top lane, solid pick to bring up and kind of have in general. We see a lot of teams kind of prefer that Scion. A lot of players who have been playing tanks just enjoy the Scion, and you can make a lot of impact by using that ultimate kind of roam a little bit.
And it has such reliable scaling, and there's a lot you can say about Scion. You get the free HP from your W. You're able to build so many different ways, like we've seen the Sunfire into Titanic Hydra, which is a very reliable build, and you're able to actually clear really fast a wave just alone from Q Tiamat.
Oh,
so
if this is a Sona, that means it's going to be a Karma mid hit, presumably. Okay, maybe not. I was excited for it for a second there.
On the other half of the table, we have a Fiora.
And that's a good matchup in the Scion, isn't it?
That is a very good matchup. And if you decide to leave the Yuumi and go with Fiora, Fiora can be a 1v9 machine. She's already hard to kill as it is. And especially when she gets her Death Stance, she'll go Ravenous Trinity Death Stance. That's usually the build. She might build a Bork here. It's still an option. But she's just going to be really obnoxious to kill with a Yuumi on top of her. And there is that possibility of her just sitting in the side lane trying to draw as much attention as she can.
Well, this is really interesting because from the first game that we saw today, Metal Nirvana really struggled to play the game. It was playing Maokai into Urgot. That's not a great matchup. But now, getting the counter pick, will they be able to show us another side of them? I think that's the big question which I'm really asking for this game.
And something to note as well, if this Fiora does draw pressure in this bot lane or somewhere away from Baron, right? Look at the champions they have on Lions Creed. They have a Zaya and they have an Azir. Two champions who are very fast at doing Baron. So if you commit even more than one member towards this Fiora, that's Baron gone.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. And I mean, being able to shoot through that Baron really puts a lot of pressure onto Blackline as well. They're going to need to respond effectively to it. Sure, you may have things like the package. You have 3 TPs on Blackline. That's going to be the key part, is maybe, and is how they're going to effectively use these global summoner spells.
Very much so. And you do have reliable scaling on Black Lion. You have the Ezreal, you have the Corki. Corki goes Mana Moon now. For people who didn't know, Mana Moon is the Trinity. You just get reliable extra damage because Mana Moon will give you about 50 AD for free. And it's such a cheap and efficient item.
Yeah, it's really solid. It does give you a little bit of a lull in terms of power, but in the end, a lot more useful. And Corki, you're not going to be super relevant until you kind of get a little bit later in the game anyway. Speaking about things that aren't relevant until a little bit later in the game, this Kane scales fantastically as well, especially if you're going to red form. Interested to see what rune they're going to be taking. You see a lot of different teams and a lot of different players picking different things, but I'm expecting that Conqueror, at least, for me.
I'd definitely say Conqueror, yeah, as well, because Red Kane fits so well with Black Lion's comp. It'd be very surprising to see Blue Kane show up, but who knows? It is Black Lion. They do like to do the spicy stuff. But the mid lane I want to touch upon, this is the classic mid lane matchup. And if you're a mid laner, you're probably bored of this matchup because you've seen Corki versus Azir a million times. It's always a classic answer. They pick Azir, we pick Corki. What now? What do?
Absolutely. The thing is, right, is Blackline as well have a lot of long-range pokes, so they can really set up effectively if we want to go for this kind of 1-3-1. Dealing with the Kane effectively 1v1 is going to be difficult. I think the only person who can really match them is going to be that Fiora. So, again, the person who I think is going to be the most impactful in this game is going to be Metal Nirvana. And as a result, that top lane is going to be a place I'm really keeping an eye on.
And also, anti-healing is going to be such a priority in this game. Like, if that's a Red Kane, that's a lot of healing. There's also a Yuumi, Fiora, and Echo on your other team. There's a lot of healing you need to deny there. And if you're Scion, as soon as you get that Bammy, you need to get a Bramble. And that will give you so much potential to shut down Fiora early game. Because whenever she attacks you, she's just basically killing herself.
Yeah. It would be a good opportunity, and obviously these itemizations make such a difference. And if you're not on top of it, if you're not counterpicking properly, you can put your whole team in a world of hurt. And Fengda has been pretty solid so far this split, so should be able to be on top of that.
And we also see the exhaust coming onto Xayah this game. I'm a lot more happier to see an exhaust here, especially on Xayah. She's not a long-range AD carry, because obviously you have to play around your feathers a lot. And her actual range is fairly short compared to other AD carries. So she's able to actually get off the exhaust in a lot of her fights, and it will benefit her a lot here. Able to 1v1 or potentially 1v2 if Yumi's on her. The Corki, the Ezreal, the Kayn, and it just gives them more options to do things in this game.
It certainly does, and I like that Yumi is actually bringing that ignite, and I think that's part of why maybe we're seeing the exhaust not on the Yumi, because there is this Red Kayn. There is this Ezreal. Once he's got that Death Dance a little bit later on, the ignite should be able to kind of stimmy a lot of the power that healing would otherwise bring.
Exactly so, and I like the ignite pickup, but like we mentioned, triple TP on the enemy team, so there's going to be a lot of options to react to any play happening around the map, just because there's so much out of this TPs. And it's going to be interesting to see how Black Lion navigate using these TPs. Early game, it's just going to be for farming, of course, because you've got Ezreal and Corki who just want to hit like Trinity Power Spike or Iceborne, depending on how you're going to build. They just want to hit their 1 or 2 item Power Spikes, and then they're going to start looking for fights.
Certainly do. And looking for these fights should be a key part. It's going to be down to things like this Sion to really engage. There's actually a distinct lack of that. It's going to be the Sion, the Yumi, those, and maybe a parallel convergence from the Echo. And those are going to be the things which have these big fights. And I think this is what makes Black Lion's comp really good, because if there isn't an engage, they have the Corki, they have the Ezreal, they have so much they can do.
So one thing to point out, Kayn has Dark Harvest.
Why does he have Dark Harvest?
He might be going Blue Kayn, and if he does, we are going to have a very spicy game. Because Blue Kayn is actually pretty good at dealing with Fiora in general, because he's able to instant burst her, and you're only able to parry 1 or 2 things depending on how Kayn's going to manage his cooldowns. And even then, Kayn can just run away if he wants to, because you can't slow him when he's jumping in through the walls, especially in Blue Kayn, because it removes any slows.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very nice counter pick. Obviously, it affords the strength of Red Kayn that was obviously very oppressive at times, but in the matchup, it might just be the right pick here.
But not to be fooled.
Sorry. We're seeing the Sion cheese yet again. I love to see it.
2 times in a row. Can we get a third? There's still potential.
There certainly is.
The thing about Kayn, which I wanted to touch upon again, is just there's still the fact he could go Red Kayn with Dark Harvest. That's still fine. It's still viable. Not an issue. It kind of gives them very high flexibility, actually, because people might already tunnel on thinking it's Blue Kayn. And then, surprise, Red Kayn's on the table. What are you going to do?
It certainly is, and that's the thing about Kayn that's so important. Because of his jungle starts, because of obviously his itemization can be radically different, he brings a lot of flexibility to the game and to the team that pick him.
And I think a lot of what you're going to see this game, Lion's Creed need to pressure into Black Lion's jungle. But when you look at their comp, they have an Azir who needs to get items. They have a Fiora who needs to get items. You don't have many champions what can help you pressure into this Kayn. So Kayn should just be free sailing in this game.
Indeed, it should be. Kayn should have quite a fantastic position, because the Echo's not really going to be able to do too much to him either. Definitely keep an eye on that. Mid lane, going to be pretty quiet, especially because we're not expecting the most amount of jungle pressure. But they are wailing on each other quite a lot early on here.
I don't think mid lane's going to be quiet just because the way Eva Yokai likes to play.
Oh,
this man is a very aggressive mid laner, and he always will be. Like, regardless of what champion he's on, he could be playing Soraka mid, and he'll be hyper aggressive 24/7. He likes the aggression. He likes to look for solo kills, and I think that's a lot of what you're going to see. And Kayn actually denying some of the topside jungle from Lion's Creed.
Yeah, and that's really important as well, taking away that blue from the Echo. Once he's kind of gotten towards that top side, he's going to run out of a lot of that mana. He is as of yet, not pathing towards the opposing blue side. And that means this Kane should be able to take the camp and just hightail it out of there. Echo feeling a little bit under the weather, not able to find a lot of that farm that he really needs.
And Kane's really caught him off guard because there's no information of what Kane's just done. They have information of where Echo is. He's just been pinged out on the map. Kane is just free farming and he's free buffing his Echo.
He certainly is. He's now caught up in farm, obviously, because he just destroys at that Raptor camp, which has come back up again. This is absolutely fantastic for him. This pathing just affords him so many camps, gets the buffs, as you say, and it means that he's not under too much pressure. The Echo is now going to really struggle to do all too much. They're going to be able to trade these Rift Skulls, but other than that, what does Lone Wolf really do from here?
There's really not a lot. You just have to wait and try grab whatever camps you can. You have to search the enemy jungle if there's anything up, anything you can scrap back to try get some farm back on the table, which he's looking for. You'll find these. He's finding the Krugs. So this is all you can do at this stage. Other than that, you just have to wait for your opportunities to gank or something to come up.
Lone Wolf being very careful about not getting caught on this vision. Fengda has taken a lot of damage early on here. Mental Nirvana as well. Getting that Cheater's Recall, grabbing a Cull early on here.
A very good pickup, especially early. The earlier you get this in the game, the more efficient it becomes because you're going to be farming towards 100 minions. And when you get it early, you're going to get a lot faster. You're going to get more value out of this. And especially when you're playing a champion like Fiora, what needs items to be online, this is a very good pickup.
Indeed it is. Lone Wolf is on top side, but going for this gank into the parallel convergence under tower here is going to be very difficult. They're not going to get... Oh my god! Did not expect him to get even that close. Fengda almost goes down there to the damage of these two, but just about manages to make it out with that flash.
Fengda, a very important flash there, actually escaping with his life, dodging the parry. If the parry connected there, he was dead for sure, and Abel getting out with his life there is very big, but the wave in top is absolutely terrible for him because it is pushing away from him. He's forced to TP instantly.
Indeed he is, and it's... I mean... been really awkward so far for him. He has taken a lot of damage. That TP is used, and now that puts Mental Nirvana in such a good position. Mental Nirvana can do this, take all this farm, and look towards their first item. I believe I'm actually expecting a Tiamat. Am I right in that?
On who, sorry?
On Fiora.
Yes.
The
You
first
expect
item,
a Tiamat for first item?
Oh, that's not...
That's first blood. We flash over to bot lane and Yuumi has been caught, which is absolute disaster, which also means this dragon is on the table. And I wanted to talk about some items that have been picked up as well, because there's nearly Bramble on Sion, which is important. Xayah was forced to go Doran Shield. She also picked up an early Cull. But Karma actually didn't go for Relic Shield, which surprises me because you'll see a lot of AP supports favor Relic Shield now because you become a lot more tankier, and the AP you get from Spellfuse isn't that great compared to getting the HP you get from Relic Shield.
It certainly isn't. I believe it's just also that you can kind of farm at range as well. You don't have to try and get the harass, especially onto the Yuumi bit here. But here's exactly what happened. Yvonne.
Look at the vision. Actually catching out the Yuumi, then rooted up, and it's just too little too late. By the time she's able to get to there, she's not able to reattach.
Indeed, a big mistake, honestly, there, as they are over-aggressive. Speaking of over-aggressive, Cyrox looking for this kill. GMX doesn't have the Emperor's Divide either, as he has already blown it, and that means Cyrox is able to escape just about.
And
Nirvana, very much looking for this frag here, trying to take it down. Fengda does manage to pop the ultimate, continuing to get aggressive. Cyrox is able to escape, but Fengda is not at all, as this Fiora starts off strong. This is exactly what you want to see from Mental Nirvana, and if they're going to take over this game, they want to keep up this pace.
And Fiora hit her level 6, so she knew she could go for this. With Sion still being level 5, she's able to pressure this a lot harder, and getting the kill XP onto Sion made this happen, and they're going for the lane swap. They want to deny this Fiora. This is a smart move by Black Lions.
Indeed it is. Yuya moving on up there to pick that one up. They've also managed to pick up the kill onto Blackpink, so that's pretty solid for them as well. GMX continuing to farm in the mid lane against this. And here we see that replay. GMX has the Emperor's Divide up here and is looking for a play onto Evil Yokai. Does get the knockback, but doesn't get them far enough into tower, unfortunately. And as a result, Evil Yokai is able to escape. Cyrox looks at this and says, this is an opportunity.
And then Fiora's already like chasing the Scion in the river. Scion is here, but he's level 5, so there's not much he can do here. The fight's already done. Kane's trying to get more because he needs his stacks. But even then, they're just being traded hard onto, and Fury arrives at the right time, uses the Grand Challenge, chases down this Scion, knowing full well she can go hard on this after she gets all vital stacks. And then Echo coming back in to swoop up that kill.
Absolutely is. We do see the lane swap back, and Lions Creed going to be able to match them in that top lane. And this is nice as well for Black Lions because they made this lane swap early. They're going to put a lot of pressure on towards this Rift Herald. And we were talking earlier about how important this is for early pressure and value.
Definitely so, and I think it is such high value in every game. Like Herald, it's just worth so much and should always be the first thing contested, even before Dragons, because plates are on the map. Plates give you so much gold, and before 14 minutes, you want to get as much value out of this Herald as you can, be it first tower or be it just some plates.
Certainly is, and I mean, looking for value, Mental Nirvana continuing to get aggressive here on Fang there, pops that Grand Challenge, but doesn't quite find the kill. And now, this is just so good for them, as they're just going to continue to have free reign in this lane. They don't quite have the Tiamat yet, so they can't get really aggressive and start pushing the lane in super hard, but with that cull, as they farm up, they're going to continue just to get stronger and stronger.
Definitely, and San just looking to sustain in this lane as much as he can, trading a little bit of cheeky damage onto the Fura there, and just being able to pick up this farm is really important for him. He needs to get his Bammy Cinder. As soon as he's got his Bammy Cinder and his Bramble Vest, it's going to be a really nice trade-off for him, and he'll be able to keep up for a little bit with Fura.
Indeed he is. Cyrox continuing to move on in as the teleport does come on in from Yuya. Lone Wolf looking to get that damage down. Feng there takes a lot right now. Doesn't have any resistances effectively against Lone Wolf, as he has only that Bramble Vest. However, Blackpink and Yuya outputting so much damage right now. A great riposte keeps Mental Nirvana alive, but I can't say the same for Lone Wolf, as he does just get chunked. GMX is able to just about make it out. Maybe goes down here to this, but there it is. The fade away shot from Yuya, and Black Lions continuing to put pressure on.
And this is what Black Lions needed. They needed to get some opening to sort of push themselves back into this game a bit more. And that's exactly what they need. Picking up 2 kills and onto a very important person. They pick it up on Yuya.
Certainly is. And this is it. This is why these TPs are so important on the AD carry. They lane swap him up to the top lane, but he can still have pressure on the map towards these dragons, towards the spot side. And Yuya TPs in. Blackpink was already well on their way down here. I'm sure they lose 2 tower plates on it, but they're going to get some more down here.
They definitely are. They're actually going to get this tower down here, using the Rift Herald here. Trying to get the first tower because they're nearly getting it on top side. Don't know what the HP is on the top side. Yeah, Black Lions will beat them to it. 100%.
Yeah. There we go. We see it come on through. And Black Lions really maintaining the tempo right now. 2k up on Lions Creed. And with the package up for Evil Yokai, maybe he'll show us some of this spicy and aggressive play we've been talking about.
Maybe so, but Azir looking really safe, sitting at his tower, knowing that he can't really contest with this Corki, just sitting back and relaxing because he knows they're all on bot side. They're going for this dragon. Should be a free pickup for them.
Certainly should. We do see the ultimate forced out by Fangdare as he tries to stop that recall for Black Swan. But Black Lions playing well against that package. You just can't step up when that package is up. Tries to get aggressive there from Lone Wolf. Has to pop that ultimate in order to keep himself alive. As Fangdare under a lot of pressure right now. As Black Lions use that as an opportunity to maybe do something mid here. They're taking a couple of camps. They're getting something here. But unfortunately, that package isn't able to find anything.
Look at that vision from Black Lions in that bot side jungle. It is completely littered with wards. You have full vision of anything going on. If someone comes mid, you know. If someone's going bot, you know. Black Lions are playing a really good vision game here.
Yeah, they are. They're going to swap their bot lane back down to the bot lane. And we do actually see things return to more normal states on the map. However, with this tower down, things might be a little interesting for that bot lane.
Definitely so, and Corki looking to be the one on the side lane for now, while they're keeping the bot lane in the mid lane for Black Lions. Try to pressure this Azir a little bit. Corki has a good TS lead. Although it's only a few, he's starting to build it up, and he's just looking to stack up his Mana Moon now.
He absolutely is. Shouldn't be under too much pressure from Black Swan and Yvonne here, because obviously he can kind of just Valkyrie away and should be absolutely fine. But the thing is, right, Black Lions very happy to let this go on because, as we said, in the mid to late game, they don't have to engage hard on these fights. They seem to be doing it anyway. Cyrox does actually keep Mental Nirvana away from getting that tower plate. There's still 1.5 minutes to be able to get that, so should be able to pick it regardless because they have this TM out and are able to push the wave in very quickly. But Black Lions very happy to just let their Kayn farm up.
Definitely, and I'm still very excited to see which Kayn we come out with. I'm still leaning towards the blue Kayn because you might not need more frontline if the Scion's able to group, because Fura's not being able to pressure enough yet. There's emphasis on the yet because Fura will get to a stage where she's just going to go side lane. She's going to ignore anything happening on the map and just pressure as hard as she can.
Some fascinating lane assignments here from Black Lions, and again putting Feng there in harm's way, playing very much as that kind of low econ player. We do see Cyrox getting a little bit too overzealous, and Lone Wolf very much looking to try and punish that, but it won't lead to too much, and maybe setting up for a dive on the spot lane against a Scion. It could be hard to bring him down, but they have 3 players here already, and the wave is just prepping to crash.
And it's important if they can get this pushed in, because look at all them plates on that tower. They want to capitalize on any gold they can get before 14 minutes, but it's looking like too little too late. They're just going to leave it.
They are. Cyrox slips over the wall, but is right on top of a ward and has to head back on in.
Just Kayn being a little bit cheeky for stacks, you know.
Would you do it for a Scooby stack?
It is a Kayn. You probably would.
Certainly would here. A bit of a lull in the action that we had earlier on, as we did see a bit of a fiesta towards that bot side as Black Lions is completely destroyed. As I say that, Lone Wolf barely doesn't go down. Sona tries to hit the shot, but Cyrox is very much looking for it. The smite will do it. No ultimate available. Well, there was an ultimate available, but because of that smite, Lone Wolf wasn't really able to go for it. He would have headed back into the enemy team and instantly punished. He knew his situation.
And this is a game of vision, and you see the vision is paying off by Black Lions, and they were able to do that because of it. Lions Creed are really just getting dominated in terms of vision, and this is the downside of Yuumi. Being able to place wards becomes a lot harder.
Indeed it does. GMX tries to make the Shroomer shuffle. However, just a big mistake, honestly. Cyrox has the ability to just dive them alongside Yuya and Blackpink. And sure, they lose a player on the bot side. Evil Yokai does go down, but that's absolutely fine. Top tier 1 goes down for Black Lions, but they're instantly there to respond. Black Swan and the Kang absolutely out of position. They're looking to finish them off where they can, but Cyrox, a little bit too aggressive there, goes down, and it seems like they can't win this out. We do see the TP even come in from Mental Nirvana here, as Mental Nirvana is going to finish off Blackpink with the help of their AD carry. And Black Lions started off well. It looked like a good attempt to try and counter things, but with the pace and with Lions Creed just turning on that, they're able to shut it down and instead look to maybe put some damage onto this top tier 2.
You got to think, what was Black Lions' thought process? They thought they was really strong, going in with a TP, really confident. But what damage do you have when Kayn is dead? You don't have any consistent damage to stay on the Xayah. Xayah's just able to kite really well with the Yuumi, getting that flash feather pull onto the Kayn, just eliminating any damage coming in.
Certainly do. And now they're looking for that Rift Herald while we have a replay here. Lone Wolf.
See, the Vision, what did spot him, he's got spot on the Raptor's ward. And that's what enabled this play to actually happen. And Karma actually making this play happening on her own.
Yeah. Didn't quite get the benefit for it, but instead hands it over to their jungler. And here, we see the continuation of play as GMX tries to make something happen for his team. And honestly, makes a big mistake and goes down for it.
The thought process was right, but it was still a 50-50. He had no info if Kayn had ult. And then we see the play onto the top side. Just such a simple dive for the side of Lions Creed. And then it continues on to this overstep by Black Lions, where Black Swan's just able to flash out of any Scion damage. Scion doesn't get a knock-up, which just means that Black Swan can do what he wants, and then Blackpink is left in no man's land.
Yeah, not able to get away. Didn't have that flash up, and as a result, Black Lions, I mean, they were ahead by quite a lot, but now kind of struggling to do the same thing. Lone Wolf has to use that ultimate, but it does not matter. I've been really impressed with the way Yuya has been playing so aggressively.
He's definitely been a vocal point of this game and looks like the strongest member from that team so far. And he also had anti-healing. That's the important thing to note there. Echo healed next to nothing when he ulted there. And he's able to just be permanently aggressive this game, and being unable to do so just lets him make these plays.
Certainly does. And Lone Wolf has really got the short end of the stick. You think when you're going up against that Kayn, sure, you might get a couple of camps taken away from you. For the most part, you won't get harassed inside your jungle. That has not been so. Black Lions, with their fantastic vision that we highlighted earlier, have really been sticking it to him.
And we also have blue Kayn, if I am certain, by looking at his items, that should be a blue Kayn on the board. Things are going to get exciting.
They certainly are very much looking to pop players like Mental Nirvana and also Black Swan to make it so the Yuumi isn't able to quite keep them alive quick enough. Here we see a replay here as we have the package in hand for Evil Yokai. GMX out of position on this bot side and most likely is just not long for this world. The package is very much there for Evil Yokai. He does use it in the end as he didn't really need to do all too much, but he's able to finish him off very easily. And with that, the rest of the team moves into this jungle again, places down vision, picks up the camps, and continues to deny anything for Lions Creed's jungle.
Very much so, and it was a very greedy recall by GMX there. There's no reason why you should be recalling, especially in the first bush there, which easily gets face checked, and that's exactly what it did, and he gets punished for it.
We did see another good dragon go down while I believe we were off screen. 2 Black Lions, as they are now on 3 dragons and 2.5 minutes away from a Dragon's Soul, which could be very useful for them. It's not the best, but always a handy thing to have. Like having Lone Wolf go straight on into you and get popped almost instantaneously. Yet again, this Echo is unable to have an impact on this game, honestly.
And it is an Air Drake, which is very important. It just means more ult CDR, especially on champions like Kayn, who's gone Assassin. That's going to be very important for bursting people.
Certainly is. Fengda has really impressively managed to keep Mental Nirvana in check. Died to them early on, but wasn't all too much. Black Swan has to use that ultimate to get on out there with Yvonne. But they're losing towers on the top side now. As BL continue their reign of terror. Black Swan will be able to keep alive as Cyrox, again, getting a little bit too overzealous. Just because you're in Blue Kayn doesn't mean you can blow them up quite so easily. This is the strong part of the team for Lions Creeders. Right now, their AD carry and support duo. A bit of a terror on the map, honestly.
We see the flash coming out from Mental Nirvana.
I mean, Mental Nirvana just playing absolutely fantastically there. Pops the grand challenge, knows, hey, sure, you're Kayn, but you cannot step up to me like that. Mental Nirvana pops them, forces Fangdair to use that ultimate again, and Black Lions are getting too aggressive from the top side of the map players.
And a very impressive drift by Fengdair to get out there. That stuff isn't easy to do. But yeah, Mental Nirvana is really making a lot of things happen. Even when you thought things started to dull down, able to flash, get that play onto Kayn. It's very important, and Yuya is still doing Yuya things. Just killing whoever he sees.
Absolutely is, and I mean, you have to feel sorry for Lone Wolf at this point. He has a decent amount of farm, has managed to actually keep up with Cyrox, but 1 and 5 has put him in a very sordid place, honestly. He's unable to have the pressure. Normally, Ezreal should be cowering in fear of him. This isn't even a tank Ezreal build. This is full-on damage. Got the Triforce, got the Mana Moon, only now starting to build that Death Stance.
And why not? He's been snowballing so hard that going to Trinity just made more sense here because he was so far ahead that he could just get away with it. And something I wanted to compliment Cyrox for before he got caught by Fiora is he blew 3 summoners for his 1 flash, which is completely worth it. He blew the heal, the ignite, and the exhaust just from jumping onto that Xayah. And next time she's not going to have that. She's not going to have any of those summoners ready.
Absolutely won't, and Black Lions are looking to try and make plays off of that. They've been very much able to capitalize and continue to make plays around the map. The Dragon comes up, Mental Nirvana and Lone Wolf are the only ones in position to try and contest this. And, well, realistically, they need to. Lone Wolf tries to make something happen, but the package is on top of him. A little bit over-aggressive there by Evil Yokai, and that does mean that Lone Wolf is able to steal it. Able to finally have the impact on the game that he really wanted to, and keeping their team in it just for that little bit longer.
It's a very important steal because fighting that last dragon becomes that much harder, and they've just opened up more time for the side of Lions Creed. And by no means is it a bad dragon to get on Lions Creed either. Like, there's a lot of champions which really high benefit from this, especially Xayah, with how long her ultimate cooldown actually is.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fantastic on all of them, but Mental Nirvana caught out of position. Cyrox is kind of dashing around looking for something as we see TPs aplenty. Mental Nirvana hit by that ultimate from the Ezreal, but it isn't able to get anything. In fact, Yuya is the one who's shut down. GMX falls, to be sure, but Mental Nirvana unable to keep alive. This is solid, though, for Lions Creed. Sure, they're going to lose their tier 2, but they're able to trade it for mid tier 1. And you see the recalls come on in because Black Swan absolutely decimates these towers.
Exactly, and they're looking to pressure another tower as well on the top side. Echo's pretty good against towers too, especially with his E. So it's just, they would lose a lot more if they stayed, and this is a really good reaction by Lions Creed.
Yeah, Black Lions got a couple of kills, set themselves up. Sure, they get this tier 2, but they lost 3 towers for it. This is absolutely fantastic from Lions Creed and continuing to keep themselves in the game in spite of Lone Wolf just being completely destroyed in this early to mid game.
The thing I do need to compliment Black Lions for, though, is their hesitation on that TP in the bot side. When they just waited for the Azir was the perfect move there. They didn't need to chase. Just wait for the Azir, they kill the Azir instantly, and then just go for the Fiora. And it's just was the easy play from them.
Indeed it is. He tries to go for that TP. Big mistake. Cannot just do that in the middle of the day. And Yuya, he's an AD carry. He doesn't know how to use TP.
And that's the first big mistake Yuya has made this game. And it's a big mistake to make because Xayah collected a big shutdown there. And Xayah's at one of her strongest points in this game. She has a triple crit item, so she's very strong right now. She's working towards her 4th. She is very scary and definitely to be reckoned with right now.
Absolutely. Black Swan is going to be the key member on this team. Lone Wolf, again, almost caught out, but manages to use the Blast Plant to keep the Dream alive. GMX walks on into the knockup. Fengder continuing to try and put the pressure on, but the wall comes on out. We see fights all across the map. Lone Wolf takes a bit of damage early on from Cyrox here. We see the Yuumi ultimate, the last chapter, trying to lock people up, but they just about escape. Same can be said for GMX on that top side, but Evil Yokai is going to have the Valkyrie across that wall and blow that flash. Black Swan, however, flashes on forward, getting so darn aggressive, is able to finish off Blackpink, and on this Xayah has been fantastic.
And talking about blowing flashes, zero hesitation from Black Swan there. And I know it's starting to sound like a meme now, but are we going to see a death stance on Xayah here?
I think they're going for one more crit item. I don't know what they're going for because they've got that crit cloak.
It could be a very good last item for them for sure. They might pick up a PD here as their 4th item. It's just going to deny Kayn any chance of actually jumping onto them. And that will actually deny the kill potential on the Xayah. And then maybe a death stance as the last item, so...
Indeed, we'll have to see. Unfortunately, we have just had some technical issues. Hopefully, we'll be able to get them resolved as quickly as we possibly can. But it's unfortunate to see. That Xayah has just continually been very impressive and finding kill after kill after kill. And these AD carries have been really the focal point when we were looking towards that top side, when we were looking towards that Fiora. We were looking towards big fights like this. Fengder cannot stand in front of everyone. He's 0-2 and 3. He only has 1 item. He has important ones, but it's just not enough to keep him alive against the likes of 3-item Xayah. This Fiora who is looking towards their 2nd, but is still a Fiora and deals that percentage health damage.
And it's getting to a stage where Lions Creed are really starting to command control now. Like, they're coming back into this game. And you see how strong this Xayah is now. 4 items. She did pick up the PD. And she's going to be very, very difficult to kill right now. Especially with the exhaust up right now. Exhaust and PD now.
Certainly can. I mean, the exhaust is just going to basically shut down anyone who tries to one-shot her. And with that safety net of the Yuumi, with the ultimate that's also about to come online, I don't know how you effectively kill Black Swan. I think... maybe if you're Black Lions, you're looking for this poke game, but after a great game 1 against one of we assumed was the better teams in the league, Black Lions struggling against Lions Creed. Yeah.
And I think if you're Black Lions, all you can try do here right now is try aim for 1-3-1 because right now Xayah is too strong to be fighting against. You want to just keep her in lane and just avoid fighting her. Talking about fighting, they're grouping up here, which I really don't like by Black Lions. Black Lions should just be looking to pressure side lanes here. This dragon can be very scary. and could cost them more than they want here.
Indeed it could. Evil Yokai continuing to try and free hit it. Does have that package up, so we'll be able to escape if things go slightly wrong. Turret goes down, and I mean, that dragon got absolutely busted. Black Swan continuing to provide such amazing damage.
And that's what I mean. Like, what can you do there? There's not much options to actually be contesting that. I think you get more value out just pushing bot lane there.
Dude, they are. It's honestly been hard for them. They had set up for a really fantastic position, but right now, Black Lion's just struggling to find a word in edgeways. And as you said, they need to push these side lanes, but they're getting antsy. They want to pull the trigger, but they really can't afford to.
And because of this, they're falling behind on levels. Look at the levels difference across the board. Level 15 Xayah to level 14 Ezreal. Level 14 Yuumi to level 12 Karma. And level 15 Azir to level 14 Corki. Like, they're losing levels on the people who need levels here. And because they're sharing so much XP, grouping up, they're falling behind.
They absolutely are. And I think Black Lions getting a little bit tested here in their ability to play these kind of more passive games. If you don't take control early, you might struggle to really have the same impact. And Cyrox, because he picked this Kayn, couldn't have that pressure early. And he went for this blue Kayn build. And I'm glad he did, because if he was red Kayn here, he does even less than he does right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that statement. He'd be a lot more useless as red Kayn here. Blue Kayn was a good pickup, and he actually did make a lot of good things happen. And talking of making something happen...
I mean, that was mostly GMX. Very much in the wrong place at the wrong time. Lone Wolf, I believe, had seen Cyrox, so I don't know what that call was. Lone Wolf will be able to use that ultimate to get on out, but Cyrox is able to beat a retreat as well. Blackpink should just about be able to keep away as they use that E to speed them on up. But right now, Black Lions playing a little bit of footsies with Lions Creed.
Definitely so, and Black Lions just need to try and get picks where they can, just exactly like that. Even if it means someone face checking into a bush where they probably shouldn't be. Cyrox is going to have to get creative. He needs to get these picks.
Certainly is. Cyrox, a player we were kind of focusing on at the start of this game, has found a lot of kills, but that's due to some really nice stealthy pathing. He's been moving into these bushes a lot, trying to catch people off guard, and Lone Wolf and GMX have just been walking into it. And the lack of vision really, really hurting Lions Creed. And you see this here. Black Lions will instantly look to try and put some down and clear out the vision that's already there.
And Xayah is opting towards that GA last item. So Death Dance is not becoming a meme just yet. And it's still going to make her tanky regardless. It's still a very good pickup. And the extra AD from the BF sword is just going to amplify her even more. And she's only going to get stronger.
She absolutely is. I mean, she's about to get towards that cap as she is nearing towards both level 18 and that 5 items. But Black Lions also have that Ezreal, also have that Corki. So when we look at the late game, both of these teams definitely have ways to play.
They definitely do, but Ezreal is such a detriment right now. He really needs to grab whatever farm he can to try catch up to the Xayah, because Xayah is nearly out full build, like you just mentioned. So he really needs to try get back into the game somehow.
Certainly does. Mental Nirvana just waiting for that wave to move on up, trying to clear it instantly and get this split push on, as they are aware that that's exactly what Black Lion wants to do. They're opting in, interestingly, but Mental Nirvana, I mean, other than these AD carries, I don't know if anyone can actually 1v1 Mental Nirvana right now. They're very strong.
I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say anyone can actually 1v1 him right now. Corki is at a strong spike. He does have his Infinity Edge, he does have his Mana Moon, he does have his Trinity. If he gets to his next item without too much happening in this game, Black Lions can look to crawl back at something.
They can. But right now, we're seeing these waves kind of ping-pong back and forth as Mental Nirvana continue to try and push up this top side. As every time anything gets pushed in mid, Black Swan will clear it. Yuya will do the same. And we're seeing both of these teams kind of stalling out. And if this happens, in 35 seconds, we've got the next Drake. This is obviously soul point still for Black Lions, but Lions Creed maybe staring down a soul of their own.
Definitely so, and it's very important for both teams. And they're both looking to try get something going before even anything spawns, because there's either the Baron or the soul. It's what choice are you actually going to go for? They're all looking to contest this dragon. You do have the package on the table. Black Lions are looking to force this.
Absolutely are. Cyrox looking to lead the charge as always as he's getting down some of that vision. Maybe looking for a flank onto mid lane a little bit, but right now they're just going straight for this dragon. They are just going to be able to burst straight onto it. They don't have any vision of it. Evil Yokai finally moves into vision, and it is given away. And that is Black Lions able to pick up that Cloud Drake. Now, the interesting thing here is we're going to see the trade right back onto the Baron for Lion's Creed, but they're going to get forced off. Yuya does find a bit of damage. The thing I wanted to highlight is that with that, now Elder Drake is opened up. And if either team gets Elder Drake, this game is going to end very fast. Speaking about very fast, Evil Yokai moves on in to that bot lane with Mental Nirvana down. Now they have the numbers advantage. They have TP on both of the players. They're going to go straight on into this. There is no package now for Evil Yokai, but they're going to turn onto the Baron themselves potentially here. Cyrox is pathing a little bit aggressively forward, but is able to kind of beat a retreat.
And you see they can do that. They can force like this because it just makes them walk further away from this Baron, which was kept up by Sion when he TP'd in, so it was kept low. Then the rest of the team arrived to actually collect this Baron. They're able to make these plays on Furor because they have these TPs. Next time it's going to be Ezreal, and then Ezreal is going to TP to the team. So it's just a matter of time before they do the same thing again.
Indeed it is, and Black Lions very much making use of what they have available to them. I've been honestly liking it, and the way Fengder has actually been able to match this Fiora that otherwise is kind of difficult to deal with in lane. Right now, we're seeing Black Lions prepared to try and make that push and crack open the base here. Interesting that they're not headed towards the bot lane, trying to focus more on that mid and getting that mid tier 2, but they don't have as much vision as they would potentially like towards that bot side.
Very much so. And Black Lions has usually been playing the vision game really well this game. You can see all the pinks around that dragon side. There is 4 right there. So if they're able to keep up the vision, keep up the control, they're able to actually make these plays again where they send this Ezreal towards the side, which he's going for red buff, so he could get red and go straight top here if Sion can manage to keep Furor in the same lane.
But it looks like Mental Nirvana is going to get that. Oh, no, cancels the recall at the last second there. Lone Wolf, waiting in the bush, sees Kyrox, and it doesn't look Kyrox. Doesn't want to mess with that at all because we've seen all too many times him go down to that. The grand challenge from Fengder onto Fengder does find a little bit, but isn't able to be popped because Fengder just hugs that wall. We're going to be seeing this gank coming from Cyrox here. Mental Nirvana, very aware of what's going down. There is no TP for either of these players to try and rejoin the fight. But Mental Nirvana looking maybe for that 1v2 outplay in order to get this escape off. But it's just not enough. They lose the player. They lose mid tower as well, as Black Lions are, even with that, able to pressure this down.
And with Lion's Creed not having any consistent engage, this becomes even hard to punish. Kayn walked to a side lane for free. And what can you do? You have an Echo who's engaged. He's really telegraphed.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going straight forward onto you. Sure, he has a lot of ways to keep himself safe in it, but they're just able to peel him off every time. He's struggling to do anything. And with this, Black Lions just playing a very sensible game, very measured game. They're pushing in these waves at 2 different angles. In fact, 3 as they're playing the 1-3-1. Sure, Black Swan comes on in to stop Evil Yokai from taking the inhib, but as a result, they lose that min inhib. Evil Yokai is being careful, is backing off, but as that happens, Black Lions move to top. They take everything one at a time, and as a result, they're able to just shut Lion's Creed out of really doing anything up for here. Mental Nirvana is just about coming back up, but again, Black Lions have already taken everything, and they're looking for this engage, but it's just not enough. Blackpink isn't able to be shut down. GMX is in fact the one who's going to die here. He's not even able to find anything on the Echo either. Mental Nirvana already half health. There's the engage. Doesn't quite get it from Fangdera. Does happen to be the one that falls. Evil Yokai taking a lot of damage here. Black Swan pumps out that damage. Shuts down one player. Looking for that second. Will be able to just about dodge the damage. And such fantastic play. Mental Nirvana keeping things going as the Yuumi does keep the dream alive for now. As even with the AD carry down, Mental Nirvana and the gang are able to repel the Black Lions threat.
Such a crazy desperation play by GMX, and it actually ends up paying off. The engage wasn't too great from GMX, but the rest of the team able to kite really well, while Black Swan's just able to consistently pump out the damage. I was going to say before this happened that it's a mistake that Lion's Creed didn't just collapse on the Corki on the bottom lane there, because there's no way you can stop top, no way you can stop mid. The best thing you can do is just go on the Corki, kill him, stop the push. but they actually get more than they bargained for. They're actually able to take 4 off the table, which is some gold in their pockets, and able to save the game for now.
But the emphasis is on the word for now. Black Lions already pinging on towards that Elder Dragon, really looking to set themselves up to just straight up win this game. They have the vision in place, and they're very much looking to keep things going. Here's the replay, and this is exactly it. Lone Wolf and GMX overextend a little bit, but Black Swan is just so darn strong.
GMX goes forward here, looking for the play off the Yumio, but doesn't really connect anyone important. It's not really good enough to make anything else happen. You caught a Karma, but then you get instant burst, and the Corki arrives. This looks like complete disaster until Black Swan gets all them feathers down. There's feathers on the table already, gets a big feather pull there, and is set up to go again. Keeps critting constantly because he's 100% crit, using the ult to dodge the cane damage, and the play was just insane by Black Swan, actually delaying the game because of this.
Indeed it was, but gonna see that all that vision cleared off. Cyrox does back out, goes to half health. That now the auto comes on in. Black Swan may have just overextended there. Big mistakes, and I hate to break it to you, don't even need the Elder Dragon there. Without the 80 carry on the table, Black Lions, they know it. They can take this game all the way to the bank, and it is over right there. He had to overextend. He had to make the play, but it just wasn't enough.
With no backup there, just made the play quite redundant. Like, there's nothing else you could actually do from there. It's pretty much game from here onwards. You might get a trade kill. Not quite, but Black Swan doing his best to try carry this game. Wasn't enough. Black Lions will be coming out with a win here.
Yeah, Lions Creed showing fantastic merit, but in the end, the lack of punch and the overextension from Black Swan does cost them that game. And I mean, 38 minutes, definitely longer than we were really expecting.
Definitely, and I hate to say it early in the split, but it looks like anyone can beat anyone, honestly. The games today have been so back and forth that both teams have been, like, all teams today have been making critical mistakes. All teams today have been making mistakes which can easily be punished, and because of that, it does look like any team can beat any team. And look at the Xayah damage considering the rest of her team.
Indeed they are. I've been really impressed with the way they were playing that, and it's a little bit sad to see them lose, honestly, because that was 100% all on the back of them. Sure, they had the help from the Yuumi, and actually we did see some good play, especially from the top side of their team, but fantastic stuff from Black Swan in that game. So, focusing on not Black Swan and more on Black Lions, who do you feel was your MVP?
I'm stuck between two. I'm going to need you to help me decide here.
I'll give you a hand. I'll give you a hand.
I feel like it's between Yuya and Cyrox. Because, again, a jungler who was just making things happen all throughout the game. But then on the other hand, you got Yuya, who made one mistake nearly the entire game. So it's very hard to decide because one's making everything happen and one's just being invincible and not dying at all.
I mean, so the thing is we saw Yuya have a fantastic early game, but towards that later stages of the game, he was providing the damage, sure, but he was less playmaking in and of himself. And I tend towards playmakers. If you ask me, I'd give it over to Cyrox. Some really solid stuff. Did play that blue cane well, was even baiting at least earlier on. I thought they were going to go into that red cane, but because of that keystone, because of how it matches up in the late game rather than into, and when the AD carry is strong, a really nice mix-up, honestly, because most people don't expect him to go to blue cane. People know that red cane is just so darn strong.
Definitely so, and props to Blackpink for sure, because the vision game, this game was absolutely absurd and really well done by Black Lions. There were points where you could see any movement in the enemy jungle because of how well they was placing the wards, how well they was getting rid of any vision which was spotted. And because of this, they was able to command more control. Despite being behind, they was able to get these picks, like the solo play onto the Echo by herself, by Blackpink.
Yeah, and I was really impressed by Blackpink as well. We were talking about those wards. I think that was a key part of it as well. Unsung hero of this game is definitely Blackpink, and doing that alongside Cyrox, really denying basically everything. And as you said, it meant that they could continue to push towards these objectives, continually get these split pushes off, and also catch people out in the jungle. And this is why GMX was just unable to have the impact. 0-7, we hardly mentioned him that game, honestly, because he was just so non-present.
Yeah, very much so. And he got caught greedy a fair few times this game. And it's definitely something which would be sitting in the back of his mind. Like, he could have done some stuff better. He could have done a lot of more proactive plays this game.
Mhm.
And because of this, he wasn't able to have the same impact what he hoped for.
Going to see a couple of replays here, and here's Black Swan. And this was definitely a fantastic side. Yeah. I'm interested to see here as we see Cyrox coming on across the wall. Black Swan does manage to back on off, but I mean, you can see all this vision that's just completely denied away. Black Swan tries to move on in and it has to try and make this play. Cyrox almost goes down, but is inevitably is inevitably able to make it out, and they turn back on one-shot Black Swan. Yvonne is student to follow, and that just closes out the game right there.
And the reason he goes for that is because, like you said, it has to happen here. He has to make the play, and it looks like Kane's completely alone. If Kane's alone, sure, that's amazing. Kane is caught. That's dragon on the table for your team, actually. And that means so much more. And you could probably win the game off that Elder Dragon because how well Black Swan was playing. So if that play happened, it was game winning.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to make those 50-50 plays. Unfortunately, here it didn't work out, and Lions Creed do lose the Battle of Pride. But on the whole, I think a very impressive performance from them. Sure, they went 0-2 this week, but the first game, I didn't really catch too much of that. It was quite close. But here in this second game, they played very admirably. And I think looking forward, even though they're 0-2, they're definitely a team to keep an eye on.
Definitely, and they showed how prepared they were for the Ezreal being taken away as soon as they picked Yumi, and the Xayah did come up big, definitely came up big, and they showed how they can play around it. Maybe if they played a similar comp with a tank frontline or some consistent engage, they could have done a lot better. And it's definitely something to look at, and it's definitely something they can work on.
And that's actually something interesting as well, is because I saw this Xayah, and I wasn't actually so enthralled, but really solid play from them, and perhaps something we'll see later on the split. How did you feel about that specific pick?
I like Xayah overall, and she used to be a consistent pick into Ezreal. And back in last season, where Ezreal started becoming popular, Xayah used to become more of the counter pick, and you see in Xayah Kai'Sa all the time. Kai'Sa will get banned, so you just pick Xayah, and they'd pick Ezreal. And it always mostly came out with Xayah coming out on top, so I wasn't really too worried. And obviously having the exhaust just means the more trading power as well.
Indeed we will, and we are going to be having an interview with Fengdare, that stalwart top lane of Black Lions.
Hello, everybody. I am Visage, joined by Black Lions top laner Feng Deer. Congratulations on the win, and congratulations on going 2-0 in the first week of SQ1. Certainly a good performance to come out of the gates with, and sends a good statement to the rest of the teams, don't you think?
I completely agree. I mean, we are probably one of the fan favorites, and we should probably win the whole thing. Hopefully, we don't drop a single game. It's probably going to happen. We're probably just going to fucking end it at some point, but hey.
Certainly strong words. Thinking you're one of the favourites, because it's a bit of a swing from last split where Black Lions didn't have the best of runs. They did make it through to playoffs, but the team has been rebuilt. You're one of the members that's been brought into this new roster around kind of the remnants of Evil Yokai and Cyrox. How's that adjustment being to fitting into the team?
It's been fine. We last second decided you're going to play tanks only, and I'm like, hell yes, just carry me. I'm just gonna sit there and just watch my team carry me all the way up to the fucking victory royale.
Hey, it certainly seemed to work out today, because like we say, you have gone 2-0 so far. We've seen fantastic performance from Cyrox in that last game. Yuya has popped off both games running. Is this the kind of thing we can expect from Black Lions for the rest of the split going forwards? Do you have different strategies, and how do you think that the team will fare if you do see a meta shift to something that perhaps doesn't suit this style you're playing at the minute?
We did multiple styles like before, like the league started, so we don't have any problems like shifting. But I don't want to leak too much, so I'm just gonna keep it clean. My team is really good. I'm the super top. We're gonna win it all. That's as simple as I would put it. But
All right. Well, it's certainly a strong statement to come out with, but you are the only team so far that has come out 2-0. And on the first week, on the first day of SQ1 Summer Split, it is certainly a strong message to send out. Looking like a much improved roster over last split. And thank you very much for the interview, my friend. Hope you have a good rest and good luck for next week as well.
hey, thank you very much. I hope I get to do some more interviews in the future, and we'll see you guys later.
I catch you in a bit, man. Well, that is going to be it for SQ1 first day of the split. We've had some exciting games, a few different styles that have caught us off guard a little bit. And like we said, Black Lions, they lead the pack at the minute 2-0 in the first week. We'll have to see if any of the teams tomorrow can match up. We have Sparks, Split Raiders, the New Boys Resolve as well. It is going to be an exciting game always. Round and we actually have a rematch of our final Sparks versus Split Raiders. It's going to be the final game of the day tomorrow. Going to be one to watch. You know where to be. Same time, same place. And that is going to be it for now. We'll be bringing you even more action tomorrow with another 4 games.